Hello, guys and gals, and welcome. Welcome. So I had my fun with Dragon's Dogma. It was a fun game. I actually really enjoyed it. I probably could be playing it a little bit more, but I feel like I've done just about everything I need to do in that game. For the most part. For the most part. Maybe I'll go back and play it on my own. Maybe. I say that, but to be honest with you, there's really not a lot of game playing that goes on that's not on live stream these days. So if I'm not playing it on live stream, I'm probably not playing it. And I don't think my Steam Deck can play it, so I can't really play it in bed. My beard's so nice and soft today. It's got a little roughness to it, kind of like a little soft sandpaper. Also, I've been putting out shorts. If you guys haven't been checking those out, I always appreciate some likes on those. I got I got a couple of funny shorts out these past couple days. The Doom repairing the Doom weapon song, the frickin' Pacific Drive raccoon mode activated song. That one's pretty good. I like that one. Do you raccoon? Do you raccoon like me? Do you raccoon? You put the grubby paws up in the air. That's right. Do you raccoon? Do you raccoon like me? Do you raccoon? I mean, that's my whole job, right? I raccoon. I'm a raccoon. I like the raccoon. You guys like my shirt? I got it because it goes with the green screen really well. It changes colors depending on the green screen because certain colors are compatible with the green screen and certain colors aren't. So like depending on what color is underneath of me, it looks really crazy. Like I still got a picture of Acrid's dog in here. Hold on, let me show you. So watch. I take Acrid's dog and I'll move it down underneath of the green screen. Right? Alright, and then put Acrid's dog underneath of the green screen. And then look, now I have a doggy underneath of my camouflage. I'm a camouflage doggy. Ha ha ha. Camouflage doggy with a snoot. Or I could be the wood. I could be camouflage wood. Or I can be a skin camouflage color. My nipples are gone? Oh no. I didn't need those anyway. I mean, they're extra nipples. Who needs nipples? Who needs nipples? Who needs naples? I mean, girls need them. But I'm not a girl. So, ha. Ho, 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 ho. And ho, 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 ho. My robot vacuum cleaner is on. It's doing its best job to keep the house clean. I appreciate it, robot vacuum cleaner. So one of the things I did eventually want to do was I wanted to swap to a Bramble on my Merc. I wanted to switch over to Bramble, and I wanted to utilize an Act 3 Merc for this guy. I was thinking Lightning. Act 3 Lightning Merc. And, do I have the runes to do it? That's the question. I've got a Burr, I've got a Jaw, I've got an Ohm, I've got 2 Lum runes, I've got several Ists. I mean, I guess we've got the runes. Let's do our traditional trade research here. It's been a while. Not sure how many people are still active on Tradery right now, but I don't care about the badges. Like, get out my face with the badges. First, let's see if we can find that head. I want to see if I can find that Necromancer head. So, summoning. We've been doing this ever since we started this ladder. So 3, and my fire golem. 3. No listings, unfortunate. Alright, so let's look for bramble. I want to get a bramble running on this game. Bramble. I could make it, but I don't know if I want to make it. Because I don't need the poison skill damage, I just need the Thorns aura. So, I need a high level Thorns aura. There's one on here with a level 19 Thorns aura. Bramble has what? I think it's up to level 21. That's not too bad. It's in a superior Archon plate. 851 defense. Trading for an Ohm rune. Well, I have an Ohm rune. Ohm rune is inside of it, but it's also got a Sur. It's a really low roll on the poison. Trying to remember the rolls. I think the poison goes up to what, 60% on Bramble. So the goal of what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to get one that rolls high on the thorns and low on the poison. So a 36, yeah, 36 is pretty low on the poison. It's got 50% faster hit recovery. That'll help out the mercenary a lot for faster hit recovery. That'll be nice. Let's see if he's willing to trade this thing. It says he's on Europe ladder Switch. I can hop over on Nintendo Switch. Show. Trading for an Ohm. I mean, it's Ohm Sur, which is not really quite a burr rune, but... Or I could also just make my own. I mean, that's also an option. Let me see if somebody's got 2 Surs for trade. Because the only rare rune in the thing is the Sur and the Ohm. I already have the Ohm. We can just make our own. Two Sur for 2 burr. That's not how it works, buddy. That's 2 Sur is 1 burr. That's literally what it's worth. What the hell's going on with these people? Are they crackheads? Are they crackheads? I think they're crackheads. You got 2 Sur, Charles? You want to do a trade? Trade you 2 Sur for a burr? Or a jaw, whichever one you want. If you want the jaw instead, I mean, it's up to you. I don't know what the value of them currently is, or if they're still interchangeable or not. Yanni. I make my own builds, buddy. Like, I go with my own stuff, and I'm currently set up on a very interesting build with this particular character, and I need thorns. So there's only 2 ways to get thorns, or, well, 3 ways to get thorns on a merc. One is to use the melee merc, which is the Act 2 merc, which is no good for me because the Act 2 merc will kill himself on the thorns, which is unfortunate. The Act 1 merc, which will not kill himself on the thorns, but does restrict me highly to the edge bow, which is rather unfortunate because the edge bow has basically 0 damage whatsoever. It's a 0 physical damage bow, which sucks. The other alternative is to use the bramble armor on an Act 2 or Act 3 merc. And I could put it on this merc here, and I could just double up and get even more thorns, which is also a path that I could potentially do. Then I would have 15 plus potentially 21. You have 25 burrs already. Well, aren't you Richie rich, sir? Richie, 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 rich. Richie, Richie, rich, Richie, Richie, rich, Richie, Richie, rich, Richie, rich, rich. Richie, Richie, rich, 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 rich. 52 viewers. Wow, that's pretty low for me, actually. Usually I'm a lot higher than that for Diablo 2. I hate to sound cocky, but the only time my views go down is when I play a game that's different than Diablo 2. That's when my viewers all abandon me. My Diablo 2 viewers, whenever I'm playing like Dragon's Dogma or Starfield or Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. That's when everybody like abandoned ship. They're like, he's not playing Diablo 2. Abandon ship. Abandon ship. You guys know it's the truth. You guys know it's true. And GGM, if you want to trade for that, the sir for the bird, a bird for the sirs, I'm over here in GGM 1. If you want to hop in and trade, Charles. I'm gonna craft up this dude, Jank.
I can't carry anymore.
I should be on Mercus. Mercus. I mean, I could check and make sure. Let me check and make sure I'm on Mercus. Mercus. Gonna go to down on Mercus. Yeah, Mercus. Mercus. What's up, Ghost? Oh, I've had it way more than that. Depends on the day. Depends on the stream. Well, I've actually gotten as high as 5,000 one time. Believe it or not. I think that's my record so far. It's 5,000. Or I'm not sure if it was 5,000 precisely. It was really close to 5,000. I can't remember which video it was. I don't think it was Diablo 2, actually. I think it was Diablo 4. You Diablo 2 players gotta catch up. I had nearly 5,000 people in my stream for, I think it was one of the patch note videos. It was a lot of people. I can't remember which one it was. Let's see here. Live streams. We gotta go to patch notes. It was a patch note video. Yeah, here it is right here. Patch 1.10. This was the 1.10 patch. The peak was 4,345 right there. 4,345 people showed up that day. It's pretty beast. I think that's my record so far for the most number of viewers in a stream. What's the rune word in the weapon? The rune word in the weapon is Breath of the Dying. Pretty good roll on the axe, too. Are you kidding me? People love Diablo 2. Diablo 2 has a lot of people who play. A lot of people underestimate the player base of Diablo 2 because of the fact that Diablo 2 is an offline game as well as an online game. A lot of people just play offline. That's what they prefer. So it's not necessarily only online like Diablo 4 is. There's a lot of people who play Diablo 2 offline. It's a whole thing. Modded versions, single player saves, hardcore save. Like a lot of people who play hardcore, and I've talked to people who play hardcore. A lot of people who play hardcore don't like to play hardcore online. And the reason is because they don't like the fact that they can't control the internet or the power or, like, you know, lag, things like that. And so if their character dies for whatever reason when they're online, they feel like they've kind of been done an injustice. Offline really kind of eliminates a lot of those variables from the equation so that it's not so random. uncontrollable. I mean, there's still some uncontrollable elements, obviously, but you limit a lot of the uncontrollable elements in hardcore by playing offline. So, ja it is. And a gull? Oh, I'll take it. Thank you. Alright, now we need a good base. A nice ethereal base. I think I have an ethereal armor base that's 4 sockets. I can't remember. I might have given them all away, actually. Let me do a little bit of searching on my mules and see what I got. Because I think I still have an ethereal base. I think I still have an ethereal 4 socket base. I mean, the game's not dead by online experience points either, to be honest. I'm not really sure what is wrong with you? This is Turdinator, by the way. I have a video up on him. Like, I constantly have to do maintenance to this guy, like all the time. He's a little like vacuum robot. He's pretty good at his job, to be perfectly honest, but sometimes he's annoying as all get out because he just I can't stand how sometimes he will get under my chair and start messing with me. Pushes my green screen around sometimes too. Alright, 4 socket base. Do we have a 4 socket base? Got a 3 socket Grand Crown. I could have sworn I had an ethereal 4 socket base somewhere. Let's check out my Necromancer. I mean, a lot of people make those mistakes. Evan, a lot of people make those mistakes and thinking that that's the case, and the fact of the matter is it's not the case. So, Diablo games in general, Diablo 1, not Diablo 1, Diablo 2, Diablo 3, Diablo 4, Path of Exile, and several other games go through what's called a cycle of ladder refreshes. And the cycle of ladder refreshes can clearly be seen in the player base of all of those games. So, for instance, if I were to pull up Diablo 2 Twitch viewers, like let's look up Diablo 2 Twitch viewers, and we're gonna look at like a chart of Twitch viewers, and what you're gonna see on the chart is basically that the chart has these spikes, and it has these dips. Okay, so every time you see a spike, that's usually around the beginning of a ladder start, and every time you see a dip, that's when the ladder starts to wane away. And then the spike is when the ladder starts, and the dip is when the ladder wanes away. And the spike is when the ladder starts, and the dip is when the ladder wanes away, and so forth and so on. And games like this will always have spike, fall, spike, fall, spike, fall, spike, fall, spike, fall. And every single time these games literally get these peaks, you can literally see it. It's almost like a heartbeat. Every ladder season, it spikes, and as the ladder season starts to wane away, it dips down. So spike, dip, spike, dip, spike, dip, spike, dip. And the mistake that people make is they hop on the game during these dips, and they like to think that, hey, the game is dead. Like, oh, look, nobody's watching. The game is dead. Oh, this is terrible. But it's not true, because you're basically just in one of those dips in between the seasons. As you can see, this one right here is basically the launch of the game, right? So this is the first ladder season, and of course the first ladder season is going to be the biggest ladder season out there. And then the second ladder season was a little bit lower, but it was still relatively high. But as you can see, each ladder season stays at about the same peak over and over and over again. It's peaks at about the same exact spot every single time the ladder seasons start. So it's not something that declines, really. It's just everybody comes back for the ladder season, and everybody leaves when the ladder season ends. Diablo 4 also has the same exact thing. If you take Diablo 4 and you look at Diablo 4, Diablo 4 has the same exact thing. Let's go to peaks. And, of course, Diablo 4 is much newer, so it has less peaks. But as you can see here, this was like beta and then launch, right? And then the same thing. After beta and launch, it goes back down, and then you get peaks at the beginning of a season, and then you get drops at the end of a season, and then peaks, and then drops, and then peaks, and then drops. The thing is that the launch of the game is so much higher than everything else that it makes the regular numbers look pathetic by comparison, but it doesn't mean anything. Everybody shows up for the launch of a game, and then once the launch of a game is over, it usually returns back to its normal numbers that it would have as a regular game. And it's the same thing for Diablo 2. So when Diablo 2 is at what's at the launch, it was a really high peak, and of course it's going to go back down to its original numbers. But it's not dead by any means. Evan, you're just repeating the same thing over and over again despite the evidence. I mean, I don't even know what to tell you at this point other than you're wrong, and you might want to look at the actual evidence. Meanwhile, I'm going to go find a 4-socket armor, and I'm going to make myself a nice DJ. Okay, let's go to Tradery, and let's see if we can get some nice... I'll just trade for a nice 4-socket F armor. Alright. I need a good ethereal plate. Let's see if we can find an Archon. I don't know what F Archons are trading for right now. Ethereal... Socketed... I can't remember. Is it sockets or socketed? I think it's sockets. No. No, it's socketed. Need 4 sockets. Ethereal, 615 defense. He wants a polar, and that's that. I don't delete any comments anymore, Evan. You can spray your nonsense as far and as wide as you want to, like a bad porn star. I won't touch it. Everybody can see that you're an idiot. It doesn't really... I don't really need to do anything to counter you. Malrune or Istrune? It's Asia PC. That was 9 hours ago. He might not be online. I'm gonna offer him an Istrune though. He wants a Mal or an Ist. I don't have a Mal, so I'm gonna offer an Ist. If you're talking about the spam that was in the Epic Loot channel, you're not supposed to chat in that channel. That's the channel that's not meant for chatting. The entire channel is meant to share pictures of your Epic Loot And several people took it upon themselves to have entire conversations in there, which is not allowed by that particular channel's rules, which I stated when I deleted those messages. I guess I got a pull rune. What do I have for low runes? He's only wants a pull. I got 2 sirs. I might just offer him an ist, and we'll just see if he takes it. Ists are cheap. I got a bunch of ists. He's only accepting the pull. I want to overpay, but he doesn't want to accept an overpayment. I'm trying to make a bramble for my merc. It doesn't have to be an Archon plate. Come to think of it. It could be just about anything. Let's look at some of the other ones. Instead of an Archon plate, let's see if we can go with something cheaper, like, trying to think of the strength requirements of the Act 3 mercenary. He can barely hit 146, so we don't want to go too high. It doesn't even have to be, like, really that great of a piece of equipment. What about something like a wire fleece? Let's look up a wire fleece. And we need 4 sockets. So let's grab minimum 4. Bramble is 4, right? It's blah 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 sir like F. As long as it's not higher than 146 strength requirement, we're fine. That's the cutoff. This guy just wants a Lemrune. 4 sockets, 506. What's the armor value on the wire fleece? The min and the max is what I'm looking for. So 481 is the maximum. But you have to run that on a calculator. Oh, actually, I didn't put in ethereal. Hold on. Let me put in ethereal. Alright, now let's do the calculator. So we got 481 plus 50%. I didn't type in 481. So 721 is a max roll for ethereal. He's got a 15% enhanced at 831, which is pretty darn good. That's really low. Let's try some of the other bases. Well, I'm trying to think like one of the bases that's not really used all that much that has a relatively lower armor base. What about the Great Hauberk? Let's go with the Great Hauberk. It doesn't really matter what it looks like on him. And we need to make sure it's ethereal. And it needs to have 4 sockets. So, socketed 4. I mean, 709, 4 sockets, ist rune, that sounds good. Why does he have Gull or Ist? Are Gulls and Ist trading at the same value right now? That seems rather odd. Yeah, we'll see if he responds. God, my freaking sound is so quiet today. What the hell's going on? What's up, Louie? Hey, thank you for the bits, man. 1,000 bits. I don't even know how much each bit is worth. How much is the 1,000 bits worth? That's a lot of bits. Oh, we got the pit. Nice. Let's do the pits. Do I want to do the pit on this character, though? Well, we'll see if we can find our own base. How about that? $20. Get a 717 Eth Archon. I mean, I'll take it if you want it. Can we give you an Istrune for it? King Boa. Well, good. Let's roll it and see what we get.
Not in town.
The kingest of boas. Yeah.
Good day.
Alright, let's see if we get a good roll. Now, keep in mind, I don't care about the poison damage, but if I do get a really nice poison damage roll, could be nice. I think somebody responded to me. Accepted my offer. Which one did he accept the offer on? I don't even see it. Item no longer needed. Let me go ahead and cancel my other offers too before I forget. $15 thorns. I don't want 15 thorns. $21 thorns. I want you guys to think good thoughts, okay? Good thoughts. 21 thorns. Good thoughts. You know what? We're even going to do this. Look, 21. See, we're going to name it. We're going to name it 21. It's going to be the 21 game for the 21 thorns. All right? 21 game, 21 thorns. All right, we need a Ral rune. I'm surprised I didn't burn all those up. We need Ohm. We need a Sur rune. And we need a beautiful Eth rune. Where'd you go, Ethipathies? Oh, there they are. Alright, Ral, Ohm, Sur, Eth. Let's go. Ral, Ohm, Sur, Eth. Oof, 15 thorns. It's terrible. 46% on the poison, though. I might be able to trade this. That's actually a pretty good roll on the poison. Actually, I rolled it in an ethereal base, so it doesn't matter, does it?
I'll put
Ha.
that to good use.
Not in town.
15 thorns. I blame Evan. He's got too much negative energy in the chat. It's all his fault.
It's locked. I am overboard.
That's okay. Now I have level 50 thorn or 30 thorns. I still got level 30 thorns now. I still went up, boys. Louis blames you also. It's funny that drinking the potions is faster than actually throwing them out of your inventory. I think it's cool. Just drink all the potions. Choppy, 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 chop. Now I can super kill myself on my own thorns. Oh, look at that masterful dole rune. Woo! The doliest of runes. Yeah, we blame that guy, Charles. That's right. It's all his fault. Die. Two skiller charms with 40 life today?
I am overboard.
I don't know. I haven't even sold off my charm. I got this charm I still haven't even sold off, which I'm not even sure if I want to. I actually really like it. It's pretty and it fits my inventory nicely. And then I also found this beautiful thing yesterday, or not yesterday, last time I was playing. I found a +1 shapeshifter with 39 life. It's not on this character, it's on my other character, I think. But a +1 shapeshifter with 39 life is pretty crazy too. Not as good as like a Peacomb with 39 life, mind you, but still a really good charm. Should probably try and trade that off too, make a little bit of money off of it. Evan spams the chat until literally the entire chat is literally just his name with nonsense that nobody's interested in reading. And then when people start to get on him about it, he cries foul. That's like the guy who goes into the tiger pen and flicks the tiger in the balls and then complains that the tiger mauled him. Like, the tiger mauled me. I didn't do anything. I don't understand why the tiger would maul me. I just flicked him in the balls. It's just a joke, bro. It's just a joke, bro. Yeah, I saw that P-comb with 45 life. He just hit the lottery. That's just as good, if not better, than the freaking one that I found. A P-comb with 45 life, I think, is easily 15, 30 burrs. I think he got a 20 burr offer already, didn't he? I don't know if I want to trade mine away. I don't know. I really like this charm. It's like perfect for my character. I mean, granted, I could trade it off and buy like 5 more like it probably with the same pad. Ooh, man, burpees. With the same value. Where's my listings? Yeah, I relisted it. There we go. I relisted it for 30 burrs. A 320-10. Well, that's the cool thing about this charm, is this charm basically represents 3 320-20s. So this is the same thing as 3 20-20s. It's slightly off, but it basically, if you calculate out the 3 20-20s, so if you take 3 20-20, right? So you go 3 plus 3 plus 3 equals 9, right? Then you take the 20 plus 20 plus 20 equals 60, right? And then you take the HP and you go 20 plus 20 plus 20 equals 60, right? So this charm is basically the same thing as 3 320-20s, but has more AR, a little bit less life. These are basically the higher AR, higher max damage versions with a little bit less life versus the other. So they're basically the same thing, and that's what's crazy about this charm, is that to match this charm, you would need 3 320-20s to match this charm. And even then, you still wouldn't hit the same max damage. You would only hit 9 instead of 10. And you wouldn't hit the same amount of AR. You would only hit 60 instead of 64 to 76. So these actually represent 3 of those, which is crazy. What's up, Inhumays? Did I clear this one yet? I think I already cleared this one. Yes, yes I did. I want to switch out Mercs. I want to switch out to Max. Which means I need equipment for the Mercenary. I would like to get a Griffins for him. That would be nice. Wonder how much Griffins are selling for him. I could get an unID'd Griffins, and I could just see what happens. Where's the how do you search for unID'd Griffins on here? Actually, ethereal ones. Are there any ethereal Griffins up here? A 2015 ethereal Griffins. Wow. Trading for 25 jaw runes, 2 burr runes. What does this even mean? I don't know. Like, is that what people offered, or is that what he wants? No, I'm not really sure how that works. do unidentified. There's an unidentified ethereal one right there. He wants jaw low. Is that what somebody's offering him, or is that what price jaw low? I don't understand why he wants a jaw low for an ethereal one. People want too much for these ethereal versions. Here's a 17 at 10 for 3 ist runes. A 1911, a 2014, but it's also ethereal. I don't know why they want so much for the ethereal versions. Doesn't matter what the rolls are. If it's an ethereal one, you can't really use it on pretty much any character. The durability of these are absolutely terrible, so it doesn't really help nobody. I don't want to get like a dirt poor, like a 15-12. The negative res is going to be more important than anything, not really the skill damage. Let's go ahead and offer this guy the Burr rune and see if he takes it. I don't really care. And if he takes it, he takes it. I think he's already gotten several offers of higher than that, though, so he's probably not going to take it. That is a really nice ethereal one, though. I don't like offering on ones that are more than a day old, because I feel like these guys just forgot that they even had it up here. Either that, or they may have already traded it off, or given it away, or any other number of things. So it kind of sucks trading for ones that are way too old. I mean, this guy's got an ethereal one, but he wants a jaw low rune, which I'm not paying him for an ethereal one. It's also un-ID'd, which means it could basically roll like garbage level stats. I don't want a garbage one. I mean, honestly, I feel like the ethereal one would probably be... For some reason, they're charging more for the ethereal ones, which doesn't even make any sense. Looks like regular and non-ethereal un-ID'd ones are trading for 2 jaw runes. Okay. Which makes sense, because the non-ethereal ones could potentially be amazing. The ethereal one is always going to be relegated to, like, a mercenary. Even if it's perfect and you throw a Zod rune in it, it's still going to be inferior to a perfect one with a lightning facet. So there's no way that the ethereal one would ever be better than the non-ethereal one for a player. F Holy Grail. I mean, if I thought Holy Grail you actually had to find it yourself. I thought that was the whole thing. I thought that was the thing with Holy Grails, was if you don't find it yourself, it doesn't count. Is there really such a thing as trading Holy Grails? I mean, is that really a thing? You can trade for the items and complete your Holy Grail? Because that doesn't seem like a legitimate Holy Grail. That seems like a illegitimate Holy Grail. The illegitimate Holy Grails. The unholy grails? The point of the Holy Grail is to find the item 7. That's really the point of the Holy Grail. murder you all.
It's locked.
Yeah, sounds like the easiest holy grail in the world for JSP users. Just hop on there and just trade for everything. May just do it on Tradery too. That works too. Runic Talons. I still have one item that I've never found. For as long as I've been playing, I've never found it. Still can't find the stupid thing. No matter what I do, I can't get the stupid thing to drop. And every time I tell people about it, they're like, I found 6 of those! And I'm like, no, you haven't. You haven't found 6 of those. Please stop. You did not find 6 of them. Then they go to their stash all excited and they show me the item that they think that I'm talking about, and it's not the item that I'm talking about at all. It's called the Spirit Ward Ward Shield. The Spirit Ward Ward Shield is the elite, unique shield. And every single time I tell people about this shield, their thoughts immediately go to the unique Gothic shield. And they immediately think, oh, I found 1,000,000 of those Gothic shields. And I've found 1,000,000 of those. That's the shield I've got in my stash right now. I've got 16 of those sitting in my stash. That's such an easy shield. I can't believe he hasn't found that shield. This is the shield that everybody thinks of whenever I tell them that it's the shield that I can't find. This is the shield. That's the one that everybody thinks it is. This is the one that it actually is. The one that it actually is this one. This is the one that I can't find, that I still have never found. And every time I tell people I haven't found this and I still haven't found one of these, they're like, oh, it's so easy. And then they immediately pull this thing out and they're like, oh, yeah, I've got like 10 of these sitting in my stash. No, this is the one that I still have yet to have found. I have not found a single one the entire time I've been playing the game. In 23 years, it has never fallen for me. Not once. I've always wanted to find it, but I've never found it. A couple people in the kinship have found it. I've seen like 1 or 2 of them fall in the kinship. And I got really jealous. I'm not gonna lie. It's not even really that... I mean, it's kind of an amazing shield, don't get me wrong. But it's not like best in slot for any class or anything. And the Fade proc is lower than the Fade proc on Treachery. So it's not really like super ridiculous. I mean, it's okay, I guess. I always wanted to use it on a character, though, just for fun. But I want to actually find it. I could go trade for it. That's not the same thing. I've found death webs. I've found several death webs. I've found several Tyraels. I've found several Mangsongs. I've found several of the items that are exceedingly rare, that are usually the ones that plague people. And just never that particular one. I've even found several Zod rings. That stupid thing just refuses to fall for me. I don't know why. Nah, I would have been super excited had I seen it fall. Super excited. Oh yeah, I'm a raccoon. You obviously don't know me at all. You obviously don't know me at all. Because I am raccoon. I am raccoon. Have you guys not seen my new short, literally, of my raccoon song? Like, I literally just put out a short with the raccoon song. It's literally the raccoon song short. The raccoon song short. Why is it not playing? There's no sound. I need the sound for the raccoon. There has to be the sound. If there is no sound, how can I play the raccoon? No, no, no. Raccoon like me, do you raccoon? Do you raccoon like me? I'm not sure if you know how to do the raccoon, but do you know how to do raccoon like me? You got to do the raccoon and reach those grubby paws and put them all in the air. And when you are done, you don't care, cause you are grubby raccoon. You grab everything and you take it all back to the bank. And when you're finished, you do not care, cause you want more of all that loot. Gimme, 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 gimme all the loot. If you don't, I'm gonna toot. That's right. Gimme, 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 gimme all the loot. I am the grubby raccoon. My magic find style is literally raccoon mode. That is literally my magic find style. I literally kill everything, click on everything, pick up everything. I am raccoon. I am raccoon become justice. I am raccoon become life. I am master raccoon. Master. Master! Superior Legendary Mallet. 15% enhanced with 2 attack rating. Holy Jesus. What's the max sockets on the Legendary Mallet? It's 4. Is there anything that can be made in that? 4 socket rune words. It would have to be Larzik, so it would have to be 4. Let's do a quick look on Diablo2.io. Diablo2.io has a nice doojink for looking up rune word bases. I don't think there is anything you could put in that. I'm going off my hunch in my own back of my head because it's a hammer. It counts as a hammer, right? Legendary Mallet is a hammer. I can't remember. I'm pretty sure it counts as a hammer. And then, of course, rune sockets, 4. So the only thing that can go in that thing is a famine. 30% increased attack speed, 370% enhanced. It's got the 200 magic, 200 fire, 200 lightning, 200 cold, 12% lifesteal would prevent monster heal. It also has ITD. I mean, that would be one beast of a famine, but it would also cost a jaw rune and an ohm rune. Not really sure if that's really worth it. But it definitely would be one crazy freaking famine with a 15% enhanced. So if it rolled max, it would be 385% enhanced damage, which we can actually roll that right now, and I can tell you how much damage it would be. So let's take a look. So it would be 57 plus 385%, which brings that to a minimum of 276.45, which would probably roll down to 276. And then the maximum would be 70 plus 385%, which brings that to 339. So you're looking at 276 to 339, which is a pretty crazy average damage. Maybe we can add them together. So plus 276 divided by 2 gives you an average damage of 307.75 per swing. And that's, of course, not including the additional elemental damage that it gets, which it's getting 51. Yeah, there's a lot of calculations to do here to actually get like the full damage. Hold on, let's actually run these calculations just for fun. So 180 plus 200 divided by 2 is 190. We're gonna have to actually write this stuff down. Alright, so 190 average damage on the magic damage. And then we get, what, 50 to 200 plus 200 divided by 2 gives us 125 in the fire. Then we get another, what is that, 51 to 250 plus 250 divided by 2, 150. And then we get 50 to 200, which is going to be another 125. So we get 125. This is the average damage across the board for the weapon. So then we stack all those up. We get 190 plus 125 plus 150 plus 125. Gives us 590 elemental damage, which is going to be coming from that. In addition to the average damage of the weapon, which was 307.75. So we would get some pretty decent damage output from that. I mean, it wouldn't be terrible. I'm not really sure it's worth the runes, but that certainly would be one kick-ass famine. Not exactly a terrible base. We'll hold on to that. GGM's secret to singing well, sing often. I mean, you're not wrong. I do like to sing. And there's nothing wrong with being a grubby raccoon, okay? With my grubby little paws. Alright, I wash my hands. Alright, whenever I come across some water, I wash my hands. Whenever I come across the water, I wash the hands. Because when you're a grubby raccoon and you have dirty paws, you have to wash your hands before you eat all the claws. Why am I missing? What the hell's going on? Come here. Die. Grubby paws. Oh yeah, I was gonna do one more calculation. I forgot. I wanted to compare it to. That's not what I wanted. I wanted to compare it to the average damage on my weapon, which is much higher, obviously. But so my weapon is 430 plus 689 divided by 2, which is an average of 544.5. You know, that's actually not bad for the fact that it's a non-ethereal weapon. I mean, 300, what was it, 303 for a one-hander. 303 for a one-hander. That's actually pretty darn good. I think the main issue with that weapon is it's pretty slow, so it would need a lot of increased attack speed. Thankfully, Famine does seem to have some increased attack speed on its own. It's got a 30% base. It's too bad can't make that an ethereal base. That would be frickin' beast. Or you could and just let it break. Well, blue staff. Where's our blue staff? I missed the blue staff? My raccoon mode shames me. Shames me. Shame. Shame. What blue staff? I don't see a blue staff. There's a winged knife. Don't shame me like that. My raccoon-ness. My raccoonish. Battle cestus. Unraveler head. I need to check that. I forgot to check that. You guys distracted me. It's all your fault. You guys distracted me. Back to Corbin. There's no stave in there. I don't see a stave. My raccoonness. My raccoon senses are tingling. You cannot tell me I have missed something. Next TZ is cows. I guess I'm switching over to the necromancer then. This is not the right character for cows. I mean, he can do it. Don't get me wrong. He can do it. It's a little slow, but he can do it. Might as well hop over to the necromancer and get the army started. Sounds like fun. these freaking bases I got sitting in here. Got enough
Somebody's
bases?
jump.
What's up, fatty?
What up?
How's
I
it
got
going?
wrong. Think we can make a good team and some cows?
Oh, I'll murder some cows. I'm good at murdering cows. For what? You want my team up with my necromancer?
Sure. I got my Javas on, so should be
Oh,
last.
I'll curse everything, and then you just murder them. I think lower resist works way better with the Javas on than conviction, because I can just curse everything,
Yeah.
and I don't even really have to worry about it. Like, I don't even need to be near you. I can just, like, teleport to you, curse, like, all 4 corners of the screen, and then just run away. I run. Alright, I'm in GGM4. I'm going to go ahead and get my army built.
Alright, I'm gonna grab a drink before we get started. I'll be right back.
We are the grubby raccoon. I like to be grubby raccoon. Blue amulato, gelato. Wow, I think that's like a max roll on like both of the things that it rolled, even though it's not really the most amazing piece of doojank, but it rolled like really high on both modifiers.
Yeah, I like when you find stuff that you know, like, rolled good, but it's, like, useless. Like the number, the roll on them, you know?
Alright, well, I got a bunch of chargers. Go get the leg.
Oh, I got one. My Java's on. Of course I have a leg and a tome in my cube.
But we got 3 minutes. We can go get another leg, and that way we don't gotta learn. We can pre-up a leg.
Free leg.
Yeah, we pre-leg. What kind of Javazon are you without a pre-leg? You need 2
Oh,
pre-legs.
you got teleport? Okay. Yeah. It's gonna be a lot quicker for that.
You didn't expect me to make a minion mancer without
I
some
forgot, yeah.
form of teleport.
I forgot you and Splitty made the monstrosity that teleport around.
The minion mancers. What's up, Grizzy Busy? How's it going? Goodbye, Griswold. Nobody likes you. I hate to tell you, nobody cares. He dropped me an Eisenhart's helmet. I think he's mad at me. Oh, Vampire Fang Belt. Pick up all the mana potions. I forgot this guy sucks up mana like no tomorrow. That's one thing he's good at, is sucking up mana. A rare sacred charge dropped on the ground. I kind of want to see what it is.
Greetings.
Wirt's leg cannot be traded here. What kind of shop is this? Doesn't deal in illegal legs. What kind of shop doesn't deal in illegal body parts? And the survey says the shield sucks. You guys aren't in there yet, are you?
I'm just sitting by the portal. There we go. I guess I should go in and out.
Nah, they're once you spawn them, not as the TZ. They're
I forgot it
they're
wasn't
permanently
even-
not the TZ.
I wasn't even paying attention. I forgot it wasn't even terrorist yet.
Somebody got a slain monster rest in peace item on.
Oh yeah, my bad. Sorry. I was just doing the effect. Ooh, an amulet.
I see.
Somebody gonna pick it up?
I went in to grab it. Somebody got it. Somebody stole it. It's a cat's eye. Checking all these items that are on it. Right? I'm still looking for that 3/3 necro head that I haven't found yet, so I can make my
Yeah, I've
fire
been picking them
golem.
up.
So I can make my fire golem cost even more mana.
Impossible.
Yeah, the shield could drop in this cow game since it's terrorized. A superior Hyperion spear. No, sucks. IK gloves. Yeah. Die. Gotta get my cow army. Moo, 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 moo.
Oh. That guy was hoarding some jewels or rubies.
I noticed. He kept them up his butt.
Skill level feels weird.
It does feel weird, like it's not flowing.
The map is, yeah, the map is weird. I mean,
Okay, well that makes sense there. Oh, I thought I thought that was an Istra, and it was an Ithra. Dang it! My eye still to see me. Damn! I got too close. Damn, bro. There's a bone weave.
Come on.
Too much new janks in my inventory. 3 sock at 413, that's pretty bad. Leet down here. Vile Drool the buttface. God, I'm such a fan of like the dangerous teleports. This character, because I'm really just trying to relocate my army. I'm not really worried about moving around the map. Most of the time I'm just like teleporting directly into danger. My little necromancer booty can't handle the danger. It is not capable of handling the danger. such a weird one. I want to say that it's it, but I don't know because it's such a weird level.
I think it is it. Yeah. This is okay. So the squares here. This is a weird one.
Definitely.
It's like that top portion where we spawned feels bigger than it normally is.
It's definitely weird. Hello, Bukau. Alright, moving on to the next one. What's up with the cracked druid pelt or barb helm like items? Has mods, just rerolls. When you up them, I don't think when you up them they reroll now. When you can deliberately reroll them though. Upping a rare item has never re-rolled it, as far as I'm aware. I've upped a lot of rare items. They usually stay exactly the same as they were before you up them. The hell did I just put the leg at? There it is.
Not in town.
Good day.
I'll just make my army in here while you guys are killing stuff. Alright, full army created. You can't up a normal item. You're talking about repairing. Repairing a normal item, yes. When you repair a normal item from the crude state, you can re-roll the item, but that's because you're repairing it. That's a different recipe entirely. It's a different recipe entirely. A lot of people use that recipe to re-roll items to get the skills that they want, but there's no reason. You don't have to do anything with them. You can't up them to a higher, quality. You can repair them, which increases the defense slightly. But other than increasing the defense slightly or the durability slightly, it doesn't really do anything to the item.
I can't carry anymore.
It's usually not advisable if the item has the stats that you want on it, because it doesn't matter. So once it has the stats you want on it, that's what you're looking for. You're looking for the stats, not the defense. I love it when you're going along and you're just murdering everything, and then you find that one cow that's got like ridiculous defense. You gotta stop and actually kill him. He's like, oh, hello, I am God Cow. Hear me roar. Literally is a God Cow. We got an extra fast cow around here somewhere. That's a minion. Dang, he was immune to physical and lightning. Face blade super sucks.
I can't.
Naj's chest plate. Nobody wants it.
Not particularly. It's worth 35k in the bank.
True.
I like how I wasn't even trying to like attack these guys and they were already cursed. What's that superior lacquer plate?
Yeah, that could be interesting.
10% enhanced. 208. Oh, somebody got their messages deleted. Oh, message retracted. I don't know what to do about retracted messages. Looks like we've hit most of this. A Hydra Edge. It was like checking weird stuff. I guess next. Looks like we cleared it. Cleared. Like always got like one ant crawling on me trying to eat me because I'm very tasty. I'm a very tasty person.
Oh, my Valkyrie is perfect. What do you know? Oh, no, it's not.
Raccoon arranging my stash.
Charm's so weird.
Oh, these are champs down here.
Ethereal man catcher. Anybody want it?
Oh, nice.
There's that Archon plate you were looking for.
Well, the ethereal man catcher, if you roll it and get 4, you can definitely trade it. It's an infinity base. Gotta roll it though.
I'll probably keep it.
If it doesn't get 4 sockets, there's really not a lot
never
that's
had
good
good luck
for.
with rolling them though. Yeah,
Cryptic X too.
What's that? 1 socket.
2 sockets to like my staff. It's terrible. I thought I could just resurrect the monsters from the dead. Just laying on the ground, tongue hanging out, poop coming out your butt. It's like, get back up and fight. Grand charm. I've always loved the Necromancer because you just feel so safe. In general, like you kind of just you can do whatever you want to. You can check stuff in your inventory. You can click on like stashes and like identify items in the middle of combat. Your friends are over there screaming, and you're just like,
30
"Ah,
to life.
this is a
grand
nice,
charm.
this is a nice grand charm."
I can't.
Cameron.
What's that champion sword? What's that? 3 socket. An elder staff. I make them all fall down with the big boom.
Big bada boom.
They do not like the big bada boom.
Oh. 200 belts.
A rare wormheim. It's actually really good. If only it rolled with sockets. That thing's actually pretty sweet. It's got fast hit recovery. It's got 2 resistances on it. It's got pretty decent defense. I usually find those when I'm leveling up, like on new ladder characters, and I'm like, oh, those are like, that's way better than the piece of crap I was wearing.
I can't carry anymore.
Was that a salamander?
Yeah. I was thinking it was that green one. I forget what it's called. A really low level one that has like 100% chance to mana drain. I forget the name of it.
Big necks. Terrible and terrible.
You know, they like every once in a while they'll just send us like a Blizzard will have like a picture of like so many monsters slain like since been playing. It should be like how many ID scrolls have been used.
10 trillion, 255 million, 687 billion. It's a lot. Look, I'll give you a little hint. It's a lot. Oh, one surviving cow over here. How dare you? He lived.
I thought I heard one
The cow who lived.
mooing at me.
He didn't live no more. He's dead. Dang it, did I type in the wrong number? I did. I typed in 8 instead of 7.
Alright, we'll just skip 7.
That's right. Just skip lucky number 7. Lucky number 11. Oh, no. I had no minions, and they're all immune to fire.
He already got the leg.
Oh, I'm still killing Arcanisha. We dropped that Dimensional Blade. Ah, give me my Dimensional Blade. I will make warriors out of all of your corpses. Oh wow, 200% enhanced him Dim Blade. It's not ethereal though.
Dang. Oh, you can still up it? Make it into a phase blade?
Yeah, I didn't roll F though, unfortunately.
I remember pre-LOD looking for stuff like that.
I got no minions and I cannot lie. No other necromancer can deny. That when you don't have minions and you can't do that because you're gonna not get nothing. Because you ain't got minions, son.
Impossible.
Die, Griswold. Nobody likes you. So many elites. That's right. Dimensional blades can be F. That is correct. And phase blades can be F too if you up them. Hello, Moo Cow King. Tancred's plate. That was a champion cow. He was a champion. Wow, 2 jewels.
Wow.
I'm overburdened.
And a Swizzer's Quab. Holy crap, is that actually... I don't know if that's actually good or not.
What is it?
A 100 attack rating Argent Jewel. Never seen anything like that before.
Wow. Yeah, I've never seen that either.
Is that like the highest modifier that can roll on a jewel?
I've never seen a 3-digit that can do attack
No, I've
rating
never
jewel.
seen a 3-digit attack rating jewel. Never.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, I've hit some 90s before, but I didn't even think really about what they go to. It's a shame it doesn't have anything else.
I know. Could have something else on it. It could be
Yeah,
a fervor. It could be an
think
Argent.
that's-
Could be an
I think
Argent
that's
Jewel of
rare.
Fervor. That's not exactly terrible if you had a 15% increased attack speed with 100 attack rating. Depending
Oh,
on
yeah,
the type of
15,
character you
right?
are.
Yeah, that'd be pretty good. Honestly, that could be good with a couple other different ones, like max damage, min damage, or something maybe.
Well, it's a prefix, so some of them can't roll. Like Ruby can't roll, so
Okay.
it takes the place of Ruby. But Fervor is the suffix, so it can roll with the suffix. So it would be an Argent Jewel of Fervor.
Bro, and there's so much lightning on the screen, you can't even see your map. It's crazy.
Hellspawn's go. It's a perfect Argent. Somebody just said that, yes, Argent rolls between 61 to 100.
Dang. Yeah, that's a shame they don't have nothing else.
No wonder
I'm
I've
sure
never-
it's still worth something.
Well, no wonder I've never seen a 100 before, if that's the perfect roll.
That's pretty cool, though. having 3 digits on it, that's pretty cool. I'm sure it's still worth something, I don't know.
Oh,
Maybe
white
not.
diadem. I think I still got some imbue quests left.
I actually need to go kill mine, because when I was doing the pits, my character kept saying the dial-up voice line for that area.
Alright. Ooh, there's a rare halberd on the ground.
You guys are so fast, slow down.
Aw, close. It's not ethereal. It rolled with damage and min damage as well as AR and life leech, but it didn't get the ethereal modifier. If it was F, you could up it, make a nice, what is it, great poleaxe.
I've seen some crazy, like, threshers and stuff before that have, like, ridiculous damage on them when they're S.
Well, I mean, everybody uses Reaper's Toll because it has Decrepify, but the superior form of Reaper's Toll is literally a very nice ethereal amp polearm. If you can find a nice amp polearm with life leech on it and like 300% ED, you basically have a superior form to Reaper's Toll, because now it's basically the same thing as Reaper's Toll, but it also gives you amp instead of Decrepify, which is just the better of the two.
Only time I really like using Decrepify is on Bale, just so he doesn't move.
I mean, you can get the same effect by just stacking a little bit of slows target by on your equipment.
True.
You only need a certain amount of slows target by to make it work. Why am I holding on to this demon head? Was I rolling it? I think I was rolling it.
What necromancers do for fun, they just roll demon heads around.
Yep. How did you know? Where did you come from? Where did you go? Where did you roll that demon head, Joe? Should you not worry about farming normal, Robert? In hardcore, you kind of want to take it as slow as possible, and you farm the best or easiest places to farm, essentially, for each difficulty. Like, you're not really in a rush to get yourself killed. In softcore, it's not that big of a deal, and you can farm wherever you want to farm, because, well, if you die, oh well. Then, you know, as long as you can kill stuff, you're probably going to be okay. Oh, the corpses again. Well, Juvies, I like it. So rude. Ooh, a blue archon. J-Mod, 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 J-Mod. When they say no, it's not, you just say it louder. J-Mod! Trying to get the level 99 achievement on hardcore? What level are you right now, Robert?
Wait, this game has achievements?
Yeah, freaking Kevin, the freaking millionaire who donates money sometimes on my channel, he's going for like the full level 99 achievement for all characters on hardcore. I'm like, you crazy, yo.
That's a special kind of crazy.
I mean,
I mean, he did say he was a millionaire, so I mean, he's got nothing but time, I guess.
nothing but time, time, time. A legit one. Did I play Last Epoch? I did play Last Epoch. At launch, and it was painful, and I'm waiting to go back for when they fix stuff. It's not worth my time. It's very painful, like extremely painful. I know that they fixed some of it, and it's gotten a little bit better, but I don't want it. I go back later. Besides, why do I need to play Last Epoch when Diablo 4 is basically taking every feature from Last Epoch and put it into Diablo 4? I mean D4 Poc. I mean Last D4 Poc. I mean Diablo 4 Poc.
Tupac.
Like I say, I'm not really a fan of the forging system. I don't really like it. I've played around with it a little bit in Last Epoch, and I don't really like it. I'm actually kind of surprised that Diablo decided to copy that feature, because I don't really think it's a very good one. The reforging, tempering, like maximum durability boojanks. You already lost 2 95 pluses. People underestimate how long it takes to get to level 99. I think it's going to be easy. They're like, I'll just push through it, and I'll just, you know, you got to think that out of, I don't know, thousands of runs, like 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 runs, that it's going to take you to hit level 99. There's going to be a set of circumstances which you might not have accounted for. Like, it's pretty rough. When I went to 99, it was very similar. Like, I had a bunch of circumstances that I hadn't accounted for, and I would just end up dying. And all it takes in hardcore is that one death. So, I mean, once you're dead, right? I like to prepare for pretty much all outcomes, even on softcore. Alright, this one's pretty much done. Ain't gonna not get nothing? What? Ain't gonna not get nothing. Ain't gonna not get nothing. Superior Crusaders, though. Holy Jesus. It's a 6-socket, 15% enhanced Superior Crusaders bow. Give it a chunk so he can make his breath of the dying.
Overburdened.
Oh, no problem, Andrew. Glad to help you out, man. It's kind of crazy. 15% enhanced 6-socket DJ. What phone's blowing up for? Why the hell is my phone blowing up? I'm blowing right on up. I don't think TikTok likes me. I post videos on TikTok sometimes and they just sit at 0. And they never move from 0, which is crazy. Pretty sure like I got like stealth blacklisted. I think that's my 21 cows right there.
I was about to say. Yeah.
There's a bunch of champions over here too. Possessed. Yeah, he's gonna take a minute. Get him, 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 get him. I think the possessed champions are like among one of the tankiest and hardest to kill monsters in the game. You get a nice like P8 possessed champion. A lot of the times,
Oh, look at all that loot.
they can't even die. Oh, 2 heraldic shields. What the hell? An ethereal embossed blade. Both heraldic shields are terrible. They can't ever be nothing good. Unfortunately.
It's locked.
What does spectral hit mean? Spectral hit means that they basically deal all elements of damage, and they also get a resistance bonus to all elements. So, with the exception of poison. Poison isn't included. I'm pretty sure I have a video on the modifiers. Spectral hit can be especially nasty if it's tied together with something like conviction aura, or lower res curses. It gets pretty nasty. I've been floor wiped a couple times by some spectral hit monsters.
For sure.
The Towel Belt.
I can't count.
And the survey
Yes.
says... Oh, no, that's credendum. Never
I
mind.
was gonna say that's a.
That's credendum. No. Fools with AR, but it's a lot of AR. Wow. 1,800 AR? 1,800 AR on that thing. Holy crap. Guess you really just want to pump your AR up. I rolled with both AR mods, the Fools mod and the the really high AR mod.
Dang. That's pretty cool though. That sucks. So that's that one socket.
Wow, worst dust route I've ever seen. Warp Shank the Shark.
Am I tripping, or is this a low level to have a 2 to max damage? I know the
14,
attack
that
rating
does
can
seem-
probably go
That
higher.
does seem
but
low, actually. 14 seems really low.
I mean, I guess it's equivalent to 2 small charms, but you plus 8, but level 14.
Yeah, he's talking about the level, not the damage. Low-level duelers and stuff like that use charms that like kind of breach the border.
Yeah, like it could roll higher, but you can't wear it at a low level.
There's a lock chest over here. Do your job, assassin. There's another one over here. Look at these lock chests that you're failing to open.
Doors.
Look at this right here. Look at this one. See, there was
Oh, there's some
gauntlets
in there.
See, there was gauntlets in there. The glyph claws. Didn't even open
That's
it.
like my favorite feature of the assassin when you're playing it. You always can unlock everything. Oh, I hear one. I hear one. Do your cows make noise? Because they all just died and went away.
Assassin, do your duty. Did you ever beat Dogma? Yeah, I did. I did beat it. I beat it, and then I did New Game Plus and had fun with it. I'm pretty much finished with it. I did episode 7 was the last episode. I mean, there's really not a lot more to do in the game. I did the Unmoored World, which was really cool. I did the New Game Plus. I killed all the monsters that you can possibly kill in the game. Medusa, the Griffin, the Drakes, the Dragon, etc., etc. I don't know. I don't know what much is left for me to do. I even did the Sphinx. I even did the Sphinx battle. That was pretty neat.
Hello, Americans.
Americans. Where's the eagle cry after that? You can't just say that without the eagle cry. Where's the eagle cry?
You mean the chicken cry?
Oh, the eagle cry.
The eagle sounds like a chicken.
The eagle. Did you know that if I think it was Thomas Jefferson, if he had his way, our national bird would have been the turkey? He wanted to make it the turkey.
I think that would have been
It's a
that,
lot
yeah.
more common. For sure.
Not exactly sure why he wanted to make it the turkey, but I'm kind of glad he didn't. Turkeys are so dumb that sometimes when they look up while it's raining, they drown themselves. It's pretty bad.
Lame.
Oh, they got a new South Park game? Snow Day? What's that? Is that like the Stick of Truth? Was that series? Is it really true about turkeys? I mean, I don't know if it's really true. I've heard it several times, though, from quite a few people. Apparently, turkeys aren't the most intelligent creatures in existence. White Monarch!
145.
My Monarch! My Monarch!
You want it?
My Monarch!
It's on the ground near the Gothic shield.
No, I don't know. We just meme. It's memes. Memes.
You know meme.
I want to meme it, meme it. Do you want to meme it, meme it? A superior located male.
Ooh, that's interesting.
Oh, nice. A 762 with 3. That's not bad.
Yeah, that could have been something. With at least the 6th strength would have rolled that same thing. Still a good one to hang on to. Placeholder for some build.
Boon wand. You see my sick fire golem wand I traded for? My sickly fire golem wand? This is my super sick fire golem wand.
Anybody need an exile base? Just kidding.
I see the silliest stuff all the time when people are making things like that. Like, they're told that exile is the one that they should make, and so they
I
just...
mean, to make it in an F,
and so they just...
put it in the worst F possible.
Well, it's not even F. Like, half the time they'll make an exile, and it's in, like, a royal shield. Like, a non-F royal shield, and I'm like...
But it looks the coolest.
And it doesn't even have good resistances. It's like a non-F royal shield with, like, 20 res, and I'm like... Like, but it had 4 sockets.
Block chest.
Like, I could have given you. I mean, even if you don't want to wait and find the ethereal one for your exile, which I don't necessarily agree that making exile at a non-F base is a complete waste, because it's still a really good shield. But like, you could at least get yourself a 45 all-res 4 socket, which are not actually even that hard to come by. 45 all-res 3 sockets are more rare, and they're a lot more hard to come by. But like anything 40 plus on the all-res with a 4 sockets is actually really good and pretty decent. And if you made your exile in a 40 plus all-res base, and it's an elite shield, it's still going to be a really good exile, regardless of the ethereal status. You get a little bit extra defense. I mean, a little bit extra defense is nice, don't get me wrong. But like, it's not that big of a deal. But when you make your exile in like a freaking 20 all-res, like non-elite base, I don't even know what you're doing with your life.
You're not living.
I could have sneezed and found a better base. I could find a better base for you, like right here on the ground right now, somewhere. Like, there's probably a better base somewhere on the ground.
I remember one time somebody gave away a Enigma, and it was in like a Kraken shell, so like the person couldn't even put it on, and then once they did, they had like insane amount of strength because it's like, I forget what.
I love the Kraken shell's look. It's definitely not the optimal base for strength requirement, but it is very pretty.
Where's the other monarch? Oh, here it is.
Those are worth 35,000 gold, sir.
So the first monarch was 145, and another one dropped with 146 defense. And there's a 140.
There was
Imagine
also
having
a
those.
140, I thought, yeah.
Yeah, pick that up. Imagine having those at the start.
I know, we just found 3 monarchs in this run. Imagine if we found that in the beginning, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's crazy.
I need a key.
And you get a monarch, and you get a monarch.
Imagine if it was the first run, too. Your whole team gets all the monarchs they need. That'd be
I
amazing.
am overburdened.
Number 12. 12 is the mooiest number that you ever mooed. Number moo.
Why do you look sad?
I don't know. Why are you mooing?
I'm not mooing.
Are you a cow?
No.
I hear mooing from you. It's not a good time to be a cow. With all
You
these
have a
Javazons
bad
around, you
hearing.
might die.
You have a bad hearing.
He's mooing, guys. Get him.
Bro, I feel like the new assassin is better at cows than a Javazon now. But
Yeah.
if you use the Death Sentry as well on top of all that lightning, that's insane.
I tried the Death Sentry with mosaics, and it just slows you down. I
You
played
got
around.
so
I
many
played around
shiny
with it quite a
stones.
bit, and I messed around with the whole idea of it, and it was just like stopping to use the Death Sentry slowed me down tremendously. I'm trying to transmute up my gems. I got all these jammy jams.
Ew. That guy hurts.
And the skeletons. Oh, well, hello, Cow King. That's a spicy pack you have there. What the hell is your name? You're not the Cow King. I don't know what you are. Oh, there's the Cow King. Haven't built my army yet.
It's locked.
See, we got a necromancer in here. The pox.
Yeah, you know, like my name.
You're not a. You're. What kind of a pox are you? The worst kind of
Small.
poxes? Are you a small pox? Chicken pox? Are you a. Oh, he was talking about chickens earlier. He's a chicken pox. He gave it away. A circulato.
Terror begins to form within Sanctuary.
Where? I don't see no message for that.
I could have rolled really good if the poison res was something else.
The dual
And
leech
it
with
was
29 strength.
And if it had more or different skill on it.
Yeah, 2 sockets with movement speed. Fast round walk and fast state.
A shillelagh. Oh, it's only one socket. Poopies.
Yeah.
One socket shillelagh.
You need 3, right? Or 4.
Depends on what you want to make. There's a couple good things you can put in a shillelagh. Shillelagh is the elite base, so you can even put like an insight in there. Use it on like a druid and beat the crap out of stuff. It actually works quite well.
Lock chest.
I know, look at all these locked chests over here. And our slacker assassin.
It's a Slexin.
Slack Sin, yeah. It's a new class. Bone Weave? What are you, Mr. Bone Weave? 3 socket 404. That's terrible. Antlers of Suckage. Oh, a key. So when he's slacking himself.
Well, what level does Enigma has? You got one.
You think I got an Enigma? What are you talking about? This is my teleport circle.
Yeah, this is OP teleport. Sort of thing.
Yeah, teleport circle. Check that blade barrier.
There's
Secret
220 with 5,000 charges. Yeah.
5,000 charges. That's right. How did you know?
You don't want another repair bill on that thing.
No. I do a chippy and a ore. It's no big deal. That's you don't repair that. You chippy and ore it. Chippy and a ore, to chippy and a ore, to high ho to Dario, a chippy and a ore. Look at this lock chest over here. This assassin, this slacking assassin. Got to use keys.
Hey, everybody.
What's
Hello.
up, Reddy? Look, let me pick up some more of these keys, just in case the assassin be slacking.
So we got some life in the old house tonight.
You guys can play without me. You guys know that, right? It's not a rule. You don't have to. I don't have to be here for you guys to play Diablo.
Who you calling old?
Morbius, we know you're old. Okay, you're a vampire. Okay, it's already been established. Sometimes I swear, I think the game is just programmed to make these terrible items. I mean, look at the mods on that thing. It's like it's the worst possible mods that it could get. Every single roll, just terrible rolls.
Level 51. Who is putting that on at level 51? That's what I want to know.
I'm telling you, I think the game is programmed to give like absolutely horrible rolls like that. I think it's a programming thing.
A lot of it too is like it's still probably the same stuff from like pre-LOD before rune words before you could make like some of the rune words I will say made the game too easy. Like Spirit, Leaf. Like Leaf makes it really easy early on. Like there's a handful.
It wasn't just the rune words that did that. It was also the unique items.
Yeah, but back in the day, you were looking for if you picked up every blue, every yellow, looking for something crazy. But yeah, that is awful. That is awful. That's one thing too. I wish they made a good. Is that the like spiky looking shield?
That's the elite. That was the elite spike shield. Yeah, that was like the best version.
I wish they made like an actual good version of that, or like you could make a good rune word in one, but they're all 3 socket.
The unique item is actually really neat. It's 2 sockets. It has like a huge amount of DR. It also has a huge amount of attacker takes damage of.
Yes.
Ever since they increased the attacker takes damage of so that it works without you being hit, it actually is kind of interesting. I built a character around it to see how effective you could make attacker takes damage of, and it does actually smack pretty hard.
Question. Anyone tried a dual Phoenix Paladin?
A dual Phoenix Paladin. What are you gonna do? Like a? I don't know if that would really work because the Phoenix weapon itself isn't very good. It's okay. I mean, it's decent. Yeah, I think you'd be better off with Phoenix than something else, like Phoenix plus Grief or Phoenix plus Breath of the Dying or Phoenix plus Oath. Or there's a bunch of different like weapons that you could throw in there with Phoenix, but I think the double Phoenix doesn't really work well on that character. Maybe if you did double Phoenix like Holy Fire, just for lulls.
Yeah, something like that. I was thinking for something like that, yeah.
I'm gonna go build my army real quick while we're waiting on the swamp.
Oh, no more cows?
Nah, it's done.
Yeah. What was perfect damage? What for weapons? To roll a weapon.
For what? Caster weapons?
No, to roll the sockets.
Oh, here comes Richie Rich himself with the 45 life peak. Richie Rich.
Okay.
Is my clock off or
No.
something? I thought the cow level was finished.
It is finished.
Why does it still say non-existent level? Did it roll back to the cow level again?
Nope.
Looks like the next gen Ryzen CPUs are shipping engineering samples now.
I don't understand. It's 901. It should have swapped. It doesn't say that it's swapped.
It did. It's Kuras Bazaar, Ruin Temple, and this.
Not on my screen. On my screen, a rogue encampment is still highlighted. In the top right, it still says non-existent level. And when I type in /terrorized, it still says corrupted tremor strike non-existent level. It hasn't changed on my screen at all.
You bugged.
Am I though? I'm gonna go check the cow level. Did it roll cow level twice? Die, Rocket Issue.
Oh.
Stop running away.
I wouldn't say no to another cow level.
I don't know. I'm gonna go get the leg. Griswold's being a punk.
I need one more level for the
Where's my cute chinchilla? He is unfortunately stuck in his cage because Cody, the monster dog, is always out. Cody has become my life.
Let's see.
They are not still terrorized.
They are not.
That is really strange.
Oh, they're dying a lot quicker, I can tell.
Delete like in
Yeah.
instant.
Oh yeah, terrorized ones are way stronger than the regulars.
It
Yeah,
was
they're just going down like, yeah.
instant nerf.
It's weird for me because I do like cows by myself all the time. So then like I'm like, is it the player count or is the terrorized cows just this much stronger? But it's obvious to me now that yes, they are.
Well, they are
Terrorized.
definitely their level. The level makes a big difference in their survivability. Superior threat.
Oh, yeah. They learned to do something, and that's to scale mobs with
Oh I don't know if
monsters
anybody uses a
with level, you
self-wielding
know.
obedience. Maybe? Like a self-wielding obedience, but I don't know who would need that. Maybe like an
Durability on the
druid early
Thresher
on.
isn't bad, too. 71's not bad.
Oh, anyone has a Tranks?
I don't think I have any.
I've given away all my Tranks pieces.
Boo-hoo.
What's up, Dire Spell? Oh, he dropped me a low-level belt.
I am overburdened.
I could have been mean there and let you die. That was nice. That was
You
a
could have
gutsy
been-
move.
Tails Mask.
You could have been you and let me die?
I said I could have been mean. M-E-A-N.
No.
Morbius can't die. He's a vampire.
True. You can't kill this cow for some reason.
One point in corpse explosion. Oh yeah, forgot about this guy. VX. Ooh, nice one.
Ooh, good luck. Oh, 4? Dang. Alright.
Ethereal
that's a
4
good-
socket? That's Oath, right?
Yeah, it's a wolf. That's
It's a really good
nice.
Oath.
That's a really good oath, yeah.
Just hope to get a good roll.
Mm-hmm.
What was
Come on. Come on.
Well-
Come on.
what was oh I forgot about those. Shell Pole Malam.
It's
I don't
pretty
remember that
inexpensive,
one.
yeah.
I know it
Yeah.
is cheap, yeah.
I have
It's one of the easy ones to re-roll.
I don't have the pole, sorry.
All the cows in the world.
It's very bad on the mark, the Act 5 mark.
Can't put axes on the Act 5.
No, not the Axe, like Oath. It's very bad on Act 5 mark.
Why's that?
It doesn't actually do that much damage, I don't know.
It is. It's a pretty high damage item.
I don't know. But
I mean, it's better for players, but
like if you want to make hold on,
Always like
F
head
based,
strikers. Head striker on marks are always good. Correct.
I don't think I ever tried to make what was it, Conquest Blade or Sword or whatever.
alright. Well, since it switched to a new terror zone and I'm bugged, I'm gonna hop off and go to my big honking SpaceX paladin. SpaceX!
SpaceX Paladin.
That's right, big honking SpaceX.
The what?
Big
Yes.
honking SpaceX. What part of this do you not understand?
Ah, the axe.
Alright, now it fixed itself. Yeah, let's go murder some stuff. We're gonna do the murder. All that dang old murder. Gonna do the murder. Gotta fix my DJ real quick. Bam. Ta-da. Come a little closer, blood rumble. I got level 30 thorns now. No. Make them fight themselves.
Let them fight. You know the Godzilla meme?
Back into lurking mode, Louis. Ah, yes, the mode of the lurking. You can type in exclamation point lurk. There's a mode.
Oh, Ginger.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know if you remember, but we spoke about X-Men a while ago. Like
X-Men?
Yeah. Do you know they made a new
Yeah, I've been seeing some clips of it. Some people said it's pretty cool.
season? It is actually pretty cool. Yeah, it's actually pretty cool. It's following the comic books.
Wait, where did the X-Men... Wait, you talking about the X-Men Adventures comic books?
Huh?
No, he's talking about a new TV show. What is that called? X-Men
Yeah.
97?
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
what. That's what I was asking. X-Men '97. I thought that was continuation of the X-Men Adventures. From,
No, the X-Men animated series.
yeah, that's what they called it back in the '90s. But the comics was X-Men Adventures.
The original show was very strongly based around the comics. I guess that's what he's trying to say.
Oh,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
The new show is based around the original show, not based around the comics, which is kind of silly. But the original show was based around the comics, so it hardly matters. Some of the things they've been doing with Cyclops are interesting. I was looking at some of it. He was using his Cyclops beam to push himself around.
Yeah. Yeah.
So a lot of people have the mistaken impression of Cyclops' I-beams. They think that they're lasers. They're not lasers. Like, if you ever thought Cyclops' beams were lasers, I hate to tell you that they're not lasers.
No, it's like a force of something.
From what I understand, is it's basically like this. Imagine you have a room that's made out of, I don't know, let's just pretend the room is made out of adamantium. And imagine there was a substance, I don't know, like, it's just,
Right.
let's just call it a red substance that was pumped into the room. And let's say perhaps that the room is filled to the brim with this substance to the point of almost exploding the adamantium. Like, that's how strong adamantium is, but at the same time that they've literally pumped so much of this substance into the room that the adamantium room is about to burst from the force of this stuff that's inside of the room. Then Cyclops basically has two little eye holes in the room. His eyelids basically shut the room and keep the substance in. And when he opens his eyes, the stuff that's in the room basically explodes out of his face because his eyes are essentially the portal into this dimension that the room has. And I'm oversimplifying it, of course, but essentially what he's projecting from his eyes is actually a substance from this other dimension that is... Oh, okay, thank you for 920,000 gold. It's a substance from the other dimension which is unknown. They describe it as pure force. Like, literally, he just has a force that's coming out of his face. A lot of people have talked about the incompatibility of his power with reality. Basically saying that his power couldn't actually exist because... like, the force that's coming out of his face is essentially so strong that it would rip his head off of his shoulders. You know, some people are like, dang, Cyclops must have the most powerful neck muscles that ever existed to be able to, like, push that much force out of his, you know, body without, like, having his head ripped straight off of his shoulders. And they're not exactly wrong. Like, there's a lot of weird stuff going on with the way that Cyclops' power works. It's a lot more than it seems. I mean, his eyelids are basically the doorway to this other dimension. That's why I don't know if you remember in the comics from like the '97 TV show, freaking Dracula's icon over here. I know you guys can't see it in Discord, but he literally has the icon of Morbius from the X-Men TV show. He was morbidly interested in Cyclops' power because Cyclops' power was something that he'd never seen before.
Morbidly. I like that.
I mean, he wanted to like literally dissect Cyclops and find out what his power was and how it worked. And was it Morbius? Wasn't Morbius like immune to basically all X-Men powers, and except for Cyclops's? And Cyclops's was the only one that could hurt him.
Was it Morbius or Sinister?
Sinister. That's his name.
Sinister.
Oh,
Sinister.
Sinister.
Yeah.
Sinister. Yeah, Sinister. So well, he has his name as Morbius, and his icon is literally
They look-
Sinister. So
Yeah, they look exactly alike, though. I mean,
Sinister.
No,
Sinister.
This is not the face of Sinister.
It is Sinister.
No, it's not.
Well, it's really small. How can I? Who is it?
That's what she said.
It's Morbius.
you guys.
Sinister
It
and
never
Morbius.
gets
Do they
old.
look
It
the
never
same?
gets old.
No, they don't.
They do kinda look-
Sinister has like a short hair, like a soldier boy.
They
whatever.
They do look the same. They do look pretty much the same.
Uh-oh, Gigi. That's fighting words.
Look, I'm gonna pull them up side by side. All right, are you ready? Look, here's Sinister. Okay, let me pull up Sinister. All right, here's Sinister. All right, and here's Morbius. Let's pull up Morbius. Let's see here. Open in new tab. And here's Morbius.
see?
And here's Morbius. Look at them standing right beside each other. They got the same outfit, the same white pale skin. They look identical. They even both got red eyes. I wonder if there is some relation between the two of them.
Um, the story of Sinister is he wasn't even a mutant. He was initially a human who injected like added the mutant strain to him, to his DNA. That's what he actually did.
Is that what you actually did, Morbius?
Yeah, is that what you did?
That's
Yeah. I
yeah.
mean, is this live? Is this the first time this is being revealed?
Mm.
Mutes and envy.
Well, yeah, Sinister spent a lot of time manipulating his powers as well. Because remember, eventually he did make himself immune to Cyclops' power. It took him some time, but I do remember he eventually made himself immune to Cyclops' power.
It's locked.
It was much later in the show.
Was it because of the what's called?
It's
My
locked.
my thing about Cyclops is basically this: Cyclops has never really explored the true extent of his power. He's always been so afraid. Like, that's literally his character, is he's so afraid that if he lets loose, he'll kill everyone and everything. Like, he thinks he'll literally destroy the whole planet, like, as far as he's concerned. He's never let loose. Like, not from any time that he's ever fought anything has he ever actually, like, used the full extent of his powers. He's always... Oh, go ahead.
So he's Marvel's version of Superman.
Kinda. I mean, yeah, you're right. Superman also never uses the full extent of his powers either.
Yeah.
Remember that fight where he fought, what was it? Not Apocalypse. What was his name? It starts with a D,
Darkseid.
isn't it? Darkseid?
Yeah.
Darkseid. He's like, you know, he goes, normally when I fight bad guys, I gotta hold back. He's like, but he's like, you can take it, big guy. And he starts like punching the ever-loving crap out of him. There was another episode where Superman let loose. It was kind of a scary episode. There was like this superhero that came from the future and tried to like take over Superman's gig. And every time he got an opportunity, he made Superman look like he was the bad guy. Until eventually Superman finally kind of like was almost giving up. And
Was it
then
the Superman that had the blackout?
And then
the
Superman-
one from the future.
And then
Yeah, with the
Superman
black outfit.
figures out that he's really a bad guy,
remember
like
that.
in disguise. And he's fighting him, and he's losing. Like, Superman is like barely losing. And the guy comments, he's like, you're never gonna be able to keep up with me. You can't even stop this, simple attack or whatever, blah blah blah. And he's like, what you don't understand is that the entire time we've been fighting, I've been saving people. So I've been fighting you and saving everyone at the same time. And then he takes him. He's like, you want to see evil? And he takes him up to the moon where there's no humans. And he fights him with like full power on the moon. And the guy can't even like keep up with him at all. Like he's just completely, utterly destroyed. That was a pretty fun episode there.
I have to check that one out. I haven't seen that one.
Yeah, a lot of people talk about that. They're like,
movie.
Superman doesn't kill anybody? What do you mean Superman doesn't kill anybody? Look at all these buildings he destroyed. And the meme is that Superman literally has been holding back the entire time, and he also goes and saves all the people that are hurt, basically, the entire time during the fight. So he literally speeds off like the Flash, saves everybody, and then comes back and continues the fight. What episode was that on? But Cyclops is very similar in that way. He just never releases his full power ever.
And then you got what you call it, Gray, that like finally did, and then she became like the Phoenix. Maybe he doesn't want to do that.
But that's the fun part with the new series, because I don't know if you know, but Jean Grey will get cloned by
Yeah, I know she got cloned.
Sinister, and they don't know when was it done when when Sinister swapped her out with the clone, and they are not sure if it was a cloned Phoenix in the past or not.
So the extra dimensional supply of energy for Cyclops Eye Blast is practically infinite. So long as Cyclops' psionic field is activated, which is constant, there is a potential for him to emit energy. The only limit to the Eye Blast is mental fatigue of focusing constantly. After about 15 minutes of constant usage, the psionic field subsides and allows a slight leakage of energy to pass through the aperture.
15 minutes.
The maximum force of Cyclops' optic blasts are unknown, but commonly given description is that he can punch holes through mountains, and he has been shown to rupture half-inch thick carbon steel plates. During a particular battle, Cyclops said that he hit Juggernaut with enough power to split a small planet in half, though he may have been indulging in hyperbole. In an age of apocalypse dimension, his beams can cut through adamantium, a previously indestructible metal. In the mainstream continuity, it has been implied that Cyclops only utilizes a fraction of the energy at his disposal. As an after effect of exposure to the crippling energies of the Phoenix Force, his powers seem to have been altered beyond their original state of being. His optic blast became more powerful than ever, so much so that he became able to eradicate a squadron of modified normal man-sized sentinels in one blast, wound powerful mystic entities. The side effect of his altered abilities causes his beams to bend, weave, and arc in alternate directions, giving his blast the appearance of multiple curving blasts spiraling around the core blasts and making them even harder to dodge. I mean, basically, Cyclops represents the kind of character that just never really... He's never really going to live up to his full potential because he's too scared of what he can do. And honestly, maybe he's rightfully so scared. I mean, it kind of sounds like if he actually did let loose, he might be able to destroy the entire planet for all we know. He could always test it. He could always test it on the moon. Unleash like a full blast at the moon and see what happens.
But does he have that range?
I mean, it's not a laser, so lasers have to travel through the air. They're refractive, so they do have like a maximum distance. I don't know if that stuff that comes out of his eyes has a maximum distance.
But it might spread, you know, like conical. It's not
I mean,
focused.
that's the entire purpose of the mask that he wears, is to focus or spread the blast. I know you've seen it. He can do like pinpoint blasts, and he can, because it's basically light as force. It's weird. I don't know what it is, but it obviously seems to be reacting to the lens, the red lens in his visor. So he uses the visor to be able to focus and control it into more, you know, coherent blasts that would obviously be able to travel further.
I can't carry anymore.
I've always thought that they did him dirty in some of the comics too. Like, I don't know why, but it just seems like they're always, I don't want to say out to get Scott, but like, you know, they don't really portray him in the best of light. I mean, this is a guy who leads the X-Man team, and I swear half the time they have him portrayed as like a alcoholic, womanizing, like deadbeat who can't even lift his finger to save his best friends. But somehow he's also like freaking quantum mechanics, like still able to guide his X-Man team to victory. It's really weird because not only do they portray him in like the worst light possible, but then also at the same time, then still portray him as like the best leader of the X-Men that's ever been.
Well, for like 50 years, that was his MO, was that stick up his butt. He never do any wrong, Boy Scout.
I mean, he's the leader of a group. I mean, he's trying to make sure everything stays together. He does a pretty good job with it too. I mean, when you got to deal with personalities like Storm and Wolverine, I mean, I imagine you got to have a pretty pretty stiff personality of your own to be able to deal with that kind of stuff. There's some pretty heavy hitters on the X-Men team. It's not like we're talking about like little pansy superheroes. I mean, Wolverine is up there with freaking Hulk. Like, there's literally been episodes where it's like Hulk versus Wolverine, and it's still kind of unclear who actually wins. And as far as I understand it, Phoenix is capable of destroying pretty much everything. I mean, the power that the Phoenix wields is enough to destroy the planet, literally multiple planets. I don't even know like fully all the Phoenix powers. It's been a little while since I researched her, and that's Jean Grey. That's his wife. And then you got other crazy ones in there.
Well, she's like you know the strength of Legion.
Well, Phoenix is a mystical entity that exists like within the universe, and apparently just, I guess, took control of Jean Grey or whatever. But I guess they're still technically one being. I don't know, I just remember what I saw in like the '97 cartoon. I like that freaking whole arc, by the way. That was one of my favorite arcs. Was when Jean Grey turns into the Phoenix and then summons like all the world's superheroes. She summons what? Spider-Man, Wolverine, Cyclops, like most of the X-Men. She also summons what was it? Doctor Strange. I can't remember who all she summoned. It's been a long time. But she summoned a lot of people to whatever that was to go save the universe.
In the animated series?
Yeah, there was a whole arc with Jean Grey turning into the Phoenix, and she literally like disappears for a long time, and then when she comes back, she summons forth the Earth's heroes to go stop the alien invasion or whatever. Like, I can't remember the name of the aliens. There was some sort of God, it's been so long.
Bro.
Not the technical advanced aliens, right?
Not the Dark Phoenix Saga. That's not what we're looking for. I think it was the Phoenix Saga. The Phoenix Saga. That is not what I was looking for. Jean Grey comes upon the Phoenix Forks and repair the Macron crystal, the second part of the Dark Phoenix Saga, where Phoenix consumes Jean Grey and brings the dark destructive side of the Force out of Jean. I don't know if that one was it. It's the one where they go into outer space.
Well, it's after she left the planet, basically, right?
Apparently there's some differentiation between the cartoons Phoenix Saga and the comics Phoenix Saga. The Secret Wars, is that what it was?
Secret Wars.
Well, apparently
The scrolls.
I'm thinking about it, and he's telling me it's the Secret Wars. I'm looking it up right now. Time runs out in the Secret Wars. At some point, time runs out during the storyline. Cyclops acquires a Phoenix egg he holds in reserve, hoping to end the incursions. During the Secret Wars storyline, Cyclops stands on the Phoenix egg during the incursion. No, that's the Phoenix Force Cyclops. The Phoenix Wars is the Krulls. I remember it was in space with aliens. I don't remember much more about it. You got to remember, I watched this show when it was brand new, like when I was a kid on TV, and I also missed out on a lot of episodes because, just in general, like fuck mainstream television, and I'm going to use some cuss words today because they would break up everything so badly. You would never be able to see like the entire arc or the entire series. It was just awful. So like I'm sure that what I'm remembering is a little broken and pieced together because I watched it broken and pieced together on television.
Yeah, I thought that only happened in my country, but it seems it was all over.
Yeah,
Well, it's worse than that because what would happen is the companies would realize that certain episodes were more popular than others, and they would also ban certain episodes from being played. So you might never see certain episodes of the show, and also they might never be in order because sometimes they would only play the most important or popular episodes, and they wouldn't play any of the other ones. So you would end up just with a really bad picture of the TV show in general. I've actually found in my time since, like, the age of the television, where I've moved on to like Netflix and stuff like that, if you watch the show in its entirety, a lot of shows, even the ones that you hated, you might have hated them when they were on television, but give them another try now that they're actually, not on television, and you can watch them in order and without all the advertisements and everything else. And you'll find a lot of the times you actually will enjoy some of the shows that you hated back in the day, just simply because you can actually watch them in sequence and without, all these commercial breaks and, one episode right after the other instead of it being all broken up into various episodes.
Yeah, it's funny you mentioned that, Ginger, because I didn't find out until like 2 years ago that there were like I think there were season 4 and 5 of the X-Men animated series. I thought it stopped at like season 3 or 4.
So I think I'm also mistaking. Spider-Man, the 1994 series, and the X-Men series together, because Spider-Man and X-Men crossed over at that particular time. So there was actually a couple crossover episodes between Spider-Man and X-Man. The first one was when Spider-Man thought he was an X-Man and sought out Xavier to try and find out how to cure himself. And that was when Xavier tells him that he is not an X-Man, that he's something else, and that he can't help
He's not a mutant.
Yeah, you're not a mutant. That was one of the first crossovers. This was another crossover episode between Spider-Man and X-Men, because I remember specifically the Dark Phoenix, or the Phoenix, whichever one, summoned Spider-Man to the ship. I believe Doctor Strange was also involved, if I remember correctly. They ended up all getting summoned to the spaceship, and then that's where Phoenix tells them the story of whatever it is that they need to do. And I can't remember which freaking crossover episode that was. It might have actually been on Spider-Man, not on X-Men. Let's see here. 2-part crossover. Let's see what this one is. He actually does mutate into a monster, too. Okay, so this is the episode that I'm talking about. This is the one where he goes to find Xavier to find out about his disease. That's that crossover. So that's not the same crossover I'm thinking of. This is the 1994 Season 2, Episode 4 crossover. There was another crossover, though. Let's see if I can find that one.
I think there's a crossover before he transforms and after he transforms.
Brr, brr, brr. Okay, Spider-Man is in here. Let's see if I can find this real quick. Spider-Man, Spider-Man. X-Men 1, Volume 101. Well, the Phoenix Force is something different. The Phoenix Force is the evil. That's the evil characters, right? Or am I mistaking the? Because I know that there's a time where the Phoenix takes over. What is it? Cyclops, um,
That's
Colossus, and turns them into the Dark Phoenix Force, and then they end up getting fought by the Avengers. That's like a different one, right? This isn't that one, is it? Synopsis: like a phoenix from the ashes, Jean Grey is at the helm of a space shuttle transporting the X-Men back to Earth in the midst of a solar flare with lethal amounts of radiation. She attempts to make emergency landing at JFK Airport, but the out-of-control spacecraft skids off the runway and crashes into Jamaica Bay. Do I have a IK chest? No, I don't have an IK chest. This looks like it happened after everything was done. I think that was at the end of everything, once everything was finished. I'm looking through some of them and seeing. It is hard to remember all the comics. That's why I said it's been a long time. That looks similar. I mean, episode 101 looks like she's coming home from that mission. That's why I was going back a couple episodes to see if maybe maybe that gave light to what I was talking about. I mean, it sounds similar. Aboard a space station in Earth orbit, the all-new X-Men, Banshee, Wolverine, Nightcrawler, Storm, and Colossus are confronted by what appears to be the original X-Men team, Cyclops, Iceman, Angel, Beast, and Marvel Girl, who are directed by Professor X to kill the new team. Havoc and Polaris are also taking sides in the original team. A battle ensues, but the members of the new team note some curious inconsistencies with those whom they are fighting. The original team have no memory of their replacements. Beast isn't covered in blue fur. Cyclops is wearing his old visor. Apparently, like, they made up stuff. Completely derail the whole stream, guys. We're talking about X-Men and Spider-Man. Okay, get with it.
Oops.
Blade Morbius.
Hey, we had to spice up the night somehow. Yeah, about them hell witches. Best theme song ever.
Yeah, this is definitely it. I just pulled this up. It's called the Phoenix Saga. The Phoenix Saga was in the X-Men, and this is the weird characters that were in the Phoenix Saga, like this guy. This girl was one of the main characters. She's in here. Hold on, can't remember her name. This one right here, and that guy. I remember him too. That was part of the Phoenix Saga, like thing, and they basically all went into space to fight these guys. I can't remember what the hell was going on in this episode. It was crazy. They
Isn't
had
that
spaceships. They were flying places. There was like alien, like swamp thing looking characters. Like
that guy is the Superman version of Marvel of X-Men, actually. You know,
the whole thing was
the one,
crazy.
the guy with the the mohawk. Sorry.
The Mohawk guy.
Yeah, that's the guy that should have been a
Well,
copy of Superman.
These are the aliens, like if I remember correctly. So they end up going to help these guys. Cody, what's the matter, buddy? You coming over here whining? You got to go peppadoodles or something? No, you didn't even react when I said peppadoodles. So you ain't even react like that. There's one of the weird spaceships. Okay, so it's called the Phoenix Saga. Let's take a look at the Phoenix Saga. X-Men animated series. Oh, look, and it literally says Spider-Man animated series. So yes, there was a crossover between the two. See, it says right here, the Phoenix Saga Spider-Man animated series. God, there's so many ads.
But we don't see any Spider-Man.
Let's see here. Phoenix Saga Part 1 Sacrifice. As Charles Xavier sleeps, he dreams of a terrible war being fought in space. Yeah, I remember that. As the battle continues, Xavier hears a woman voice says, "Help me, Charles. Help me." As the ship gets away, the woman says, "Help me, Charles Xavier, for the sake of the future." The night, our Xavier calls the X-Men except for Rogue, who is on a mission, meeting in the mansion war room. Xavier tells them that they must find a way into the Stair Core space shuttle. At the moment, Xavier has another vision like the one from earlier. As soon as the vision stops, Xavier tells the X-Men they must find a way onto the Star Core and go to the Eagle 1 space station because he believes Dr. Peter Koru and his crew will die. I'm pretty sure Spider-Man is in here too. Spider-Man, various heroes and villains. Well, that's not useful. We've looked everywhere. Will you... There's so many ads and stuff on this page. Like, holy Jesus. Let me live. Let me live. Let me live. Let me live.
I think they were doing the crossovers like you would see one episode in Spider-Man and the other one would be the continuation in X-Men and stuff like that.
I mean, yeah, they were going back and forth between both Doojangs. That's why I'm trying to figure it out here. I mean, Spider-Man's even on the list in this. Various heroes and villains cameos. Spider-Man is apparently listed in the cameos. They don't have him in the story plot here though, but he definitely was involved in the story of this thing. I mean, it's obvious here because it literally says Spider-Man animated wiki. It's literally on the Spider-Man wiki, not on the X-Men series. Phoenix Saga third I actually kind of want to watch the Phoenix Saga, and that'd be cool. I could probably download like just those episodes. Apparently it was a 5-part series. In the Phoenix Saga Part 5 Child of Light, Spider-Man's hand can briefly be seen shooting a web to save someone. The episode aired 2 months before the Spider-Man animated series premiered on Fox Kids. Some people suspected that Spider-Man's hand was put in the episode as a foreshadowing of his own series. The X-Men animated series was not allowed to show Spider-Man, according to the director. Spider-Man's hand shooting a web in the episode, quoting, "That's all I could sneak in." Back in season 1, a full model sheet of Spidey was disallowed by Marvel, even though he was on the same Fox network. So it must not have been until the Spider-Man animated series that they kind of worked him into that as the crossover. So he wasn't in the Phoenix Saga. He was. I'm thinking of something that happened in the Spider-Man animated series itself. That's basically what I'm thinking of. So this happens, and then the Spider-Man animated series happens, and then they like tie the two together or something. Because I remember them tying stuff together between the two series. But it looks like the X-Men animated series was before the before Spider-Man, so.
Yeah, man, they had television all episodes all screwed up back then. I don't know if it's because of
Not in town.
sports seasons or what. Something was going on back then.
I wanted to try and find a better version. I can't find like a really good version of the X-Men animated series to watch. They're all like really bad quality. They look like they were recorded off of regular television, like frickin' in 1997.
Well, the resolution was very small.
I mean, yeah, but somebody should have like a superior copy somewhere. I mean, Disney has access to it now. I don't know if Disney Plus actually has that on there. I wonder if they do. Because they recently bought out Fox.
Yeah, that's why they made the X-Men 97 actually. Because it shows Marvel's X-Men.
Oh, well, you could always get the VHS copies.
I don't think they do. It looks like they deliberately made the X-Men 97 instead of releasing the original one. At least from what I can see. I don't know. I guess that's the 97 version.
Well, I still have every episode of the first 2 seasons on VHS. Fox Kids, no. You don't see some old commercials from the 90s.
Might have to re-up my Disney Plus subscription so I can watch it. It's on there.
Oh, nice. Okay.
So I guess when Disney bought out Fox, they got access to that and they threw it on Disney Plus.
Oh, wow. Wait, you mean Disney, you're talking about Disney buying up Marvel, right? Not Fox.
Disney bought Fox.
Wait, Fox, what?
Yeah. That's why you're gonna see Deadpool and Marvel.
You didn't see
Holy crap.
You didn't see the memes
Yeah.
about Klinger from MASH?
No!
Do you remember Klinger from MASH? Remember
Yeah.
how he was always dressed up as a girl? Yeah, they've already made jokes. They're like, so Disney bought Fox, and Klinger is a cross-dressing man who dresses up as a woman like Mulan from so Klinger is now a Disney princess. Like it was a joke the day they bought out Fox. People talked about Klinger being a Disney princess. They're like, oh, I guess Klinger's a Disney princess now.
Wow. Okay. Talk about being under a rock. I missed that one.
Yeah, it was only like one of the biggest purchases like ever. They
Yeah.
literally own like the majority of the stuff in the world at this point, like entertainment wise. I was the other day I was talking about my girlfriend was like, because I got Disney Plus, and she's like, I don't watch anything on there. I don't like Disney stuff. I'm like, babe, Disney owns like like 60% of all of the stuff that's ever existed at this point. I'm like, you don't, I like, I don't. It doesn't have anything to do with Disney anymore. Like, I think at some point or another, Disney is almost doing themselves a disservice at this point because they're so tied to, you know, the Disney products that people
You
who
think
don't
they-
like the Disney products see the name and they're like, well, I don't want to subscribe to this because it's Disney products. But then they realize that Disney owns literally all of Fox now. They own Marvel. They have, you know, they have basically Star Wars. They've got so much stuff. Home Alone. They've got like the basically anything that's ever aired on Fox that Fox owned. They've got all of the Star Wars. They've got all the Marvel series. I think the only one they didn't own was Spider-Man. Did they finally get Spider-Man back from Sony, or does Sony still have access to Spider-Man? Because at
I
this,
think they still have they still what did they bought him? I let's see. Who owns Spider-Man? Nope, still Sony.
yeah, I think Sony retained the rights or something so they could make the new game. But there is a crossover thing going on with them with Disney, so that they could make the movies, like the Avenger movies.
They had an agreement on all the Spider-Man movies and stuff like that, but it's still Sony's.
So I'm trying to see here. Disney now owns Fox. Let's see here.
What else does Sony owns? Did they also bought? They also have what's his name? Venom.
Oh yeah. Here's 14 companies that you didn't realize Disney owns. So Disney owns 21st Century Fox. They also took over FX. They also own the majority of Hulu. More than a decade before Disney acquired the Muppet Studio, apparently Marvel, they own that as well. Lucasfilms, they own Lucasfilms. They also bought ABC. They also own the majority of ESPN, A&E, Lifetime, the History Channel. They also own GoPro, apparently. A Disney Music Group owns the Hollywood Records, and that's just some of them. Fox is crazy. Like, Fox was a really big acquisition because Fox owned a whole lot of stuff. I mean, that's like buying a grab bag. But if you go on the Disney Plus now and like Hulu, between the two of them, there's so much stuff on there. It's crazy.
I guess Disney's gonna be the next antitrust target after Apple.
Speaking of characters that have never reached their true potential, Colossus has never reached his true potential either. The pacifist over here.
Right.
The boy has literally like some of the most outrageously powerful mutant power like in the entire world, and he's a pacifist. I don't want to hurt anybody. Boy, you're made out of like what, like the equivalent of adamantium over here. There's even the episode where he gets Juggernaut's powers. Have you ever seen the Colossus Juggernaut? Literally where he gets the power of Colossus and the power of Juggernaut at the same time. and then he also gets the Dark Phoenix Force, and he's basically like unstoppable at that point. From what I understand, the only reason he lost was because he's a pacifist, and he essentially like let them win. Can you imagine being so powerful that the only way you can be defeated is to get somebody to let you win?
Wasn't his sister even way powerful?
Not more powerful than Juggernaut and Colossus, no.
Yana.
No, but I mean like in the normal Colossus versus her.
Well, that's kind of what I'm talking about. Is Colossus is a lot more powerful than he lets on. He's just he's like Cyclops. He's also afraid to actually let loose, but for a different reason. Cyclops is afraid he's going to destroy the planet. Freaking Colossus is just afraid he's going to kill people because he's a pacifist. I mean, he doesn't want to hurt anybody.
Yeah, they gave Colossus a bad look in Days of Future Past.
Which one?
Magic.
The movie.
The
In Days
Deadpool
of
movie?
Future Past.
Yeah, the movie, the 2014 one.
No. He's not talking about the Deadpool. He's talking about the combination between the old movie, the old X-Men's with the new one. You know.
That's because they don't really understand Colossus's power when they make the movies. They don't. Some people think it's just his skin. He's not turning his skin into metal. He turns his entire body into metal. He's literally metal from head to toe. Even his schlong is metal. Like he is.
In the movies, in that movie they are actually getting him right when there are two sentinels that pull him apart together, and it splits in two, and you can see that on the inside he's metal. Also,
And he won't die.
Ice
He won't die that way either.
Iceman is the same basically.
There's a couple times where he's gotten damage to his osmium body or whatever it is, and like he got a dent in his forehead from Juggernaut. And as long as he didn't de-transform, as long as he stayed in his metal form, he literally was fine. It wasn't until he de-transformed that he would have died. So like even if he gets ripped apart, or even if it doesn't even matter. Like he's basically invincible. And it's not until he de-transforms and turns back into a human that any of that damage actually occurs. So he can just be put back together, and then he de-transforms and he's fine. I think his dent in his head, if I remember correctly, the dent that was in his head that was put there by Juggernaut, I think, what was it, Magneto fixes it? I think Magneto uses his power to pull the dent out. I think he at the same time, if I remember correctly, he also, because Magneto is a master of magnetism, he analyzed Colossus's anatomic structure, and he said that he was like poorly aligned or something. I can't remember the exact terminology he used, but Magneto basically just like realigned his molecules properly so that they were stronger, and apparently increased the power of Colossus like manyfold. Got the dark adherent. I got 2 pieces of this set, literally today. The other pieces are easy to get.
Thank you.
Like power creep is such a thing in comics, man. The comic book writing is. How do you make this character more badass? Next episode.
Well, I mean, turning him into the Juggernaut was probably the best way, honestly.
I'd like them to make some movies with the kids of the X-Men's, like Polaris.
Have you guys ever seen Juggernaut Cyclops? This is Juggernaut Cyclops. Hold on. Wait, let me find a good picture of him.
I think I do. He's red and stuff.
This is what Juggernaut Cyclops looks like.
Wasn't like everyone can be Juggernaut because it's an ability that it's given by a god.
So yes and no.
I am overburdened.
So basically, Cyclops is, or sorry, not Cyclops. Juggernaut is basically a avatar, if that makes sense. An avatar of Cyttorak. Cyttorak basically takes his power
Not here.
and gives it to
Not
a
here.
person who then becomes the avatar of Cyttorak, and they basically get half of his power, from what I understand. And they're supposed to go and fight the avatar of the other avatar. I can't remember his name. Because basically the two gods are at war with each other. So for a long period of time, Cyttorak has inhabited a person who has then went on to fight. Either he lives or he dies, one way or the other, and then eventually he, gets a new avatar. The avatar generally has no idea that he has become the avatar of Cyttorak. He basically loses his mind, doesn't understand anything that's going on anymore. He's just a mindless beast, essentially.
Yes.
He doesn't actually retain his humanity. Juggernaut, which the original Juggernaut, from what we understand, I've actually hypothesized that he actually is a mutant, although he's not a mutant in Juggernaut's powers, because apparently he was one of the first to ever obtain Juggernaut's powers, the Cyttorak powers, and retain his mind. So he's the first one that ever actually retained his humanity. And the hypothesis is that he's the brother of Xavier, and Xavier has the amazing mind powers. So maybe the thing is maybe
brother?
Juggernaut is a mutant in a very small way. Maybe he just has a more advanced mind that is capable of withstanding Cyttorak's power. So Juggernaut is the first one in history that's ever been able to resist basically becoming a slave. And then when Colossus takes the power, he already has his own power, and so he's also able to resist the power. So these are like the only two people that have ever been able to become the Juggernaut and actually retain their minds. Which is different. So not anybody can become Juggernaut, because a lot of people, if they take on the power of Cyttorak, they'll just lose their mind completely, and then they become a slave to Cyttorak, which is obviously not going to help anybody out.
So this thing needs a warning label on it if you're just a.
I mean, I don't really know. I think it's a gem, if I remember correctly, or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a stone.
I can't remember who he's fighting. I can't remember who Cyttorak was always fighting. He's on like some sort of eternal war with another deity. Because if I remember correctly, that deity also has an avatar. And I think he comes into play at some point as well. Necron, is that his name?
Is it the god of The symbiotes.
Necron is a supervillain appearing in the comic books. Necron is not a living being, but just exists as an avatar of darkness from the beginning of the universe. Maybe that's him. I don't know. See, I don't. There's so much stuff to learn about frickin' comics. It's like nerd out city. Your daughter reported a random comment. It's terrible. I'm sure the person was banned. Banned.
Not here.
Let's drink a health potion. Bang, bang, bang. Die. Let's see if I can find another killer charm. Come here, you punk. Dragon Thorn the butt face. Nobody like you because you Dragon Thorn the butt face. I always thought the Marvel universe was so much more interesting than like the DC universe. There's so much more fun, like unique characters in the Marvel universe. I mean, don't get me wrong, I like some of the DC characters. I like some. An 88 fire thunder charm goes right back in the dirt without harm. Nobody likes it. Everybody hates it. I mean, there's a lot of cool Marvel heroes. Except for Jessica Jones. I hate that character. I don't know what that character is. Jessica Jones can go suck a lemon. I watched her entire show. The entire show. I watched the entire Jessica Jones show. And the only reason I watched it was because there were crossovers in that show to the other shows that were going on at that particular time. You know, the Iron Fist and like the and Luke Cage and whatnot. Like there was a whole bunch of shows going on at that particular time frame, and they all crossed over with each other. So I watched the Jessica Jones show because it was crossed over with the other shows, and I can tell you for absolute certainty, I absolutely hated her as a character. She's absolutely terrible. She represents the worst of humanity, I swear. She's like the kind of character that's like I guess I'll save them, but they're gonna owe me afterwards. Ugh, I can't believe they made me get up off the couch.
What you mean? She's not a what's called strong, independent woman.
Oh wow.
I don't really know what to. I don't really know what to say.
Independent woman.
But let me put it this way: if she didn't have powers, she would have been dead about 30,000 times. Like the whole entire show like really smacked of like, wow, look at how terrible a person can make choices. The worst choices that a person could ever make. Let's just make a whole entire character around making the worst possible choices that you can make, and then somehow still let them stumble to success.
What? Ginger, isn't that how Domino exists?
Domino? Who's that?
Yeah. The one that just
The
exists.
lucky one from the Deadpool.
I mean,
2.
she's kind of funny. It's kind of funny to watch her luck her way to victory. Jessica
Yeah.
Jones doesn't luck her way to victory. She gets, like, knocked down, smacked in the face, punched in the groin, like, shot several times, gets people killed, makes decisions that end other people's lives completely, like, ruins people's lives. I don't even understand, like, how that character is even a character. And then somehow, like, makes it to the other end okay, but, like, there's a lot of dead people that didn't need to die. It's like the worst version of Batman that you could possibly make. Like, imagine a Batman who just has no qualms about killing people and just, like, destroys everything that he wants to destroy and lets people die on a regular basis. Like, little kid walking the street, little kid should know better. Kid just dies.
But what were her abilities? What was she capable of? I never understood.
Her
Yeah.
powers, they were similar to Luke Cage's, from what I understood. I don't know exactly. I never really quite understood her powers either, to be perfectly honest. But they seem to be similar to Luke Cage's. Which is why Luke Cage apparently slept with her a couple times.
Well, he was indestructible, basically, Luke Cage,
Sort of.
or sort
Yeah,
of.
Sort of. He's
Yes,
sort of indestructible. He's definitely on the indestructible side. There's definitely things that could still hurt him. There's actually a really funny thing with Luke Cage, which I always thought was hilarious. So apparently they were on a mission, and apparently Luke Cage got into a fight like he always does, and his shirt got destroyed yet again. And the other heroes who were with him at the particular time apparently, like, got together and they made him an indestructible yellow shirt because they were tired of him always being shirtless. This is a real story in the comics, and he basically just then from that point on he had an indestructible yellow shirt, so it stopped getting destroyed.
Was it made out of his hair?
I can't remember the exact details. Yeah, great.
So
Oh,
we're-
he just pulled
so
up a
we're-
bunch of shopping crap. I'm trying to, like, look up something, and apparently there's a bunch of Luke Cage shirts for sale. Well, good luck looking up anything for this. I typed in shirt, and that was the end of it.
Okay, let's see.
They need to give Captain Kirk an indestructible shirt too. He's always showing off his man nipples. Man, navigating the freaking world of comics is difficult, especially when you have so many different versions of the character.
Yeah, that's a little bit strange.
No, but it was really cool following the shows when they came out. Was it Daredevil, Luke Cage, Iron Fist? Trying to remember all of them. Jessica
Yeah,
Jones.
Iron Fist was the last one.
Iron Fist was in
think
there were several crossover episodes with the Iron Fist. Iron Fist
Because
punches Luke Cage in the chest. I remember that. Luke Cage, he, yeah,
the face also.
it hurt. I remember Luke Cage being like, "Holy crap!" I think up till that point, I don't think Luke Cage thought anybody could actually hurt him. Pretty sure the Iron Fist could break through his unbreakable skin. Or even if he couldn't break the skin, could still damage inside of him. Did you see the freaking what is it? What is that one that was on Amazon with the where they kill the guy with unbreakable skin by putting the bomb inside of him?
The boys.
Yeah, they put a bomb inside of his butthole and they blow it up. And they're like,
Yeah,
unbreakable skin, unbreakable schmin, because he literally just explodes from the inside and dies. I'm the morbid one who immediately thought, why don't you like turn his skin into a armor? Like I would totally turn his skin into armor. If his skin is unbreakable, you could literally just wear it. It's invisible. Nobody would know that you're wearing his skin.
Well, it wasn't invisible after his death.
No, it stayed invisible.
just-
It stayed invisible after he died. His
Did
skin
it?
was still invisible and it was still indestructible after he died. They actually hid it in a box, like underneath the ocean or something, and
Yeah.
the boy found it. He opened the box and it was still in there. It was still invisible.
I don't remember it as I know it was full of blood, but not invisible.
I guess somebody could do that to Luke Cage. Shove a bomb up his butthole. That'll take care of.
Most probably, yeah.
Right up his toots. Or just get him to eat a bomb. Get like some like a micro bomb or something. And he eats it. Alright, next. Next.
How may I be of help?
You know what the best part of Jessica Jones was? The bad guy. The bad guy was really fun in that one. It was, what's his name from Doctor Who? Can't remember his name right off the top of my head.
I don't know, the English guy.
Item check? What item check, David? His name is David, what was his name? Buy a t-shirt and get one now.
I didn't understood the ability of that guy either.
Of which one?
The evil guy in Jessica Jones.
I mean, I like the villain. I mean, he's a villain, so.
Yeah, but what was his abilities?
The ability to control people.
Okay.
But the screwed up thing was, and this is the part that really bugged me, is that Jessica Jones later found out that she was able to resist the entire time, that she was able to resist his influence. Which really kind of threw me for a loop, is that she was taking orders from him. And in the story, they originally make you, believe that she only killed Luke Cage's, was it Luke Cage's wife, I think is what she ended up killing? She only kills Luke Cage's wife because she was ordered to. But as it turns out, she was in control of herself the entire time. And she did it because she wanted to, not because she was ordered to. And that was just another, just negative mark on her card as far as I'm concerned. Yeah, David Tennant.
So she just wanted to be a jerk and kill the wife?
Well, she was evil. I mean, she was definitely evil. And there was a certain point at which I think she even enjoyed doing the evil things that David Tennant, I can't remember the name of the actual character in the show, but was ordering her to do. And from basically what they explained in the story with Jessica Jones is that she was essentially using her association with the villain as an excuse to commit these evil deeds by basically telling herself that she was only doing them because she was ordered to, but in reality she was doing them because she wanted to. It's like a really weird and effed up way of kind of like explaining to yourself that what you did was okay because somebody else was in control, but then all the while realizing that you were in control the entire time and you were just using that as an excuse. I remember when I found that out, I was like, holy Jesus.
That's why she was so lame.
I mean, honestly, I got the feeling that the character was created for no other reason other than to, and I hate to say this, but woman empowerment. That's what it kind of felt like. It felt like she was created as a character for like some sort of woman empowerment thing. It almost feels like she was actually created by a woman who was probably abused at some point, who literally used the character to represent her abusing, like her abuse story. Because it very much so feels like the character was created for no other reason other than to, like, tell the story of an abused woman. Which makes her a very weird character in the Marvel Universe. I mean, can you imagine having the powers that Jessica Jones does? Literally, like, near invincibility. The ability, like, to literally pick up and throw around grown men. But somehow she's still getting abused on a regular basis. And then come to find out at the end of it, she literally did everything all the horrible things that she did that were supposedly because of her abuser. She did of her own free will. She's anything but weak. I mean, we're not talking about like a weak girly girl that can't defend herself. We're talking about a woman who can literally punch grown men through concrete walls. I mean, from what I remember, she was pretty much on par with Luke Cage. Like, power-wise. I'm not sure if she could have taken a rocket launcher to the chest like Luke Cage did, but that was a whole thing.
I think the difference was she was more stronger and was more durable. That was the only difference.
I don't know, you have to watch the show. If you watch the show, you'll and you pay attention to every single episode, and I think it's even worse because like some people were like, "Well, you obviously didn't pay attention to the show." I'm like, "No, I did." I think that's what made it worse. Is like the details literally paint her as like the worst possible human. I mean, like she's the kind of person who would literally stand by and let a little kid die just because she didn't want to get up at that particular moment. Like, ugh, how dare you make me be a hero? I mean, can you imagine there's like a little kid dying in front of you, like being strangled by somebody, and you just don't give a crap? You don't want to stop them. You literally have the power to stop them. You're clearly not in any danger for stopping them. Like, you can just walk over very easily, like break the grasp of this person with minimal effort, but you don't want to do it because, ugh, it's so much trouble. Oh, God. Oh, man, I can't believe how much trouble this is. You guys are putting me through so much crap.
I think that's how they envisioned Captain Marvel. Also,
I mean, from one perspective, I think I can see sort of like the struggle, which is basically that, you know, like, okay, just because you have powers doesn't mean you want to be a hero. Okay, and I'll agree with that. Just because you have powers doesn't mean you want to be a hero. But if you have powers and you can help and you see someone in danger and you choose not to help, then what does that make you at that point? Like, you don't have to be a hero. You don't have to be up in space, you know, like Superman, like listening for all danger and trying to make sure that no one ever becomes harmed, right? You don't have to be that level of hero. But if you're walking down the street and you see someone in danger and you deliberately choose not to help, What does that make you at that point? Because that level of like anti-heroism has got to be something even greater. I mean, there's a quote for that might answer the question. It's the quote is the only. Let me make sure I get it right.
You're doing the Spider-Man quote?
Nah, this is an older quote than that. The only thing necessary for the triumph of evil is for good men to do nothing. And I believe it's a quote that's been falsely attributed a couple times to various people, so I don't know who it actually belongs to. But it kind of applies here, right? So if she is supposedly a good person, which she claims to be, and she walks by someone who is literally doing evil and makes the decision not to intervene, knowing that full well she has the power to intervene and can fix the issue entirely, like, I mean, at that point, that makes her evil in my eyes, because she's literally a good person who is watching evil being committed and is choosing not to do anything about it because, quote unquote, I don't want to be a superhero.
I don't have time to be a superhero.
But it's too hard to be a superhero.
It's such a drag. You're taking up all my time. I wanted to watch Yu Yu Hakusho.
I mean, think about it. Like, Superman sleeps at some point, right? Sometimes.
I mean, that's why he's got the Justice League, right? So he can feel safe and secure that things are getting taken care of while he's having his napsies.
But what if he's like, he just wants an afternoon nap, and he knows that if he takes the afternoon nap, 50 people are gonna die. Is that selfish to want to take an afternoon nap then?
Basically, yeah. But this is when you apply a different form of logic, which has to be applied also to this, which is also kind of funny. So have you ever heard the term, like, you know, like a mother taking care of her child, and say like she's a single mother, and she hasn't eaten, she gives the food to her kid. She hasn't drunk, she gave the water to her kid or the soda to her kid. You know, like, she doesn't take care of herself. Like, she goes and she saves the money that she would have spent on herself and buys stuff for the kid, right? And eventually she gets to the point where she wears herself out. She makes herself ragged, right? To the point where she passes out. And then when she passes out, no one's taking care of the kid. And the quote basically goes, you know, you have to take care of yourself because you're the only one who's there to take care of your child. And if you pass out, then your child is now relying on someone who's no longer available. Like, so you end up in the hospital and now your child is SOL, right? Well, that's kind of the whole thing with Superman, too, is I guess he still has to take care of himself to a degree so that he's not, like, you know, going out of action, essentially. He's going to take care of himself a little bit. Otherwise, how is he going to take care of us? You know what I mean? We don't want Superman going crazy, killing everyone. And that's definitely not a scenario you want. You don't want that scenario.
Why not? It doesn't help anybody.
Yeah, you don't want to see Superman when he's on a sleep-deprived psychotic rage.
I mean, I guess from a certain point of view, Mitch, or Mike Hotchkiss, he's saying that, like, not every superhero can be, or not every person that gets powers can be a hero. And you're absolutely right. And I think what that really shows is that Jessica Jones is just a terrible person in general. I mean, we're not talking about just a random superhero. She was eventually part of the Avengers and stuff like that. But she's like the worst hero that's basically ever existed, as far as I can tell. It's crazy because, you know how Batman kills Superman? Batman kills Superman by literally having a suicider on top of a building. And the suicider on top of the building essentially has no, or at least according to, you know, Superman's vision, has absolutely no way of killing Superman. But Superman shows up because that's who he is, and tries to talk this man down from committing suicide. And inside of the suicider's gun is a kryptonite bullet, which he then turns on Superman and fires. Superman, believing himself invulnerable, takes the bullet because, according to him, he's just helping a random person on the street who's, you know, down on his luck and wants to commit suicide. And Superman ends up getting shot with a kryptonite bullet, and he ends up dying. Well, I mean, that's basically a real thing that happened in the show. It's Batman's Doom. I think it's is it Doom? I think it's the Doom movie. It's the one where somebody hacks into Batman's computer and basically steals his database.
It's not Doom.
It's not Doom. Which one was it?
Mm,
Ooh, 3-socket 483 Archon. That's nice. But basically, he steals his entire database, and literally his plan to kill Superman is so simple. Even a caveman could do it. Anybody could kill Superman with that plan as long as they had access to the kryptonite. Lex Luthor should have thought about it years ago. Should have been he should. But you know what that shows? That Lex Luthor just doesn't have the brain power to understand kindness.
Justice League Doom.
It was Justice League Doom?
Yes, Justice League Doom. It's not Batman Doom. It's Justice League Doom.
Well, I didn't say it was Batman Doom. I said it was the movie Doom.
Ah, okay. Yeah, it's Justice League Doom, and the way how Batman thought of everyone going, you know, bad, and having a way to stop every Justice League member.
Well, just in case they go rogue. It was a good plan. Even Superman agreed it was a good plan. Because at the end, literally, when he's leaving, Batman gets, like, booted out of the Justice League. At the end, when he's leaving, Superman literally hands him the kryptonite bullet back, and he's like, I want you there in case I ever turn. You know, he's like, this is important. Of course, you know, that plan won't work twice, because Superman will be a little bit smarter next time, but... Oh wait, it's not Ort, it's Rao. Yeah, he's overzealous as a hero. I mean, that's true. But he also, I think he realizes that, and very much so like we were talking earlier, is that, like, you know, if he takes a nap, if he relaxes, people are dying. Like, he sees that because he knows that's how powerful he is that he can prevent so many people from dying. And he's going to feel like he's, you know, he's not doing everything that he could possibly do, which is true, because he's not. If he takes a nap, then yeah, so people are dying because he's taking a nap. It's rather unfortunate. But he also can't do everything, and he can't be everywhere at once. You know, which is why the Justice League is formed, and eventually he gets a little bit more peace of mind, I think, once the Justice League is formed. Because then it's a whole, you know, gaggle of superheroes all doing their best to save everybody. Yeah, but that's kind of like the whole thing, is that I always got the feeling from Jessica Jones that she only did the right thing because she was forced to. Like, there was always some reason why she was forced to do the right thing. It was really, really strange. Like, when you watch the show, like, she'll sit there and decide not to help somebody, and then she'll realize that if she doesn't help them, you know, like, she'll lose her something, or like her identity will be revealed, or like the bad guy will find her or something. And then half the time she would only help people because it was in her best interest anyway. It was like, I better help this guy because if I don't, then I'll have to get a new fence. And getting a new fence is obnoxious, and I have to train a new fence, and that would just take a whole lot of effort, and I don't want to have to spend a whole lot of effort. So let me just go ahead and make sure I save this fence so that I don't have to go through the process of training a new fence.
That sounds like logical.
She was segregated, right?
I think she was, honestly. I think she is. I mean, I'll give her some credit because of the bad guy that was coming after her. That she did have kind of a reason to be like hyper. What's the term? Paranoid. Because David Tennant's character could literally control people. He could tell them to go do something, and they would go do it. And it was a really strange kind of a power. It was more along the lines of, instead of controlling somebody like from the outside, like puppet strings, he would basically just put a thought inside their head, and they would fulfill the thought. I mean, like, imagine if I told you
Like
to.
Jedi?
I mean, sort of, but more pervasive than that. Like, the Jedi's power wore off almost immediately afterward. I mean, this is something that, like, they literally could not stop until they completed the command that he had given them. And he could give them any number of commands, like find Jessica Jones, like kill Jessica Jones, like torment her, like whatever. Like, he could give them a command to, like, kill all of her pets. Like, there could be a guy out there who literally just has a command to kill every single one of Jessica Jones' pets. Whenever she gets a new pet, kill the pet. And that could just be his whole job.
I think it sounds familiar with another ability that got cool.
But that's the whole thing, is that in the story, they hyped this up for so long that basically, you know, David Tennant's character has essentially been controlling her the entire time. And then come to find out, she's apparently not controllable by David Tennant's power. It's apparently something that even David Tennant knew in the show, that apparently he had lost the ability to control Jessica Jones a long time ago. But for some reason, he still kept using the power on her, because Jessica Jones would literally still do what he told her to do, even though the power wasn't working. It was really freaking weird. His name was Kilgrave. Let's look up Kilgrave's powers real quick. Kilgrave. Where is his powers? Powers. How am I supposed to know? I never know if someone is doing what they want or what I tell them to. Oh, poor you. You have no idea, do you? I have to painstakingly choose every word I say. I once told a man to go screw himself. Can you even imagine? Kilgrave has the ability to control another person's mind, literal verbal commands, and make them completely obedient to him, thanks to a virus that he emits through microparticles in the air. His power was revealed to be a side effect of the viral treatment used to cure his childhood degenerative disease. His ability is always active, as he cannot stop his body from producing the virus, and anyone within his immediate proximity is affected, but don't realize it until he issues a command. The nature of Kilgrave's viral mind control required him to be physically present for his commands to have an immediate effect. Speaking over the phone or through a physical barrier like a sealed room did not enthrall his victim. Once his thrall left his vicinity, Kilgrave's power had a time limit of 10 to 12 hours before the victim began to regain his or her own will, unless he reestablished control before the time limit was up. Until the time limit was up, the victims would continue to follow Kilgrave's commands, unless he interrupted them and gave them a different order to follow. He controlled Hope Schlottman for several weeks, Jessica Jones for 8 months. Kilgrave's ability could compel behavior as well as actions by saying, "You'd like to invite me in, and I'm going to be your guest here indefinitely. You'll be delighted." He enthralled a man and his wife not only to invite him into their home, totally ignoring the fact that he was a stranger who just locked their children in the closet, but treat him kindly as a guest, serving him dinner with smiles on their faces. His control over others' behavior seemed to allow him to control their emotions, or at least emulate an emotion on command, such as making the little girl he sent as a messenger to Jessica angrily insult her for leaving Kilgrave for dead. He also did this to Luke Cage, making him angrily state that he could never forgive Jones for killing Reva Connors, though he did later hesitate while following Kilgrave's orders to kill Jones, and his anger faded into sadness when Jessica shot him. Basically, he could just give somebody a command and they would just do it. And he couldn't even tell whether or not the command was active or not, because he could never tell whether somebody was doing what they wanted or doing what he wanted.
Sounds silly.
And here it is right here. So, after knocking out Albert attempting to restrain Kilgrave, Kilgrave attempted to enthrall Jessica Jones once more and make her let go of him, but she resisted, revealing Kilgrave's great secret that she was immune to his power. So he had Clemens attack her, enabling him to get away during the chaos. And Jessica Jones had been apparently immune to Kilgrave's power for a very long time. That was Kilgrave's secret that he had kept from Jessica Jones, and Jessica Jones had always thought that she was doing what Kilgrave wanted because Kilgrave was ordering her to, but in fact she was actually doing what Kilgrave wanted because she wanted to, which was, again, just the really weird thing about his power is that he could never tell the difference between whether someone was doing something of their own volition or whether they were doing something because he ordered them to. And that was when he did eventually figure out that Jessica Jones apparently had always been immune to his power and had always done what he wanted her to do of her own volition, which was freaking crazy. And which is also kind of really effed up because she also killed Luke Cage's wife, Reva. And Luke Cage, I don't think, ever really understood that Jessica Jones actually killed Luke Cage's wife deliberately. Like, she kind of played it off to Luke Cage that she did it because she was ordered to, but that wasn't the truth. But Luke Cage probably gonna kill Jessica Jones. I don't know.
Hopefully.
Made for TV movie, Luke Cage versus Jessica Jones.
I don't know. I like watching Luke
Hopefully.
Cage. I thought it was cool. Luke Cage is good. I like the entire story, to be honest. I thought it was funny how he made money. He would sell his hoodies. He would go get in fights and he would get all shot up and his hoodies would have bullet holes all in them. And then he would sell the hoodies on the street for money and then trade them off for another hoodie. Because people who were his fans wanted a bullet hole shot up hoodie. Like, man, I got Luke Cage's hoodie.
That's fat merch, man.
That's some fat merch right there. That's the bullet hole merch.
Real OG.
That's like putting bullet holes on your car.
How much he was charging for the hoodies?
I can't remember. On the TV show, I think he sold them for quite a bit.
In the Spider-Man series, Luke Cage was like a team with Iron Fist.
Luke Cage bullet holes. Oh, that's funny. They got like fake bullet holes on it. If you look up anything that has to do with merch, it just sort of starts coming up with like just a whole bunch of merch. Like if you type in hoodie or t-shirt or something like that, it's just there's no actual search results anymore. It's just 1,000 different hoodie and t-shirt websites.
That's ridiculous.
Is that a t-shirt? I even typed in uniform instead of t-shirt, and it still came up with t-shirts. So many snacks. So many snackos.
There is a Ginger. There is a YouTuber who's doing ballistic stuff.
Mm-hmm.
You might be able to get like a shirt with the holes from him.
Make me one. To shoot it up.
Uh,
Well, the whole point in the show
I'm
is
not-
that he was wearing it when it was shot up. That was the whole point. They
I don't know
weren't
if you know
just
the
paying
guy.
for the shot up hoodie. They were paying for his shot up hoodie. You know, almost like an autograph, basically. I think he did actually sign a couple of them. JJ, am I the baddie? Did she actually say that?
I think I saw that they will bring back Daredevil and Elektra.
Elektra's an interesting one. Interesting. I'm not sure about that one, but it's interesting. Hmm.
I will say this though, with in the DC universe, for me, Aquaman was always a joke, but when Jason Momoa took the character over, he became serious business.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. So not only was Jessica Jones immune to the effects of his virus, that was the whole secret of the show. When Kilgrave told Jessica Jones to kill Riva, he didn't say to kill Riva. He said take care of her. And he didn't actually mean for Jessica Jones to kill her. Apparently, it was Jessica Jones' own interpretation was to kill her. And Kilgrave was actually kind of mortified at the time because he had not intended for Jessica Jones to kill Riva. It was just another like grilled cheese sandwich layer of the craziness that went on with the whole thing. That apparently Jessica Jones made the decision to kill Riva even when she was not ordered to. I think that was the point when he figured out that she was no longer under his control. she had because because she wasn't following the orders precisely enough. There was something going on. I think over time he started to figure out that he had lost the ability to actually control her, but for some reason she was still following the commands, which was weird. Claw Viper Temple. I don't know. It's one of those shows that I didn't really want to watch, and I felt like I watched it only because it was crossed over with the other shows. It's just one of them weird things. I think if you guys watch the original shows, though, if you watch Luke Cage, if you watch Iron Fist, if you watch the Daredevil, and you see all the crossovers between the shows, you'll understand why, even if you don't want to watch Jessica Jones, you kind of have to, because there's so many crossovers between all the shows. It's like it's next to impossible to get a full picture of the show without watching all of them.
It's almost like watching. It's almost like reading the comic book series. Like you don't get the whole story unless you read like X Factor and all the other things.
Oh, there's tons of crossovers in the comic books. Yeah.
Yeah. Because some of the issues they say like to get the backstory of this scene, go read X Factor number 30, whatever it is.
Oh Lord, I had a whole taste of that too. There was another crossover show. Holy Jesus, he hits hard. There was another crossover show. I wasn't paying attention. The what was it? Guardians of the Galaxy, or not Guardians of the Galaxy? Similar name. DC Legends of Tomorrow. That's what it was. DC Legends of Tomorrow. That one was another interesting one from the crossover perspective, because there's like a whole bunch of different shows in that series, and you go through the process of watching all of them, and then they all coalesce into one final show. It's pretty cool. These guys hit like a Mack truck. I hit like a Mack truck, and I couldn't kill them before they killed me. That was crazy.
It was
Spectral Hit, Might Enchanted. I was amped at the time too when I came across them, so it was all kinds of rough.
Good day.
That's what I mean when it comes to hardcore. Like, you can get your character set up properly, and then you come across a pack like that, which is just perfectly suited to murdering you.
You're talking about the Arrow, the Flash.
Yeah, the Arrow, the Flash,
Supergirl.
yeah, Supergirl's also one of the crossovers, although that one came later. And then it was DC's Legends of Tomorrow. Was there another show? I thought there was another one. It was Arrow, Flash. It's the CW,
No.
right? It was the CW series?
Yeah, it's CW. No, it were only those three, and then became Legend of Tomorrow. But they kept.
I thought What's-Her-Name got her own show, too. What was it? One of the characters from Siren? One of the characters from The Arrow. Was it Black Canary or something? Didn't she end up getting her own show?
No. It was in the Arrow.
Let's see here. Let's look it up. It's called the Arrowverse. All right, here we go. Television series involved in the Arrowverse. Arrow,
It was
the
Black
Flash.
Girl.
I got the list right
Black
here.
Girl, sorry.
So it's Arrow, the Flash, Supergirl, Legends of Tomorrow, Black Lightning, Batwoman, and apparently somebody named Vixen. Yeah, that's right. Black Lightning and Batwoman. Those are the ones that also had their own series. Black Lightning was interesting. That's That's a character about a guy who it's kind of similar to Static Shock, but not quite. I'm not quite sure how to explain it. I watched a couple of the episodes. It looked interesting. I don't think I finished it though. But they all intertwine in each other, all of them. So you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 TV shows, and apparently there was a web series for Vixen, and they're all intertwined into each other. It's kind of impossible to watch one without the other. It's nuts. Arrowverse show order. Let's see. There's like people have actually compiled like an order of what episodes to watch in what order, and it's kind of crazy. Like this is the list right here. So when you start out, it's just the Arrow, and then around episode 46, that's when the Flash starts getting intermingled in it, and then it starts going Flash Arrow, Flash Arrow, Flash Arrow, and then the Constantine that was in there too. That was kind of like a web series or something like that. But then, like, you can tell it gets really convoluted up to a point. Then there's the Vixen web series that just like gets inserted in between some of the Flash episodes. Then Supergirl comes in, then the DC Legends of Tomorrow, and then before you know it, like it's so convoluted that literally, if you want to watch everything in order, like you literally cannot watch any show for like multiple episodes in a row past a certain point. I mean, it's kind of insane. Stargirl, that's new. Who the hell is Stargirl? Stargirl CW.
It's
DC Stargirl series on the CW. That's new. I haven't seen that one. That's also part of it.
Where do you get the
sort
budget
of.
for this kind of all this stuff?
Stargirl is a part of Justice League, but she's like zero attention at all.
Apparently, there's a Superman and Lois show that came out in March 23rd, or March 2023. Apparently, that's also part of the Arrowverse, and it's apparently linked into Flash and some of the other things. I haven't seen that one. Superman and Lois, according to this, the first episode looks like it started around January 11th, 2022.
Oh yeah, the bizarre Superman. I
No.
saw a couple episodes of that.
Even further back, July 13th, 2021. Where's the first episode? March 23rd, 2021. Oh, there's the pilot right there. February 23rd, 2021. That was when the Superman and Lois ad was added into the... I'm telling you, the Arrowverse superhero series are crazy. They're just freaking... There's so many episodes, and they're so intertwined with each other in the way that they work. It's freaking nuts.
Yeah, this show started because of Supergirl, because they introduced Superman with that actor.
I mean, he seems okay. I've watched a couple episodes of that show and the arc where they did the bizarre Superman. That's pretty interesting.
I streamed 7 days of Dragon's Dogma. Vidine.
That game is weird, Ginger. I'll be honest with you.
Are you kidding me? I had lots of fun with that game. You should play it. It's great. I highly recommend the Dragon's Dogma series. Dragon's Dogma 1 was amazing too. Oh,
Do you have any magic find on this character?
Ooh, Nature's Peace just fell. Nice. As you say that, a Nature's Peace just falls off of a random monster. Let's see here. I'm currently sitting at 32% magic find. Woo! You don't need magic find to find items. It's something that I've learned. I've learned.
I know another streamer who was looking for Nature's Peace long Long time.
Oh yeah, I found like 2 or 3 of them this season. I can't even remember. I know I found at least one other one.
He was even doing the what's called. He was playing solo, doing the finding all the items.
Oh, he's doing his yeah, okay. His holy grail.
Yeah.
I've come to the realization that I'm not even sure Magic Find has an effect on things anymore. I know, lay gasp. I think
The RNG.
well, I mean, it's kind of hard to explain, but
The
so
so-called RNG.
well, let me see if I can explain it. So when I was doing my testing and I was trying to discover like the Burr Rune route and all the other stuff, I would click on a thing like 100 times and that thing would be white 100 times in a row. And it didn't matter how much Magic Find I had, it would never go blue. It would always stay white, and it was just because of the direction that I approached it from. And I'm not entirely sure that Magic Find has much of an effect, if any effect at all, on the way that RNG decides what item falls. It seems to be a lot more random than Magic Find would have you believe. Like Magic Find, according to the way that we currently understand that it works, is that the base is chosen and then Magic Find determines the quality. But I'm not entirely sure that Magic Find even determines the quality. It may very well be that the random number generator determines the quality, and your Magic Find maybe just increases the % chance of the quality being something good. But let's say, for instance, so let me use an example. Let's say you click on an armor stand, and the armor stand drops a white sacred armor. Alright, so you're going to terrorize zone. The white sacred armor could potentially be, Tyrael's Might, could be Templar's Might, could be any number of things. Well, Magic Find would have you believe, or the way that we understand how Magic Find works, would have you believe that having like a 10,000% Magic Find would automatically convert that item into a Tyrael's Might. But I'm not entirely sure that that's how it works, because it seems like the sacred armor, if it was destined to drop white, will drop white no matter what, no matter how much Magic Find you currently have. And even if you had like 10 million % Magic Find, it might still drop white. And I think it has to do with the fact that there are roles that seem to determine the quality that seem to bypass any kind of Magic Find that you might have. I'm trying to think of a way to explain this. Like, let's pretend that there's like a big giant Excel spreadsheet of all the potential drops that could exist. And if you have a large amount of Magic Find or a small amount of Magic Find, doesn't really matter, because the game is choosing where on that list that it's going to drop the item, right? So it's like almost like a roulette wheel or like a slot machine, right? So you pull the handle and it rolls the slot machine. All right, and then so once it rolls around and it determines that it's going to be a white sacred armor, there probably is some sort of wiggle room, like up or down from the white sacred armor. But if it rolls a low enough roll to the point where there's no wiggle room to bump it up into the next quality, then doesn't matter how much Magic Find you have, I think it just stays at white. And there's no way that you can force it to be anything other than a white one because it rolled so low. I think the only time that Magic Find ever really helps is when the slot machine rolls close to a success but doesn't succeed. So like let's say, for instance, it rolled high enough that it could have been a unique item, but it was like just below a unique item at a rare. And then your Magic Find pushes it over into the wiggle room, pushes it over into succeeding to be a unique. But for that to occur, you have to get a roll that's close to what you're trying to get anyway. So basically what I'm saying is that Magic Find, I don't think, seems to have as much of effect as we think, more so as it helps when the roll is already almost there, helps push it over into the category where it's correct. But if I'm walking along and I click on, say, like an urn and a sacred armor drops, if the roll that I get says it's a Tyrael's Might, It doesn't matter if I have 0% Magic Find. It's going to be a Tyrael's Might, no matter how much Magic Find I have. Yes, I think it's more of a threshold pusher, Suka. That's a good way to push it. It's like a threshold pusher, not a determiner. I think we've been lied to for years. I think the testing proves it, is that Magic Find has less of an effect on what falls than we think. Which is why I end up with such ridiculously good items all the time anyway, running like relatively low Magic Find amounts. I mean, it could be something that we have some fun testing. We could go back onto the seed code. I could load up a character with tons of Magic Find, and we could play around with the idea that Magic Find increases the quality. I could find an exact pattern that drops an item that can roll set, unique, etc., and we can run that 100 times, 1,000 times, and we can see how many times it forces the item to be something more than a blue item or a yellow or whatever, right? Magic Find has breakpoints? No, it doesn't really have breakpoints. Magic Find has diminishing returns. It has very severe diminishing returns, and we've known that for a long time. Honestly, I found that even the smallest amounts of Magic Find tend to be more than enough. Like, even just 100% Magic Find on a character tends to be more than enough. It seems like anything past that seems to be almost wasteful. I mean, yeah, it can sometimes push you into finding better items, but you can also potentially find nothing, which says to me that it's more or less rolling the numbers, just, you know, trying more attempts. I think that's why Find Item Barbarians are so successful, is because Find Item Barbarians are getting more chances. It's like going to you know, like a scratcher off and buying one scratch off versus buying, you know, like 4 or 5 scratch offs. Like, the person who buys one could potentially win, but if you take, like, a sample size of 1,000 people, and you have 1,000 people buy one scratch-off and 1,000 people buy 4 or 5 scratch-offs, I guarantee the 4 or 5 are going to win more often than the guy that's buying the one. It doesn't even need to be done, because obviously when you get more chances, you have more possibilities of things going your way. So it's basically just playing with the numbers. You're just playing with the random number generator, the pseudo random number generator, and you're forcing more possibilities to occur. And so the Find Item Barbarian, I think, is always going to be superior to regular Magic Finding because you get so many chances. And the more chances you get, the more tickets you buy, the more possibilities you can potentially win.
Pig.
Carry anymore.
Hey guys.
What's up, pig?
How's everyone doing tonight?
Fantabulous, sir.
Super duper.
Just murdering stuff. Talking about X-Men.
Oh yeah, I heard. That was That was a lot of fun to listen to.
And really terrible heroes like Jessica Jones and
Jessica.
Yeah, that Jessica Jones kind of killed my enthusiasm for all the spin-offs that they were doing.
it's terrible, wasn't it? It was terrible.
So I was stoked for.
Dude, Luke Cage was amazing. Iron Fist was amazing. Daredevil was amazing. And then it was like, ugh. Ugh. I will give this, is that Kilgrave's character, David Tennant did a very good job with Kilgrave. I really enjoyed the season that Kilgrave was in. But then they killed off Kilgrave. No pun intended. And and then the show just went way downhill. Like, once Kilgrave died, it was like, oh, so you have a bad superhero and no supervillain? Well, this is just terrible. Have you ever heard the term, a good villain makes the show? It's like,
Yeah.
I mean, that's really what was happening. Was freaking David Tennant was carrying that show. He was like carrying that show on his back, like freaking like the Greek god with the freaking planet on his back, what, Atlas?
Yeah.
And then when he left the show, it was like, oh yeah, this show sucks.
Well, that happened multiple times. Like Witcher.
Oh wow, Steven said he found a 300% ED Heaven's Light with 2 open sockets, plus 3 skills. Hell yeah, that's freaking amazing. Heaven's Light is a really good weapon. It's extremely good for Holy Fire and Holy Freeze Paladins. Holy Fire and Holy Freeze Paladins get really good use out of that by putting 2 cold or 2 fire facets in it. Gives you a really fast weapon with a decent amount of negative res with plus 3 skills. It's like the perfect combination for most Holy Fire, Holy Freeze Paladins. Holy Shock, on the other hand, you're better off with Crescent Moon, which is that negative 35% is really hard to beat. It's just really hard to beat. But Heaven's Light also has, what is it, the 35%, or is it 25% or 35% crushing blow? I mean, it's just a solid weapon all around.
Not here.
I mean, when you're horking, I feel like there's no reason not to swap over to a Magic Find set. What we're talking about is that Magic Find is affecting like some sort of invisible wiggle room is what we're talking about. And that the wiggle room itself doesn't necessarily... It's kind of hard to explain. I mean, it will help you find an item if you're close to finding the item already, if that makes sense. And what I'm basically starting to form a picture in my mind is that if the item drops and it's incapable of rolling as a unique item because of whatever the pseudo-random number generator said, it doesn't matter how much Magic Find you have, it's not going to force the item to become something that it can't. Like... Let me like write this down so it makes more sense. So the current thought is that it rolls, you know, unique, and then it rolls what, rare, and then it rolls set, and then it rolls magic. All right. The current prevailing theory is that Magic Find can turn anything in this list into anything on this list. So, for instance, if it was going to roll normal before, your Magic Find could somehow, like, turn this normal item into a unique item if you have enough Magic Find, right? And that there's, like, a % chance, so we can say % chance that each one of these will potentially roll, and they roll in this particular order, right? So, basically, what I'm saying is that it might not necessarily be this way at all. And what we're actually looking at is something completely different, which is something more along the lines of like this. Let's say, for instance, It does not roll unique, rare, set, etc. So it does not actually roll this, because what happens is there is a 0% chance that it can be a unique, because the seed code variables that are basically determining what item falls have essentially said that this cannot be a unique item. It cannot be a rare item, and it can potentially be a set item, and it can potentially, and it will be a magic item, right? So let's write it like this. And so basically this is what is currently what I'm thinking. So you're looking at the item, the seed code determines that it's basically going to be a magic item. Like, it already rolled all this by using the PRNG, you know, the pseudo-random number generator. A code was injected. This code says this is what will fall, a magic sacred armor, right? Then your magic find comes in, and your magic find is high enough, then it could potentially bump the item into a set piece, which would be what? The IK armor? But there's 0% possibility, no matter how much magic find you have, that it's going to bump the magic item into a unique. It's almost like a selector. Like if you did it more like this. So instead of doing it like this, let's make it look like this. So let's go like this. Let's pull this down like this. And let's set it up like this. All right. So we have ourselves a selector. All right. And let's pretend we're playing a slot machine, and the slot machine is rolling the numbers. So it's like you got a little arrow, and it's going like this. So it's going like, and it lands on magic. All right. I think what's happening is the magic find has the possibility of bumping this magic find to a set, but not bumping the item to a rare or a unique. It's like the number generator has already determined, it was already predetermined when the item fell that it would be a magic item. It's not actually rolling this. It's a lie. This was a lie that we told ourselves because we believed that the random number generator was actually rolling things. It's not rolling things because there's an actual code that's being injected, and the code is telling the game exactly what falls. So it's going to be a magic item. Now, what I think is that if you have enough magic find, you can take this arrow and bump it up to the set. But I don't think that your magic find will ever bump it from a magic to a rare or a magic to a unique, because it's not close enough in the list. Imagine if each one of these is very close together, like in terms of like how the game processes things. So if it determines that it's a magic item and you have enough magic find, then it could potentially get bumped up 1, but it can't be bumped up 2 or 3. However, if you were to drop a rare item instead, so let's pretend that you dropped a rare item, and so there was a 0% chance that it could be a magic and a 0% chance that it's going to be a set, but it turns out to be a rare, your magic find might just bump it up to the unique item. So I'm not saying that magic find is completely useless, but what I am saying is that when the game determines that you're going to get an item, I think that the determination for what you get is not determined from magic find, but magic find then comes in afterward and tries to bump up the quality of the item after the item has already been determined. Or you could even put it in reverse, which is basically to say that, like, code, I don't know, let's just make up a code. Code 0x22548 or whatever, 45, means that it's going to be a rare. So when that code falls, it will be a rare no matter what. But your magic find could potentially make it so that that code means that it's a unique instead. But you're not going to be able to turn that code into something higher than what it already is going to be. Like, it's not going to go like 4 or 5 steps higher than what it's supposed to be. And I think that's the problem that we've all encountered, is that a lot of the times when you're running along and you find items, you're like, oh man, that could have been a, you know, X. But for all we know, according to the way that we're currently seeing how the system works, there's absolutely no possibility for it to be what you thought it would have been. because it doesn't seem like Magic Find actually works this way. I think that this is actually a lie that we were telling ourselves because we believed that the system was random, right? We believed it was rolling dice. But it's not actually rolling dice. It's predetermining drops, and then once the drop is predetermined, there's nothing that you can really do to change what the drop is predetermined as, because it's not actually rolling dice. But it's Diablo who writes the code? I don't know about that. He's got them long fingernails. He probably have a hard time typing. I guess what I'm trying to say is that running 0% Magic Find and running a 400% Magic Find, there may not be as much of a difference between them as you think. I think Magic Find really only helps with near misses. I think that's what it is. I think when you have a near miss, something that's close to the item that you're trying to get, I think that's when Magic Find really comes into play. It helps with the near misses.
Not here.
But then, even then, we know for a fact that Magic Find's power to affect those near misses diminishes greatly the more you have. So having even just like 100 or 200% is more than enough in most cases to help convert those near misses into the next one up. How do you play Player 7 online or offline farming MF games? It gets really slow. Well, that's kind of the whole thing about Magic Finding too, is that speed is sometimes more important than Magic Find. Like if you're really slow, if you're Magic Finding very slowly, you're killing like a very tiny fraction of the monsters, like, you know, per hour or whatever. There's no reason to have large amounts of Magic Find. That's another chalk in the little box next to damage output instead of Magic Find. Like, a lot of people focus so much on the Magic Find, and then they have characters that hardly kill anything. But I mean, if Magic Find is less important than we think, then does that mean that damage output and killing the monsters faster is more important? Because like we were talking about with the Magic Find Barbarian, the Magic Find Barbarian, the Find Item Barbarian, is doing so well because he's rolling the numbers so quickly. He's got all these, you know, possibilities of drops that he can potentially make. So he's horking all these corpses. He's got all these potential drops, and he's got more drops, double the drops basically of most players. On top of that, he also has a higher drop chance than you do, because his Find Item ability can force an item to fall even when an item would normally not fall due to the no drop rule, which basically means that the Find Item Barbarian has a lot more raffle tickets in the raffle than you do. But if you're killing monsters faster, the faster you kill them, and you're getting more raffle tickets, then basically you have more possibilities of hitting it just like he does. Which is why kill speed seems to be more important than Magic Find in general, because you want to kill as fast as you can. So you get more raffle tickets. And maybe you eventually win the raffle and you get the PlayStation 5 and the Nintendo Switch. I need to do some testing. I think I can prove my theory on this by just simply using that seed code, stacking up a character with Magic Find. It can't be a super chest because super chests are not affected by Magic Find. But we go to a chest or like a body or whatever, and I find a routine where he drops the same exact item every single time. And then I modify the Magic Find on the character. I could just use Hero Editor and give myself like a ridiculously large amount of Magic Find through my equipment without changing anything, so that it's basically the same character with just more Magic Find. And then I can take that character, do the same exact pattern, with the same exact setup and everything, and we can test and see how many times the item rolls into a higher form, or whether it stays as the same exact form over and over again. And I think if I am correct, what's going to happen is that I will do this test, and I will grab this one item from this one body, and it will. My hunch is that it will never be anything other than a blue item. Like for instance, if I get like a blue mummified trophy, I could probably do the test 1,000 times, and it would probably not be anything other than a blue mummified trophy, with the magic find or without. And I think it'll prove without a shadow of a doubt that magic find doesn't really seem to have any effect whatsoever on the quality of what drops, like it supposedly seems to. Because if we do the test and it does end up in that direction, what it will prove is that the quality of the item is not affected by the percentage of magic find that my character currently has. That instead, the quality of the item was decided when the item fell by the random number generator system, the pseudo-random number generator. Whatever number it fell on, that was what decided what fell, and not the actual magic find. Because as of right now, we've got a lot of interesting information. We know that it's what actually falls on the ground is directly determined by where you go and what you click on. We know that the stats on the item, so the actual statistics on the item, are determined by the number of items in your inventory, which is a very weird one. Which means that Magic Find doesn't affect what falls on the ground, and it also doesn't affect the stats of the item that falls on the ground. And if what I'm saying is true, then Magic Find also doesn't affect the quality of what drops on the ground either.
I am overburdened.
Magic Find could be the biggest joke. It could possibly be the biggest joke that literally the Diablo devs have ever told. Let's just give them a placebo effect. Make them think that stacking Magic Find actually does something, but then in the end it does nothing. Yes, Evan, that's exactly what we're talking about, is that as of right now, that is the current understanding, is that Magic Find affects quality. What I'm saying is that through my testing, I've come across the opposite answer, which is basically that Magic Find isn't actually affecting the quality. And during my testing, I clicked on the same exact things so many times, and every single time it would be a white item or a blue item, and I would never see a rare, I would never see a unique. I would never see a set item. And with the amount of testing that I did, I have to think back and ask myself, well, okay, well, why was it never something different? Why was there never a different result? If it truly is rolling the quality of the item, and if Magic Find truly has an effect on the rolling of the quality of item, then why was the item the same exact quality every single time? And I'm not talking about the super chests. I gotta stress this because I know some people will get on my case about this. The super chests always spawn as magic items, and they have a % chance to spawn as something else. They actually have their own unique variables. And I did actually see the super chests turn into rare versions of themselves, and even had an occasional unique super chest. That was something completely different, and that's not affected by Magic Find. Evan's over here talking about Magic Find breakpoints that don't exist.
Sweet summer child.
I mean, he believes it.
Well, to be fair, Ginger, it's still a theory until proven.
I mean, the thing is, though, is he's talking about Magic Find breakpoints of like 495 and 503%. If he understood how how breakpoints work in Diablo, he would understand that when you get that high, the breakpoints go to exceedingly high numbers. breakpoints in Diablo 2 continue to rise at almost an exponential rate to the point where literally the higher breakpoints are in the thousands, like 2,000, 4,000. Like, people talk about faster run walk as having a cap. It doesn't have a cap. It has a soft cap. The soft cap is basically that once you get to a certain point, the percentage increase of run walk that you need past that point to increase your run walk speed is like so ridiculously high that most people can never reach it.
Other than Senek the Hoochag.
I mean, he reached it. He reached it through Hero Editor. It was amazing.
Remember a while ago when we were talking about Magic Find and someone brought up how there may have been specific numbers of Magic Find that like affected drops? What if it's like that? What if it's not the amount of Magic Find? What if it's just a specific number? So like if you hit this specific number, you have like X increased percent chance to find like unique items.
I mean, I really don't know. I think the system is a lot more complex than we originally gave it credit for, and I think Silos Pen, like websites like Silos Pen, I think they've been lying to us for years. I think the moral of the story is that it's a lot more almost deterministic, I think would be the word, than we originally had thought. I mean, we had originally assumed that we were, playing a slot machine, basically. Like, we were pulling a handle and seeing what happened, but I think it's more predetermined than that. Almost like there's a, I want to say like there's a list, like a drop table list, like in the background. And the drop table list has everything written on it. And when you go to drop the item, it pulls the numbers, right? So, I mean, like, in using your example, like, let's say that, I don't know, the unique Sacred Armor, the Tyrael's Might, is considered a lotto winning number, right? So it's like if you got this number, it's like you won the lottery. And you have to get that number to win the lottery, but since the number was predetermined before the item fell, there's absolutely no chance that the item can be anything other than what the item tells the game that it has to be. Frickin' Fool's Mod with damage and and it's ethereal? God. You need to find the magic within yourself.
Exactly.
Yes, Charles, you're correct. Once you find the magic within yourself, then you truly have the magic find. Hey, what's up, Deeb? Welcome back, cheery cheers. Rereading my comment sounded kind of rude, sorry. You're back in D2R, is your shirt blinding my eyeball? It's not blinding, it's camouflage.
Hey Ginger, you remember do you ever play games where you had to these are common on older games, like the original games, like the 80s and 90s, where you go to you had a manual, a game manual, and you had to go to a certain page and type in a word from that, a certain line on the page to get past code.
I think I played one of them. I think I remember playing one recently within the past couple of years. And I remember getting to that part and then not knowing what to do. And I remember, like, in the game, I eventually figured out that I was supposed to reference the manual. And I'm like, what manual?
Yeah.
And I ended up looking it up, and sure enough, there were some people who had they had the manual page like posted online so that you could read it, but like, and then you had to type in the passcode from the manual page. It was a whole thing.
Yeah, that's all. When you were talking about the list thing, that got me thinking about like the guy, Brezhnik and all those guys. They came from that school of development, like from those games, like those original games. Like,
They are. They literally, yes, they did. They were literally board game players before they became game developers, and so very well could be just like a list. Like almost imagine like you, I don't know, like D&D. Like let's say you had like at the bottom of a list at level like a 1 roll, you had like something stupid like a small, I don't know, like cracked warg tooth or something, right? And then up at like 20 was like the god sword of like retribution, right? But then you roll the dice and you roll a 19. Well, what I'm basically saying is that rolling a 19, you could potentially use your magic find to bump up to a 20. But if you rolled a 1, there's absolutely no possibility, no matter how much magic find you have, are you going to bump up to a 20. You might bump up to a 2 or a 3, but you're never going to bump up to a 20. And I think that's the way that the system works. And you're right. They were board game developers at the time, and they very well may have set it up like that. We might be looking at a similar system to almost like a D&D game where you're rolling for loot. They're like, all right, roll for loot, and you roll like a 15, and they're like, all right, number 15, and then you consult the list, and then on the list it says number 15, Halberd of Evisceration, and they're like, congratulations.
Uh-huh.
Now, my thing is they can't program for every single item. It would be insane, right? So the lists have got to like intermingle. They've got to be something. They've got to be something that like intermingles over top of each other. So there has to be like almost. I would almost say the lists are probably shared among pretty much the entire game, where literally almost all the clickables and all the monsters that die can probably pull from very similar lists, which means that, like for instance, when I get the Burr rune from the chest. Who knows? If you get the right combination, you could probably get a Burr rune from anything. And of course, Burr runes aren't affected by Magic Find either. We already know that there's a lot of things that aren't affected by Magic Find at all.
So that would imply that the whole idea of like treasure classes is irrelevant.
So treasure class determines what items fall by the monster's level, which is important. So for instance, when you have a TC-87 item, if you kill a monster that's only level 85, then the Tyrael's Might is removed from the list. So we know for a fact that like when it comes to things like that, you cannot find a Tyrael's Might unless you're killing a monster that's the appropriate level. So it's almost like there is a list. And when you're fighting a monster that's not high enough level, that list is just simply removed. Oh, Charlanaw found a +1 38 lifer. Chunks is running the Leap Barbarian, Charlanaw, and I'm pretty sure he would love that. He's trying to get as many plus combat skills as he can, so he can max out his leap attack. I don't know why I said Leap Barbarian. It's Leap Attack Barbarian. I'm gonna finish this up, and I think we're gonna go test this Magic Find stuff. I feel like it's a fun thing to test. I should be able to do it with just the little skeleton that's right next to the waypoint. If I remember correctly, the skeleton right next to the waypoint drops the same exact thing every single time if you keep the variables the same. And so if I keep the variables the same and then I start modifying my Magic Find and I do it enough times, we can test to see if the item ever turns into a unique, for instance, or if it ever turns into a set item. And we can choose exactly what it is so that the item does in fact have a set and a unique and a rare, and etc. variables. Like, not choose like an Archon plate because an Archon plate can't roll unique. We can choose like specific ones that actually have like easy to find, like a breastplate. That would be an interesting one because breastplates so often roll into Eisenhearts, right? And if we find a white breastplate and then we start adding Magic Find and it never turns into an Eisenheart's breastplate, which is one of the most common items in the game, then I think we've basically determined that Magic Find has no play in the quality of an item, unlike we thought.
Well, also, wouldn't you have to look at the specific drop table for whatever that uh, corpse or skeleton or whatever has too?
Well, I mean, this corpse should be able to drop any item. I mean,
Oh, okay.
Eisenheart's, like, for instance, especially if you're in TZ, but, like, if you click on a corpse in a terror zone, like right now I'm in a 95 terror zone, it should be able to drop any item. I mean, that's the prevailing theory, is that any clickable, any monster in a TC 87 plus zone can drop any item in the game. And that includes, unique items, set items, the works. Alright, I've pretty much completed this. Alright, I'm going to take Cody out to go to Peppadoodles real quick, and then we're going to come back and we're going to test this Magic Find stuff.
Uh-oh, here we go, boys and gals.
Back to trying to break the game.
Things about to get real, folks. Stay tuned.
Also, I love how most of the time when things get really serious, it starts with him or the dog going to the bathroom.
It's an opportune time to take a break so you can get focused.
Yeah.
Hard to stay focused when you got your balls are Oh man, my man Evan in there talking about D2 as a solved game. Like no.
No. No.
23 years later, we still talking about how to find items.
Was that someone in the chat that was?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh no. Poor kid. Did he just start playing? Is that what happened?
I don't know. Like, how can you make a statement like that? If you've ever played Diablo 2 long enough, you know that so much you don't know. Like, there's stuff I've forgotten that I used to know. like Ginger's like the best thing that happened to me as far as reintroducing me to the game, because I'm like, oh yeah, that's how I remember it used to. I forgot that it worked like that.
Yeah. Let's see.
Irene said it won't be serious unless he puts on his moose math hat. That's funny.
No, he needs to put on the chainmail.
Chainmail. Oh yeah, that thing's cool, man.
Yeah. Chainmail over the camo.
Oh, dude. I need to get some of that for real. I work with a bunch of saws, and I was like, I need some chainmail gloves.
Rawr. I need to put on my moose hat. Where is my moose hat?
Here we go.
Or the chainmail.
Maybe both.
A
Yeah.
moose hat and chainmail? You guys are just crazy.
Well, it's getting really serious. And
Yeah.
you never know what Blizzard might do if you.
All right, we
Solve
got the
their
moose hat
game.
on. The moose hat
Yeah.
is on.
Yeah, Evan's talking smack, man. He's saying the game is all the known factors in the game. It's a perfect information game with the code being known. I'm like, yo.
They do have the code. That's how Silos Pen was made. But they made the Silos Pen with the understanding that there was a random chance that you could potentially get items. And with the current knowledge that we have, we know that that's bullshit. Pardon my French. Because there isn't a random chance that you're going to find an item. Basically, how the game is coded is that when you kill a monster, depending on what the current PRNG status is of the game, the monster's drops are predetermined. And they are not random chances, and they do not roll. All right, so we need a character who's got Magic Find. And we need a lot of Magic Find. So we need to add a cheated item that is the same as a regular item so that no variables change. We're gonna use an item that's basically identical. And then we're going to just change the variable on the item so that the item is slightly different. So I think this character is probably the best option. We're going to take the Oculus. And how much Magic Find does she currently have? Currently has 152% Magic Find, which isn't terrible. She definitely needs more. She needs
I think
more.
after reaching a conclusion with a poppable item, you should try it with a monster too.
So,
To see if it's
I've
different.
actually been testing the monsters too, and I was testing Andariel, and if I went to Andariel the same way every single time, I tried to keep everything identical, Andariel actually dropped the same exact items every single time too.
With different Magic Find.
No, I haven't tested the Magic Find. This is the first time we're testing Magic Find, so.
Oh, okay. And so you don't have to do, you don't have to reset as much. In Upper and Lower Karast and the Bazaar, there are corpses right next to the waypoint, and then
So I was actually going to use this skeleton right here because I had tested it previously.
oh, okay.
There's a skeleton right by the waypoint that I was testing a lot during my Lower Kuras testing, and I was able to get basically the same exact item to fall from the skeleton every single time. So we just need to play around with the variables a little bit so that we need the skeleton to drop us something that can potentially roll as a set, unique, etc. So we basically got to make sure that we have an item that can roll as basically anything. And right now he's dropping an amulet going directly to him, so let's try that again. Let me make sure that stays the same. Yeah, so he drops me an amulet every single time. All right, so we currently have a pretty decent amount of Magic Find, 152% Magic Find. But I kind of want to up those numbers. Those are rookie numbers. So let's go into Hero Editor, and let's add in an item. We're going to add in a new Oculus. And I'm going to take that Oculus, and we're just going to put a bunch of Magic Find on it. What's the maximum Magic Find you can put on an item? It's like 100 and... I think it's like 163%. I think we could also just do some charms. Let's do some charms. That'll work too. I could just make some like ridiculous broken Magic Find charms. That'll be the easiest way to do this. So let's go to Video Items 4. Let's import from file. And then we're going to take miscellaneous charms, small charms. It's past your bedtime? Well, you should go to sleep, Deeb. Rockabye DB in the treetop. Gotta go sleepy before you pop. Rockabye DB, go to bed before your girlfriend bops you in the head. There you go. Nice little lullaby. Send you off to sleep. You said 155% is the limit for an item. All right, so there we go. We've got 155% Magic Find Small Charm. Let's just go ahead and add a bunch of these. All right, save that. Close that. We got to copy him over. Now, you might be asking why am I even bothering to do this at all? Like, I had 153% Magic Find. Wouldn't that have eventually showed the curve? Well, the answer to the question is, well, no. Like, we want to know, like, not just does it ever turn into another item. We also want to know, like, what's the frequency at which it turns into another item. So if it does turn into another item, does a large amount of Magic Find actually affect that? Or does having a large amount of Magic Find not affect it at all? So that way we can prove without a shadow of a doubt through large amounts of Magic Find, obscenely large amounts of Magic Find, whether or not the item is actually improving in quality. If it is, what's the frequency? And on top of that, we can also determine, hey, like Magic Find doesn't even affect it at all, right? So then we have a bunch of different variables going on. Offline video items 4. I've got my cheated charms in here.
Good day.
There you go, 155% MF small charms. So we've got quite a few 155% Magic Find small charms. What is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's 8 plus the 150 that's on the character, so that's 9. So what is that? Let's just do 155 times 9. It's roughly about 1,395% Magic Find. Now, I can't use the MF from the souls. This requires way too much testing. We're going to have to test this repeatedly over and over and over again. It's going to be a little boring because it's going to require a larger sample size. I'm going to have to click on that corpse like 100, 200, 1,000 times. And if I click on the corpse, like for instance, just as an example, if I click on the corpse 1,000 times and it's blue every single time out of 1,000 times, I think we've conclusively proved that Magic Find basically has no effect on anything. And it's a lie. All right. So according to the panel, I currently have 1,389% Magic Find. So current logic, let's just outline what could possibly happen. So current logic, we click on the corpse, an amulet drops. The amulet sees our massive engorged Magic Find that impresses all the ladies and immediately rolls as a unique item, right? And every time we go there, the amulet just magically becomes like a set or a rare or a unique item almost every single time, right? That's option number 1. Option number 2, we have Magic Find has a much more relaxed and mediocre effect. Perhaps the blue item turns into the next tier up but never goes any higher. So we know it's a blue amulet that drops on the ground, but perhaps the blue amulet can only roll to the next up on the list, which could potentially be a set necklace or a rare necklace, but never any higher. We also have potential outcome number 3, which is it stays blue forever and never changes into any other piece of equipment. And if it stays blue forever and never changes to any other piece of equipment, we know that Magic Find doesn't have any effect on the quality that's dropping, and it's actually some other variable that's going on in the background. All right, so now we're starting the test. So Lurikarast, teleport, click. We got a scroll of town portal and no amulet. We can assume that that may have been a no drop roll, which is possible. Let's try it again. Actually, what player count are we on to? Let's verify that. We're on players 3 at the moment. No drop rolls seemed to happen occasionally when I was doing my testing, and it didn't seem to matter what was going on. Sometimes you would just end up with no drop rolls. What's really interesting is that we put those charms in our inventory, and now the amulet doesn't seem to be falling.
Uh-oh. Another wrinkle.
That's absolutely crazy. The amulet will not fall now. Let's take the charms out of our inventory, and let's see if that changes anything. So hold on. Let's take the magic find away.
Did you have other items in those slots before?
I did, but there was no magic find there. And from our testing, it doesn't matter whether the item is in the stash or it's on your inventory. It still affects the stats on the item, but doesn't have any other effect as far as we know. So let's go back and let's try this again. Does the amulet fall now that we have taken the magic find out of our inventory? And so the amulet is just gone. I wonder what has changed. Something that I did, something that I changed, equipment in my inventory. What did I do that made the amulet not fall? I've done something. It's not the magic find because we just took the magic find out of our inventory, and that didn't change it. That's okay. We're just gonna have to do this a little bit differently. We're just gonna have to find another item to fall. That's all. Let's play around with the variables a little bit and see if we can change what falls from the chat from it. No, because it's not even working anymore at all. Like I did something that changed it completely. I don't know what variable I changed though. So let's just change it to P8. Let's see what falls from it from P8. Did season 5 drop? No. Alright, lower crust. Alright, we got a damaged short spear, which can potentially roll as a rare, but there is no unique or set version of that, so let's try a different combination. Alright, let's go to Trav first, and then let's go to Lower Rust. Now we've got a crude military axe. Military axe does have a unique variant. It's the Warlord's Trust, I believe. So, in this case, we do have a unique version, as well as a... I'm trying to think if there's any other versions of this, though. There's a rare version, obviously, but there's no set version, which does make this kind of a poor option. We need something that has a set version. It has a unique version. It has a... Basically, all the versions are available, and I don't think the Military Axe has a set version. So let's keep going. Let's try Karas Bazaar and then Lower Karas. So we've got a low quality harpoon. There's no unique or set version of that. Let's try again. We just need to identify a option that is going to give us something that can potentially roll us. I'm hoping for a breastplate, to be perfectly honest, because I think the breastplate is one of the easiest ones. It drops a lot, and I think that would be the one that conclusively proves things the best. Okay, so here we go. We got an interesting one here. We've got superior light-plated boots, which can potentially roll as Vidalas. That could potentially be Goblin Toes. That could potentially be a rare set of boots. We got Demon Hide Armor, which could potentially be the unique, what is it, Skin of the Flayed one. It can also be a rare Demon Hide Armor. I don't know if there's a set Demon Hide Armor. I don't think so. I don't think there is a set Demon Hide Armor. So that's still good enough. Like, we've got 2 items that could potentially roll as multiple different things. We've got a massive amount of magic find. And the current thing is we have Demon Hide Armor, so a blue Demon Hide. And a superior light-plated boots. All right. So this is going to be our base. And this base is P8 Flare to Lower Kurost Skeleton. That's our entire pattern. All right, so we're going to do this pattern over and over again, and we're going to see if we get Vidalis. We'll see if we get Goblin Toes. We're going to see if we get Skin of the Flayed One, etc. If Magic Find really has an effect, we have literally 1,389% Magic Find right now. So Magic Find should change that into other items. If it really is rolling the items, we should see Vidalis. We should see Skin of the Flayed One. We should see some rare boots. We should see other things besides those two. So here we go. Try number 2. We still have Demon Hide and Superior Light Play boots. No change. Let's try again. Player Jungle, Lower Kurost, still Superior. And what really bugs me here, and this is what really makes me think that we're dealing with Magic Find not actually affecting things. Notice that this is Superior Light-Plated boots, 15% enhanced, and they never change. So let's go through it again, and let's check one more time. But they've been 15% every single time. I'm trying too hard to prove something so irrelevant to everyone who just goes past the area. I don't really know what you're talking about. We're not talking about this specific area. We're not talking about this specific skeleton. We're not talking about this. This is something that affects the entire game as a whole. This is not one particular zone. It's not one particular monster. It's not one particular set of variables. It's the entire game as a whole, both offline and online. It has absolutely no bearing on one particular monster or one particular chest or one particular zone. This is literally the way that the game determines how the items fall. The understanding that we've all been taught by everybody for millions of years, including myself, who also repeated the dogma at one point, is that Magic Find increases the rolls, or basically changes the rolls, essentially in your favor, so that you have a chance to get an item that would not normally fall. So if the general understanding is that if I click on this with enough Magic Find, I can force that pair of boots to become Goblin Toes. I can force that Demon Hide armor to become Skin of the Flayed One. What I'm testing right now is whether or not that's actually true. Can I actually force those light-plated boots to become Goblin Toes, or will they always be Superior Light-Plated boots, no matter what? Figuring out the game is fun, dude. Diving into the mechanics of the game and figuring out the inner workings is fun. And to do that, yeah, I need to save and quit over and over again and figure out exactly how the variables work. I mean, that is a very... what's the term I'm looking for? It's a very loaded statement, Evan. It makes what the statement that you just made makes it seem as if this is not what's occurring all the time, every single time you play the game. What I'm doing is locking the seed so that you can actually see the results. If you could lock the seed online, you would see these same exact results. What happens online, and also offline if you choose to, is that you can change the seed code and thereby change the results, but that doesn't mean that what's happening here isn't also happening in every single seed code that we currently have access to. You're pretending that because I can lock the seed code that my results are inaccurate or not viable. But it's actually the opposite. Because I can lock the seed codes, I can see what you cannot. Not rigging the dice. I'm freezing the dice so that they have the same exact results every single time. I'm basically showing the underneath of the game, the part that you can't see because the game doesn't let you. Let me give you guys an example of this. All right. So let's say you open up your online game, because let's use online, because everybody always talks about how offline doesn't count because it's offline, right? So if you're online and you boot up a game and you make a game GGM1 and you make your passwords, so you got your password 16, all right, and you're assigned seed code 98732968834, right? And you click on skeleton, right? And the skeleton drops a harpoon, a scroll of town portal, and a key, right? Then you go make GGM2, and you click on the same exact skeleton. But this time you're assigned seed code that. 908712349087754. And then click on the skeleton, right? And so what you're doing, Evan, is you're saying, well, because when I clicked on the skeleton, this time he gave me a health potion and a flawless topaz, that the results that I'm getting aren't accurate. But if I go to this seed code and I click on this skeleton, he will always drop me these items. If I go to this seed code and I click on this skeleton, he will always drop me these items. What you're trying to equate is that the seed codes being locked offline means that the results aren't accurate, but what you're not understanding is that every single time you join a game the seed code is locked. It's just a random seed code, which means that the results are always going to be the same for every single seed code, but every single seed code is different. So what we're determining here by locking the seed code is understanding exactly how the drops work, so that when we go into a random game and we get a scroll of town portal, a harpoon, and a key, we know that that's literally what would have dropped because that's what the seed code told the skeleton to drop. That's literally the exact formula to get that exact item. And what I'm testing right here is essentially using this seed code locking system to be able to lock this seed code to the same seed code. And then we get the items to fall on the ground. Is the magic find actually changing the item that falls, or is it more just predetermined bullcrap that comes from the seed code itself? From what we're seeing so far, it looks like predetermined bullcrap that's coming from the seed code. Which is why we're basically testing it. So I'm going to keep going there, and I'm going to keep testing it, and I'm going to see. If it ever drops me Vidala's boots, if I ever see anything other than white superior light-plated boots and a blue demon hide armor, then I'll eat my hat right here on the stream, and I'll say that I was wrong. But so far, nothing has changed. It's literally dropping the same superior light-plated boots. It's dropping the same blue demon hide armor. And it's literally giving me the same exact results every single time with no change. I've got massive amounts of magic find, but nothing is changing. Am I bashing the game? No, I'm not bashing the game. I'm actually really quite interested in the fact that this kind of pseudo-randomness seems to be... Did I go to the wrong one? I think I went to the wrong waypoint. Seems to be affecting the game in a way that we never really anticipated. I don't think the developers knew that this was going to be this way. I don't think they understood what they were doing or what they created, but they almost created something that was alive in a way. In a specific way, they almost created something that was alive, and I think that's the biggest compliment that I can make. Because the way that they've created the system directly responds to how you play the game, where you go, what you do. Your particular pattern of how you play the game is directly responsible for what you find. More so than we ever thought. I look so silly with this hat on. Who's the one who told me to wear this hat? If anything, I think it's probably the most intriguing system that I've ever encountered. And I think it explains why people have fallen in love with this game for such a long period of time. I mean, many people attribute it to the skill system. Many people attributed it to the the balance of the itemization. Some people attributed it to the old school nature of the game. But I think what it really comes down to, I think, is the fact that the game is alive. It's alive because we're alive. It's got to be the strangest way to create a random number generation system that almost makes literally the game into a living, breathing thing because the person who's playing it is a living, breathing thing. Like a mirror, almost. It's basically just reflecting back exactly what we're putting in. And even though we don't necessarily know what it is that we're putting in, which I think is part of the problem, right? So we don't know that what we're doing is the wrong way. You might do 1,000 runs of Andariel and end up with garbage loot 1,000 times. But, the thing is that, like, maybe it's just the way that we're approaching the game in general. You're getting him tomorrow. You're getting another dog. Another dog. Doge. The Doges.
Ginger, I think you can credit Irene for the suggestion for the moose hat.
Oh, Irene? It's Irene's fault? I'm blaming Irene. I mean, I have not seen any change whatsoever in these items the entire time I've been doing this. It's literally the same blue to demon hide armor. It's the same superior light plate boots. They're 15% enhanced every single time. It's literally the same piece of equipment every single time. The magic find doesn't seem to be having any effect whatsoever on the drop. I mean, just as a test, let me put the magic find in the stash, take it off my character, and let me see if that changes things, but... Okay, so all the charms are now off of me. Let's start the test from the beginning. It's not a rigged test, Evan. It's a fair test. The test online is rigged.
It's a way. This is the way to make a scientific test. This is the only way, is to control the variables.
So I took all the magic find off my character, every single bit of it. And instead of a superior light plate boots and blue demon hide armor, now what fell was a 5% enhanced light plate boots and a damaged demon hide armor. So taking the magic find off decreased the quality of the armor, but putting it on didn't increase it. Let's see if we can repeat this. Also, we need to test one more variable before we test that variable, which is... perhaps maybe the number of items in my inventory was responsible. I don't necessarily think that's the case, but let's test it anyway just to be sure. So let's take, I should have a bunch of random crappy charms that I can throw in here to simulate the same number of charms that we had before. And then we can go and click on it and see if the result is the same. So replacing the charms with non-charms still ended up with the same results, but now we have a superior light plate 15% enhanced and the damage and armor. So the superior rating on the boots does seem to be rolling because we got a 15% and then we got a 5. And then the damaged armor changed. So let's put the magic find back on. This time let's put just one of the magic find charms in. So 155%. We're just gonna add one. We're gonna test this and see if we can control exactly what falls. Oops, I accidentally went to nightmare. It doesn't matter because I have the seed code thing inserted, so it'll stay on the same seed code no matter what. Meow always says it's your fault. Well, Meow's not here right now, is he? So you can make fun of him, and then he'll have to show up and defend himself. Oh, that's interesting. So no other variables changed, but the amount of magic find that we currently have. But this time a ring dropped. So we went from, I don't know, like 1,000% magic find to down to like 300% magic find. And this time we got a ring. Just in case, let's redo it again, because sometimes I mess up the variables by clicking on stuff at the wrong time, or... Now we've got a rare light-plated boots. This is Dire Blazer light-plated boots. 50%. Just trying to memorize the stats so we can see if they're the same each time. So we got 4 dex, 50% stamina, cold res, and let's do it one more time.
Or fork too.
And now we've got the light-plated boots again. Same exact light-plated boots. How much you want to bet? Same exact stats. Let's do it again. Now, we know for a fact that the number of items in our inventory and everything affects this as well, so the pulling in the magic find charms can change things. Same exact boots again. I mean, we don't really think Magic Find is affecting that so much as Magic Find is just, what, forcing that item to fall? Let's try adding another charm. Let's see if it changes again. So we're just going to add one more charm. We're going to do the same exact routine. Currently, we're just doing testing deep, so the amount of magic find we have doesn't really matter. It's just there for testing purposes. It's offline, hero-edited stuff. I mean, we're basically just cheating the items in.
Hey Ginger, what did you change to get it to start dropping a Warfork instead of the
I changed it to one magic find charm instead of a full inventory of magic find charms. So basically, I'm deliberately manipulating the amount of magic find I have right now to try and see how it changes the drops. And it actually does seem to be changing the drops. Sometimes it seems to be changing the drops for the worse. Like, for instance, in the case of the Demon Hide armor, it looked like increasing the magic find actually turned it into a damaged armor instead of a blue armor, which means it actually went down instead of up. This time, when we went to just one magic find charm instead of 2, we got the rare boots. So the rare boots were falling when we went to 1 magic find charm as opposed to 2, almost as if a specific percentage of magic find was responsible for causing the rare boots to fall, as opposed to just simply adding more, which might have even unlocked a whole new layer of the onion for us by basically saying that there are specific magic find numbers that are going to give you better items than others.
I knew it.
Because basically right now we are sitting at 304% magic find and the rare boots are falling. But if we add another 155% magic find, they fall as regular white boots again. And if we add even more than that, so let's keep unraveling this onion, and let's keep trying to figure out exactly how this magic find system is actually affecting the drops. Is the more magic find we add, the better, or is it the more magic find we add, the worse? Or is it just not even, is it not even an equation of worse or better, but so much as just a modifier on what's actually falling? Like, maybe all it really does is it just adds in a wild card, like a ×7 on the effect, or maybe like a ×5 or something. Maybe it just adds something in weird. So we've tested 1. 1 gives us a rare item. 2 gives us a back to the superior item. And then we're going to go to 3 now. Let's try 3. I'm not changing my seed, Evan. It's locked to the same seed code. You can try it and you can get the same exact results as me. You can literally put in the same seed code to do the same exact things I'm doing, and you will get the same exact results. So 3, which is, what, 455%, has gotten me a pair of blue light boots this time. And the demon hide armor has disappeared. Let's repeat that to make sure that it stays the same. You're absolutely right, Vidine. With 8,060% magic find, everything should be blue. But that's not the way that it's actually going. Yep, so still blue. Hero Redditor isn't a mod, you're just simply adding in items that have specific stats. In this particular case, I added in an item that gives me Magic Find. And the purpose of that is to check and see how this particular system works by adding Magic Find into the equation. So again, with a specific amount of Magic Find, we are now getting light plate boots.
Hey Ginger, you remember you were talking about how to test adding in the incrementing factor? Maybe the magic find is the incrementing factor you're looking for.
I
Like
think I remember what you're talking about. Go ahead.
yeah, so like you're talking a while back about how to get a specific item every time, and but we didn't know like what that random that number sequence that the professor was telling you about, the numbers, how to manipulate the number sequence. Maybe the magic find is that number works on that number sequence, and you can find out the specific number, unlock the specific number based on how much magic find you had on. But you can test that, like adding or subtracting the amount of magic find will add to that part of that combination of numbers.
I think I understand what you're saying. And well, the thing is that like if there are magic numbers, if there's lotto numbers, and all it's doing is just shifting or incrementing the number up or down by a certain degree, then it very well could mean that having too much magic find could increment or shift it too far, and then you end up back around where you started. Because like right now, if I take off my magic find and I go to a specific percentage, I see the rare item. But then when I add in too much, it goes back. It's like it goes back around to the white item again. And
Yeah.
it's like
So,
it's almost like it's circling around, or like it's a slot machine, like a slot machine. Like, the slot machine is a circle, and you pull the lever, and like it goes to the 7, but then it goes past the 7, and it goes back around to like the crap that's after the 7. It's almost like it's just a giant slot wheel, and the Magic Find is causing it to increment up or down on the wheel, which may or may not be giving you something good, because the rare item might be right here, and too much Magic Find might put you up here. But just enough puts you right here. We basically just found out that if you just put the 155 on there by itself, you end up with the rare one, the rare item.
yep.
Like, and then when you put too much, then it starts going to the white item.
Yep. So like how you found out about item stats, maybe you just unlocked same thing with just the actual item type.
Yeah, the infinite Magic Find Ghost. Yeah, it's impossible for me to use that to test out this kind of stuff, though. It would add too many variables into the equation, which would invalidate the testing. The entire purpose of this testing is to limit the variables to the point where we can determine what the variables are causing and how things are being changed by those variables. In other words, you keep everything the same, and you change one tiny variable, and then you see how that variable affects things. If changing that one tiny variable has no effect on things, then you know that that variable is not included in what's going on. And then you continue that. Like, pretend you have a giant board of 100 little switches. And every single time that you change one switch, you test it exactly the same as you did before and see if the variables change. Then you turn the switch back, and then you try switch number 2, and then you turn the switch back, and you try switch number 3, and then you turn the switch back, and you try switch number 4. And eventually you find out what every single switch does and how it affects the way that things change, or whether it does anything at all. And that's basically what I'm doing right now, is I'm trying to figure out exactly how Magic Find affects things. And from what I'm being able to determine here, I can tell you a couple things so far from the testing that I've done. Let's talk about a couple of things that are happening from the testing that I've done. When you click on an item, or when you click on a corpse, or kill a monster, the drops are set. They're basically predetermined. I'm gonna say this: predetermined. They're basically predetermined drops. And it's determined by the seed code. So the seed code and, of course, the variables that you took to get to that item are essentially predetermined, and it's going to drop the same items every single time. The Magic Find does not roll the item, which we can also determine here. So Magic Find does not roll the item and cause it to be higher quality versions. And the reason why we can determine this is because in our testing, we basically clicked on the same item over and over and over again with a huge amount of Magic Find, with white items falling, and the white items never converted into a rare, they never converted into a set, they never converted into a unique, right? But then I decided to take it one step further, and we decided to check and see, well, does the amount of Magic Find change the result? So did the amount of MF change the result? And the answer to the question, surprisingly, was yes. So by changing the amount of Magic Find that we had, the result changed, but not the Magic Find itself when clicking on the same thing multiple times. So if I can explain exactly what that means, is that means that the Magic Find changes the predetermined drop by the percentage that you have, but it will never roll the item to be something higher than what the predetermined drop says it will be. And it's kind of complicated, but think about it like this. So 0% Magic Find, 0% MF has X drop, all right? 100% Magic Find has Y drop, which is a completely different drop than X drop, and so forth and so on. And you can completely go up the list like this, and I don't know exactly where this changes or why it changes, and maybe Evan is even correct that there's breakpoints that cause these drop changes so that each individual drop change is at a different breakpoint in the MF, but it doesn't mean that the MF is more effective at specific drop points, but instead may just simply be this is where the drop changes into something else. And we're basically testing this right now, is that when I change the amount of magic find that I have, it changes the drop that falls from the item. And you can see this every single time I do it. So like, for instance, if I grab, what was it, 2 charms for the rare item, I think is what it was. I think it was 300%, which was 2 charms for the rare item. So if I lower my magic find percentage by going like this, take this out, and go down to 2 charms. So I lower my magic find percentage to 300. Was it 1 charm or 2? I can't remember. I think it might have been 1. Was it 1? 304. I think it was 1. Let's check it real quick. So when I lowered my magic find down to 304%, the drop changed into a rare. It was a direct proportional change to a variable change. So I changed one variable, and the item that fell on the ground changed as a result to the light-plated boots. And the light-plated boots are the same every single time because I keep the same number of items in my inventory. For those of you who are unaware of how this works, we tested this in a previous game. The number of items that you have in your inventory changes the stats on the item. So I can actually manipulate the stats on the item to a different version of light-plated boots by changing the number of items that I have in my inventory. Just as simple as picking up the light-plated boots and not throwing them away. When I click on this, the variables change because I have the light-plated boots in my inventory. It's really quite crazy. Of course, I think the light-plated boots still should have dropped then, and that's really quite strange that they didn't fall. Let's try that again. Maybe I did something a little bit differently that time than I did the previous times. Interesting. So let's drop these back on the ground. Now we're getting 2 piles of gold and arrows. So by picking up the boots, we're getting 2 piles of gold and arrows. And that doesn't make any sense. And if that's the truth, then when we go back here, without the boots in our inventory, it should give us the boots again. So picking up the boots changes the result? I'm telling you, man, the more I play this game, the more I learn about the way that this stuff works. The more I start to see a very crazy sort of like, just almost, I'm telling you, it's like the game is alive. It's like the more I see it, the more I realize that like every action that you do, every single thing that you do within the game has some sort of effect on what falls on the ground. That's literally one item. One item in my inventory literally changes the result of what falls from this guy. Watch. I'll change it again by picking up the arrows. Let's try it again. So I'm going to change the result again by picking up the arrows. That's kind of nuts. So the results are being changed by the number of items in my inventory, which could potentially mean, well, no, because the charms are also in my stash, and so that shouldn't change anything as long as the number of items in my inventory stay the same in totalis. So it shouldn't be an issue, but we can test this very easily by going and picking up the item. Let's just test this really quickly. So we're going to pick up the boots. And of course we can test this by taking these boots and we can put them inside of our stash. So very simply we're going to put them here instead of here. And then we'll click on the chest again and see if it's only inventory based items that are affecting this. So even if it's in my inventory, even if it's in my stash, it's still affecting the drop. So the number of items is directly affecting what falls from the body as well. That's kind of crazy. It's not the boots. The boots don't have anything to do with it. I can take this and drop this on the ground. And that small charm of flame will also count as one item and will also cause the same exact thing to go on. No, gold amount didn't have anything to do with it. We tested that multiple times. Unless the variables that it's choosing are just different. It's crazy though because the number of items before... Huh. I'm thinking in my head here. So, when you were doing super chests, and an item fell on the ground, so let's say like a small charm, we had verified that the number of items directly corresponded to the stats on the item. So the stats on the item could be manipulated by the number of items that you had in your inventory at that particular time. But this was super chest specifically, and I can repeat that with the super chest relatively easily by just simply opening up the super chest over and over again and showing you guys. It's actually pretty easy to do. Perhaps the regular stuff has a different... Instead of using the items, number of items in your inventory for the stat roll, perhaps for regular stuff like clickables, it's using a different roll. Let's just test this real quick and make sure that things are still working the way that I know that they work for the super chests. So we're going to check this dirk right here, which is a fool's dirk. That's actually kind of amazing. We're going to go back down here. We're going to click on this one more time. Should be a fool's dirk again, which should verify that it's working correctly. Then we're going to add one item in our inventory, and it should still stay a dirk, but it should change the stats. And that will help us verify things a little bit more in the direction that we're trying to verify them. So again, still a fool's dirk. This time we're going to keep the dirk, which is going to add one to our total. And then it should still be a dirk, but it should be a different dirk. Just a different modifier on the dirk. So still a dirk, and now we have the iron dirk. So yes, so for the super chests, we do have the situation where the number of items seems to determine the rolls on the item. But for the skeleton seems to be doing something differently. Almost as if the number of items in my inventory is actually affecting what falls on the ground from the skeleton instead of the rolls on the item. So at this point, we should still have the boots, right? So we're still on the boots. So with this particular setup, going this particular direction, we still have the rare boots. The rare boots still fall on the ground, but they have this specific set of stats. If the number of items in the inventory isn't what controls the stats on the item, then what is controlling the stats on the item? The number of items in the inventory seems to be controlling what drops from the skeleton instead, in the terms of the skeleton, but... more complexity? It is more complexity. You're absolutely right. I'm trying to think how we proceed from here. First off, let's just continue with my Magic Find testing. So let's just keep stacking on Magic Find and let's see how it changes the variables. Remove my helmet? Okay. Haha, he told me to remove my helmet. All right, so let's go ahead and add in another magic find charm. We're gonna stack up these charms until we're convinced of what's going on with magic find. So let's just add another MF charm. I kind of feel like I need smaller charms, smaller percentages, to really understand what's going on.
Just go from 1 to 100.
Did you, instead of adding more items, just items, change the type of job that comes out of the skeleton? Why don't you just hack some equipment that you already have on your character, so that way you don't change the item count.
As far as I'm aware, what time doesn't seem to matter. I can demonstrate this. I've done it 1,000 times. Now I don't know about the skeleton, but I know about the super chest. Let's test the skeleton. Let's see if time matters for the skeleton. I'm pretty sure time doesn't matter. We did multiple tests to try and figure out whether time mattered, and it never seemed to matter. But like, I can sit here for a little bit. We can do a little Jeopardy theme. And we still get light plated boots, demon hide armor. As you can see, time doesn't seem to be any variable. It doesn't seem to have any effect whatsoever on what's going on. We don't think that a lot of people had talked about time as a variable, and we think the reason why people originally thought time was a variable may have something to do with the loading structure of the way that the game loads maps. But as long as you don't move from the waypoint, it seems like the game doesn't bother loading anything in else from that particular point, and so time doesn't seem to be a variable at all. And it's not necessarily because time is a variable, but because the game is loading in other chunks before it loads in whatever you click on. So, like, as an example, yes, this is P8 at the moment. So if I go down here, for instance, and I activate this chunk down here, and then I come back up and I click on this, it usually changes the results. But you have to activate another chunk. So it's not always readily apparent like how big a tile is. Somebody corrected me the other day, and they're like, it's not a chunk, it's a tile. And he's right. I believe in the Diablo 2 lingo, they're called tiles, not chunks. I mean, it's still the same thing, but whatever. But if I teleport all the way up here, for instance, and load this other chunk, and then I teleport back down and click on the skeleton, the results, well, still haven't changed. Look at that. It's almost like it's laughing at me. What it seems like, and this is kind of crazy, is that it's almost as if the variables that are being used for each individual thing are different, but they're the same. Like, the chunk loading affects this. Like, for instance, when I click on this chest, the chunk loading affects the chest, but the chunk loading doesn't seem to affect this. The number of items in my inventory affects the stats on the item that come from the super chest, but the number of my items in my inventory seems to affect what actually falls from the skeleton instead. Almost as if we have one set of variables that is being used for two different purposes within the game at the same time. In other words, the number of items that you have in your inventory may determine the stats from an item from a super chest, but then the number of items that you have in your inventory may also be determining what actually falls from a clickable. And then monsters might be a different one entirely as well. We might be looking at the same variable being used in like 2 or 3 different places for 2 or 3 different reasons. I mean, and that's exactly what I was talking about in some of my earlier videos, where I was like, we need to map everything out, because the number of items for clickables seems to determine what drops. But it's also kind of interesting in that the number of items or the amount of magic find doesn't seem to be changing what falls so much as like hitting specific amounts of magic find seems to be causing different drop sets. And then the drop set stays the same as long as you have the same amount of magic find. They did some frickin' some hooky trickery here.
Hey Ginger, can I ask you a question?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, from what you're saying about how the magic find affects the drop, let me propose a scenario. We use some numbers here, just simple math here for demonstration purposes. All right, let's say we have two items that we want to get dropped, an SOJ and a mantle healed. And the variables to get the SOJ, let's just say it's one, using numbers, 1, 2, 3, and 4. And to get the mantle healed, we have 1, 3, 4, and 5. Now, let's say you have 200 magic find on your character, and that's the let's just say 200. And I'm thinking the way to get the SOJ would be like 1 plus the 200 magic find plus 3 plus 4. And if you get 300 magic find, you would be like 1 plus 300 plus 4 plus 5 equals mana healed. Do you think that's kind of maybe the sequence of events, how the magic find affects this?
I mean, it could very well be just simply adding almost like a static number to whatever falls. I mean, you're right. It's like maybe the number that you get is a 5, and then you have a certain amount of magic find, and it adds like a 2 to it, and then you end up with, a 7. And then 7, I don't know, maybe 7 is the Soj or whatever, right? And so you end up with the Soj. But you also have to consider the fact that Mantled Heal is also considered a good drop. So if there's, I don't know, let's say you had, 200 potential drops on a table, and only 2 of them, one of them was a Mantled Heal and one of them was a Soj. Well, maybe the Mantled Heal is considered easier, so maybe they put more entries on there, like 3 or 4 Mantled Heal entries and only 1 Soj entry, but there's still like 200 entries total. So shifting it up or down, like if the magic find is just shifting the number up or down, there's no guarantee that it's going to shift the number up or down in the direction that you're looking for. The problem is that we have no idea what number the ring is going to be on the table, right? So, like, what if the table randomizes itself each time so that when you're pulling from the table, it's a different entry? So even if you were able to, say, guarantee that you got entry number 7 every single time, what if entry number 7 is a different entry every single time? And so running with the same amount of MF, just as a hypothesis, running with the same amount of magic find means that you are essentially generating a static drop number. And if the table is changing every single time, then your static drop number could potentially intersect with the random seed codes changing the table, so the point where you eventually end up getting the item that you're looking for, because it randomly intersects with the static number that you're generating. In other words, if you had the wrong percentage of magic find, you might never intersect with a Soj. Or if you had the right percentage of magic find, you might intersect with a Soj over and over again. Because we don't know exactly how the tables are formed.
Right. Yeah, I understand that point. Yeah.
I mean, we already know that it's not real true randomness, that it's pseudo-randomness, so we don't really need to, like, even fool ourselves into thinking that it's actually truly random. But it'd be interesting to see exactly what's going on, like, in the random number generator system. Because a lot of people, I've actually had a lot of people comment, and they've said, well, what you've shown here basically tells me that I've been wasting my time. They're like, well, this means that, all these like 1,000 Andariel runs where I found nothing, Like I was just going the wrong way or doing the wrong thing, and so there was no chance that I was ever going to find anything good. And so I'm feeling defeated, essentially, because there's no possibility that I'm ever going to find anything good if I keep doing things the same exact way, and I've done things the same exact way over and over and over again, and I've just gotten crap for drops. And while I can understand that point of view, I guess that also leads you to the conclusion of, well, if you do things the same exact way over and over again, and you keep getting crap drops over and over and over again, then maybe you change up the way that you do things so that you get better drops. Because changing up the way you do things will directly, according to what we've seen, will directly change what's going on in your games. It will directly change the drops. You can deliberately manipulate the variables by just simply changing the way that you do things ever so slightly.
Not in town.
You're absolutely correct, Evan. You cannot have a true random number generator in a game. However, what you're not understanding is that Diablo doesn't even have a random number generator. So if you type in random number generator into Google, and you pull up like the Wikipedia entry for random number generators are things that have like power behind them, computing power, like very serious computer power. Diablo 2 doesn't have a random number generator. Diablo 2 has what's known as a pseudo number generator. Pseudo number generators are completely different than random number generators in that they mimic the possibility of random number generation without actually being random number generators. I mean, in here, a pseudo number generator, also known as a deterministic random bit generator, is an algorithm for generating a sequence of numbers whose properties approximate the properties of sequences of random numbers. The PRNG generated sequence is not truly random because it is completely determined by an initial value, called the PRNG's seed, which may include truly random values. Although sequences that are closer to truly random can be generated using hardware random number generators, pseudo-random number generators are an important practice for their speed in number generation and their reproducibility. The reason why they're fast and the reason why they work so well is because they're not using computing power like these number generators. These number generators are actually using your computer to generate random numbers in some very interesting ways, and some of them are so complicated these days that it's almost impossible to tell what's going on behind the scenes. There are patterns to them, but you'd have to be a super genius to understand the patterns of a random number generator these days. Some of the older ones are less complicated, but the newer ones, like the ones that are made in brand new games, good luck. These, on the other hand, because they are deterministic, because they use actual sequences of numbers that properties are actually determined in advance, these actually can be manipulated. You can manipulate these, and you can figure out how the pseudo number generators work. And they are based on a seed, as you can see here. We have a seed. I'm locking the seed code so we can see how the system works and what variables the system is using. By locking the seed code, we can reproduce the same event over and over again and change variables to understand how the seed code is determining the drops that are happening and what variables are changing those drops to make them better, make them worse, change the stats on them, and all this different kinds of stuff. This is the core of it right here, which is the PRNG seed, right? Well, if the seed changes every single time and you do the exact thing every single time, it's going to change every single time because the seed code changes every single time. So we lock the seed code and then we do incremental testing to figure out what the variables are. This lets us know what the information is. So we start to figure out what the algorithm is. The algorithm is basically a bunch of bullcrap that goes over the process of like, okay, how many items does he have in his inventory? All right, what's the player count? You know, like, did he visit any other places? What's the current PRNG status? The current PRNG status is 5. All right, using the 5 and the number of items he has in his inventory, generate this item. This item falls on the ground, and it's going to fall on the ground every single time because it's an input-output system. That's the most important thing that you should take away from a pseudo-random number generator, is that pseudo-random number generators are literally input-output systems. When you input this, you will always get an output of this, and that is exactly how it will always be, because that's how pseudo-number generators work. You will never get a different result if you input the same exact thing every single time. So if you have the same seed code and you input the same exact command, you will get the same exact output every single time. And that is not random, that is deterministic. And that's the difference between random number generators and pseudo-random number generators. In a random number generator system, if I input the same exact command, then I will always get a random result on the other end. I need smaller magic find charms. I need to test this with smaller amounts. The 155% are just too high. Let's edit in some smaller magic find charms. Something more along the lines of, like, let's do it in increments of 10. So we'll do like a 10, then we'll do like a 20, we'll do a 30, a 40, so forth and so on, and then we'll go from there. This way we can find out whether or not specific magic find, as Evan put it, specific magic find breakpoints exist, which would cause the character to get specific items at specific breakpoints. I think our 155% magic find charms are just too big. They're taking up too much of the magic find too quickly, so we're not able to see exactly what's occurring. So we need to dumb it down a little bit and make some smaller charms. So let's take our character here. And let's go ahead and throw these away. And let's make a series of testing charms with the correct values that we need. So we're going to go to miscellaneous charms, small charms, and then we're going to go to, where are you?
It's
MF
unfortunate.
resist. Go ahead.
It's unfortunate. Oh, sorry, Ginger. It's unfortunate that the number of items is affecting.
Well, it's messing with the variables, right? So
Yeah.
we're running into a situation where we've got problems with the number of items that are currently in our inventory, but we can control that variable by keeping the number of items the same. So it's not as bad as it seems. All we have to do is just drop an appropriate number of items equal to the number of items that we're testing, and then by doing that we can keep the variable the same, and hopefully that will fix things. I really just have to take these charms. I'll just account these. So it's what, 4, 8. What was that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 times 4. So I've got 24 charms here. We'll have to drop 24 charms to keep our inventory count the same, so that we can make sure that the variables don't change. I am kind of worried about the fact that the number of items, though, seems to be changing the drop on those particular pieces of equipment. That means that even more so, hoarding items and things like that, like the raccoon mode like I do all the time, definitely does change the drops that fall. Maybe that's why I keep seeing things like freaking like the wind force I got earlier in the season, and the freaking nature's pieces that I've found, and all the other crazy items that I've got. Maybe that's why I got the freaking ridiculous 10 max 45 life grand charm. It could explain a lot. I'm a freaking raccoon after all. Raccoon, the raccooniest of raccoons. That's my new song. Do you raccoon? Oh, do you raccoon? Paste, replace. Looking for white Aki rings. White Aki rings. All right, Bulbasaur, let's go. Let's find you some white Aki rings.
Might not be a bad idea, actually.
Charles is selling Aki rings. He's got some Aki rings.
Does he have any iths also?
All right, so we've got 24 charms, and we need to drop 24 items from our inventory. All right, so we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. So we got 24. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. All right. So we've dropped 24 items. We kept our inventory the same. So the results should be the same. So we should now be able to add the charms into our inventory, slowly increasing our magic find to see what we end up with. I also want to decrease our magic find as much as we can, so we're probably going to take off some equipment too. Equipped equipment doesn't seem to have any effect on the magic find total, so it doesn't really seem to matter. I just want to get our magic find as low as possible. Let's put Chains of Honor on, whatever, it doesn't matter. What else? Magic find. Trying to see. I don't think we have any other magic find, do we? Are we at 0 now? I think we're at 0. So we should be able to pick up 1 charm. Ah, did I edit the wrong value? I think I... Redo. We gotta redo it. I edited the wrong value. I edited the all resistances to 10 instead of the magic find to 10. Now they're 7s, which is a lot less easy to test than the other latter. Dang it. Currently watching my Skelly Mages vid. Sorry, I'm gonna assault you guys' ears with some more boops and beeps. Boops and beeps, beeps and boops. Boops and beeps, beeps and boops. Boopity beepity beeps and boops. Oh, thank you, Matthew. What you guys gonna do if I ever do eventually figure this stuff out and I'm just like finding burr runes left and right and like Tyrael's mites and crap?
Start selling items until we crash the
Crash the
global
market.
economy. No, not just the market.
Crash
The
JSP too.
economy.
Yeah, crash JSP and the market.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you for the
The stock
$10, Bulbasaur. Appreciate it. You're starting your offline solo grail? Hell yeah. You can use my techniques to farm yourself specific items. What's really interesting is that using these techniques, you still have a lot of trial and error, and you still have to like sit there and play around with it for quite some time, changing the variables to get what you want. A lot of people consider it cheating or exploiting or whatever, but you know the funny thing is like it still takes a considerable amount of effort to find the item, like at least the first time. And then you have to reproduce the results, but like the amount of effort that it takes to find the item is the same amount of effort, honestly, that it would take to find the item anyway. Am I going to be
Yeah,
done
and
hacking anytime soon? No.
still have to level your character. Still have to get good enough gear to do whatever you need to do in the first place.
Still got to go where you need to go. Do what you need to do. Punch who you need to punch. I'm unorganizing my stash so that I can better figure out where these charms are. I would need like 100k burr runes? Nah. To crash the market, all I would have to do is release a method that literally allows you to farm as many burr runes as you want, and just do it in such a way that Blizzard would be unaware of it. And then literally the market would be flooded with burr runes, jaw runes, and all sorts of other things. And it would take them too long to be able to fix it. They wouldn't even know the method that's being used unless they watch my videos. And even then, they still wouldn't know the exact method that I'm using. So it would get really funky. And patching this kind of stuff is honestly impossible, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah, they'd have to remake the game.
Yeah, I think they'd have to remake the entire game. Which would be very inadvisable because honestly the game is only so amazing because of this. Oh, thank you for the frickin' cheers, Deeb. Got the big
Yeah.
spender over here.
Yeah, to do that, to change that, they would be basically changing the secret sauce.
They would be changing the secret sauce. I think we found out what the secret sauce is. That's what it is. It's the RNG. It's the random number generator. That's the secret sauce. The entire time we thought it was everything else in the world, but it's really just the random number generator. The pseudo random number generator. I'm trying to pay attention to these drops here. So we get a cracked man catcher. We get antidote potion. That was with 10%. So does adding more than 10% change that? So let's add 10% more. Have Chat GPT fix it.
Don't. Oh god.
Okay, so we're going to add 10% more magic find. Let's see if 10% more changes the result. So it's still a cracked man catcher, and it's still an antidote potion with 10% more. So 10%, 10% to 20% was not enough to change the result.
But it.
So let's change it to 30%. I mean, if we really want to fine tune it, we could go get 1%ers, 1% MF small charms, and we could really fine tune exactly where the percentage changes are. So 30% doesn't change anything. Let's try 40%. Isn't that what the internet is for, is watching jank stuff? I thought that was the entire purpose of the internet, was just to watch jank stuff. That's what I've been using it for. Have I been using it wrong?
I thought it was to learn and explore, expand your mind.
I may do that too. But you know, sometimes when you have a question, a very specific question, there's only the internet can answer, you know? You want infinite jaws for a dream? Well, I've already got that on offline. You can get as many jaw runes as you want. Just go look at my infinite burr seed. Done. You have as many burr runes as you want. All the burrs in all the world. mean, we're currently at 50% and things still haven't changed. So, I mean, we're just going to keep stacking it in there until something changes. Once we hit some sort of, like, imaginary breakpoint that changes the item that falls on the ground, I guess we'll know. Because it won't be that item anymore. We're currently at 60% and there's still no change. Let's stack it up to 70. See, before I was changing the numbers very drastically. I was changing it by 155% every single time I added a charm, which was massive. Now I'm changing it by very small increments, and I'm not seeing any changes whatsoever in the small increments, which means that a small amount of Magic Find might not be enough to actually gift you what you're looking for. It probably won't until I hit 255. Alright, well, we're going to keep going until we hit 255. I mean, we'll keep going until we run out of charms. But I guess I'll have to add more charms. No, there's no way to select seed codes on consoles unless you got like a modded console or something. There might be like some sort of way to do it through like a modded console. I don't know. I am unaware. I don't know how crazy the mod scene is on like consoles, like jailbroken consoles that can do crazy things. Alright, so still gold, still crack man catcher. You know what? Another thing I wasn't paying attention to is the gold the same amount every single time. Can somebody flip back on the just real quick and just look for me? Is the amount of gold the same amount every single time? I know it's 218 is what it is right now. That was the last one that fell anyway.
Yeah, it's 218. Ginger for like
Every single time? So even the amount of gold is static?
yeah, I've checked the last two attempts you rolled at it. Let me go to the beginning.
I kind of figured that the amount of gold, like the gold would be like, you know, a static drop, but then the amount would change, and it never occurred to me that the amount of gold isn't changing. But of course, that's where gold find comes in, right? So if you add gold find, it should change the amount of gold. Well, simple as that. So it should be a direct input-output, like it's 218 gold, and you've got like 300% extra gold from monsters, so it should go up to what, like 2,000, or like 200 times, like 600 some on, I don't know. I love how I capture everybody's attention with this weird-ass testing that I'm doing. I honestly, the funny thing is I'm not even trying to capture you guys' attention. It's actually just capturing my attention. I'm like deathly interested in this, and I'm not even, half the time I'm not even paying attention to you guys. I'm like, well, like, and then I get like a result that's weird, and I'm like, mind blown. Like, all right, so what are we currently at? We're currently at 155% Magic Find. So we've hit our first 155% Magic Find charm. And it still hasn't changed. All right, so now we can do something fun. So now we do have these 155% left. So let's put all these back in. All right, so we were at 155% Magic Find. So we can take out one 155% Magic Find charm from the previous set, which will put us right back at 155. Actually, we're at 180. Why are we at 180? Chains of Honor. Chains of Honor is adding... Yeah, okay, so Chains of Honor was adding some magic. We can take that off. I can just put on... we can put on the Fortitude doesn't have magic on it, does it? No. Alright, so we'll just have Fortitude on so we have some plates so we don't die. Alright, so now that we have our 155%... Now we can start stacking the 10s back in again to accumulate from 155, and so that way we don't have to have like a trillion charms in our inventory. Alright, so we need to go back. You need some Duriel kills for your season journey, Sean? I'm sure there's somebody online who can hop on and kill you. Kill your Duriels. I mean, if you want to put a request in the D4 channel, I can highlight it so people can see what the hell's going on. You know, it's crazy. I didn't get my first change on what was dropping until I added like, it's like 300% Magic Find. Like, I think this is going to be a very long and very boring test of the same result over and over again until I hit. Oh, okay, never mind. I just got a topaz. The gold changed to a topaz, and the man catcher changed to a blue man catcher at 175%. So 175% was the first. I mean, obviously we can try and get 1% MF smalls, and we can try and go from there. But 175% was the first change. Maybe that's why. You know how everybody always says, even I say it, 200% is enough, right? 200% is enough. 200% is enough. Maybe that's why 200% is enough. Maybe it's right after the 175 breakpoint of like what changes the drops. You got your first Zod rune. Grats, Wayne.
Nice.
It's always fun to see the Zod runes drop. Some people get upset because they feel like they're not really worth as much, but honestly, I think that's one of the coolest things is seeing those things drop. Zod runes are hard to find, for sure. And there's some really good recipes you can use for it. Breath of the Dying is amazing. Best in slot for Vengeance Paladins, even. And then there's also the new Obsession rune word, which is really good if you can find a good base. And there's also zodding your Astrion's Iron Ward, because that's nice. Or just having some like really sick ethereal item that you want to zod, like a really cool ethereal weapon. Or if you can get yourself an Eth Haas, that's a really fun one to put a zod rune in, is the ethereal Haas. It's always fun having a really nice like ethereal high defense zodded Haas. Get that thing upgraded to the upper tier, and just freaking, so sexy. Now that's interesting. So I was getting 218 gold and a cracked man catcher and an antidote potion. With 175%, it changed to a topaz and a blue man catcher. And then I added another 10%, and it immediately changed back into 218 and a cracked man catcher. Almost as if I had hit just the right amount of magic find or something. Let's go back to the 175 real quick and make sure that wasn't a fluke. Back again, gun, 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 back again. Okay, so this is a really interesting development, a very interesting development. So when we changed to 185%, it went back to crap. When we changed from 165, which was crap, by the way, so 165%, which was crap. When we changed from the 165 crap to the 175, it went to a topaz and another one. This was the first change. But when we went back to 185%, it went back to the crap. So it went right back to the crap that we had before. Almost as if that particular percentage of magic find was changing the item to the topaz and the blue man catcher. Let's add another 10% on top of the 185%, and let's see what 195% goes to. So 195%. Oh, you already have a zodded Haas, you hacker? He said he already has a zodded Haas. Well, aren't you just special? So 195% is now crap. Okay, so crap. So let's go to 205%. Dude, this is getting into a whole nother level of the game that I never thought. I didn't, even when I was diving into the other stuff like the infinite burr runes and manipulating the stats on the item, I had never anticipated that the percentage of magic find that you have is directly proportionate to the item that falls. Like, we're not talking about a roll. We're talking about the exact percentage that you have determines what item falls from the thing. So 205 was also crap. We're just going to do it incrementally. It's just going to take us a little bit of time, but we'll get more data this way. And with more data means we get more answers. Right? More answers. We want more answers, not less answers.
So it seems like having under a certain amount of magic find is beneficial for controlling the variables, because it seems like it's removing a variable, right? Or no?
Well, so we were talking about it earlier. So if it is a table and the table has, let's say the table has 200 entries and the magic find is shifting the table entry up or down by a certain number of shifts, right? Well, shifting it up, if we made up an imaginary table here, let's just make up an imaginary table and say we have crap, 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 right? So we got like 200 entries of crap, right? And it's just constantly going down the list of crap. And then somewhere in the entries of crap is like something that's okay. And then we've got like more crap, and it's just continually going down this list of crap. And like the majority of the entries of our 200 tables here are just crap entries, and then we have maybe like god tier item, right? And then it's surrounded by more crap, right? So we just make up this fake table. All right, and then let's just say that the magic find is shifting the number up or down a certain number depending on how much magic find you have. So maybe 175, which is the first change, or maybe every single one of these is shifting it up and down. But like if it shifts it up or down, like as an example, so let's say we add 10% magic find. Well, adding 10% magic find still gets us crap. If we add 10% more magic find, we still get crap. If we add 10% more magic find, we still get crap, and so forth and so on, until finally we reached 175%. Which was the first entry on the table, which was okay. It was a different entry than before. But then we added a little bit more magic find, which brought us right back to crap, and we think maybe we're taking a step backward, but maybe we're not taking a step backward. Maybe we're just going down the table, and maybe just the next entry in the table is crap, and so we're just going down to the next crap tier. And so if you continue down this list, and if the magic find is doing what I think it's doing, eventually we will hit something that is actually good. Eventually we'll hit the god tier entry. So we keep going down the list until eventually we add enough magic find that it's just the right number of shifts in the table to hit the god tier item. And then one shift too far past the god tier item, and what do we end up with? We end up with crap again. Which means that a specific amount of magic find might be the key to unlocking the god tier items, because they may all be at a specific point in the tier list, as opposed to just simply stacking to the moon and back, although it could also be a roulette wheel. So this is also very interesting to consider, is that if the table repeats itself, which it very well could, it could look something like this. And what does this mean for us with our magic find? Well, what it means is that if the table repeats itself over and over again, and you have like magic find that can be stacked to the moon and back, and let's say your magic find continually shifts you down the table, well, you could bypass the god tier item, but then somehow end up back at the god tier item by bypassing it and going far enough to end up back up at it. And maybe if you stack like 1,000% magic find, you just keep going down the table, and there is a possibility you can still end up back at the god tier item, because it's a freaking slot machine wheel. So it just keeps going around in a circle, and no matter how many times you shift the table, you're always going to end up back around at the beginning where you started, and then you keep going back down the table. And if this is the way that it's working, if it's literally just spinning a slot machine wheel and then stopping at the exact point where your magic find indicates, then yes, your magic find could potentially either A, dick you out of the item, or B, get you the item, which sounds absolutely terrible. It sounds absolutely crap. That's what it sounds like.
Yes.
Can you imagine if you were just like 1% off? You're just 1% off of getting the god tier item. It's like, oh man, if I just had 1% more magic find. Okay, what are we at now? Let me make sure I don't mess this up. We're at 205 right now. We already tested 205. I thought we already tested. Well, we're currently at 205, and we said we already tested 215, but I don't think we did. Let's just double check these tests real quick just to be sure.
Okay.
Yep. So crap. Yeah, unfortunately we don't have a large number on PS5. I kind of wish they had just made cross compatibility, but I don't really know what they were thinking, to be perfectly honest, not to. I don't really know why they didn't. What is the my thoughts on persistent summons between games? I mean, I'd be fine with it as long as it's the... Well, I mean, for the druid, it really doesn't matter. It's really annoying, honestly, to have to resummon your druid summons. So I'd be fine. I'd say it was fine. We'd be fine for the druid. For the necromancer, it gets a little bit more tricky because the necromancer has obviously the revives, which can vary with a whole bunch of different type of monsters. And on top of that, he's got the skeletal mages, which vary in type as well. If you made it so that it was the same exact pack that I had on my necromancer, I'd be fine with that. Like it basically let me just go through the process of summoning my necromancer's army. I can micromanage my skeletons exactly how I want them to be, my mages, for instance, and get them all to be fire mages, and then I can just keep them as fire mages between games. That would be really cool. But if it just summons like random fire mages and like random revives, or it doesn't summon the revives at all, or I don't know. There's a bunch of different like variables there. Could be kind of odd. There's also the other problem of the golem. A lot of people don't know this, but the iron golem, because you're talking about the iron golem's ability to summon itself in between areas. Well, the iron golem actually is not kept between areas. He's actually resummoned, which is a contradiction in the thinking of how he actually works. So he's actually just resummoned, and he actually uses the skill level that you have available upon entering the game, which means that you can resummon him at varying levels and different levels depending on what equipment you currently have equipped at the time when you enter the game. So for instance, if you enter the game with poor equipment, he's summoned with a poor level, and he will be a lesser golem than when you originally summoned him. But if you put on a bunch of equipment that has iron golem stuff on it, and like summon resistance and golem mastery, and then you enter a game, he's actually summoned stronger than he was originally when he was summoned, which is also kind of an oddity in the way that particular mechanic works. I feel like they would have to fix that, or find a way to make that more static, like to, I don't know, maybe even store a level that they were summoned at, because it's fine and dandy when you abuse it to make him more powerful than when he was originally summoned. But then, like for the iron golem, for instance, when he's summoned at a lesser power than when you originally summoned him, and then he dies because he is summoned at a weak state, that's rather unfortunate, and it's not really your fault. It's kind of an oddity, a trick of how it works. I mean, I don't really trust Blizzard to code it properly. Yeah. I think all the good people that have been coding the game have kind of all disappeared, unfortunately. They've all been moved on to other projects. I'm afraid that we might not see the level of intensity that we had at Diablo 2 Resurrected's launch ever again with Diablo 2, unfortunately. They took everybody away that was interested in the project, and it's unfortunate. All right, so now we're at 235. And we've still got no changes. I mean, we could keep writing this down, but I mean, so far we've literally got crap like every single time up to this point. Like, it just keeps dropping crap from the table. I mean, we don't even know what's on the table. It's not like we can just read the table and see. It'd be really interesting if we could. That would definitely change things, wouldn't it? If we could, like, see the table and exactly what the slot machine looks like. Like, when you look at the slot machine, at least you can see all the available options that it can roll on, right? Like, that's half the fun of the slot machine. Is it's like, oh my god, 7 just rolled by. Oh man, it was so close. I almost got the double bar. You know, like you can see all the potential options that it will roll. But in this particular game, even though it might be a slot machine, we can't see all the potential options that it could potentially be. I have a feeling that this slot machine, if it was in real life, would look like the most rigged slot machine you'd ever seen in your life. You'd walk up to the slot machine and it would have like 777, and then everything else would be cherries. It would just be like an entire wheel of cherries with like maybe one lemon, and then it would have like the sevens. And so like the chances of you actually getting like 777 are next to impossible. You just always end up with the cherries, which is the garbage drop. And on most slot machines, cherries don't even pay you back what you spent on the roll, right? Like, at least if I remember correctly. Like, most of the time, I think when I was messing around with slot machines, you would get the slot machine, you'd win the cherries, and maybe you spend like 50 cents on the slot machine, and that would pay you back like 25 cents for the cherry. Like, you never really seem to get back exactly what you put in when you won with the cherries, right? Because they're meant to be a loss. It's a win, the lights go off and everything, but it's still meant to be a loss. Man, still nothing. It's crazy, though, that just this one particular percentage changed things. But now none of the other ones are. It's really weird. It almost makes me think I need to go to 1% charms instead of 10% charms, because it almost seems like individual percentages have more of an effect than like large percentages.
They said that at the very beginning. I knew it was going to come to that eventually.
I mean, right? We're just doing. I mean, that's kind of the whole thing, though, right? Is you do broad testing first, and then you do fine tune testing. So. You gotta play around with the variables and see. Still crap. What if it turns out really silly, and what if it's just something stupid like, oh my god, I can't even believe I'm saying this, but what if it just turns out that like having a specific number, like the ending to the number, what if it's like odd or even, or what if it's like a specific value, like 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9? So what if like you always make sure your magic find is like ends in a 9 or something, and then all of a sudden you get like ridiculous items? It could be something so stupid as that. It really could.
I'm going to try 9 right now. I took off all of my magic find charms, so I'm without any charms. I'm at 22. I put on 6%. I'm going to change to 7% instead. When I took everything off, I got Tal's armor from the Bale Waves, and then Tal's armor again from Bale himself the next run.
You got 2 Tal's armor in a row?
Yeah.
Okay, so we finally got another change. At 255%, we got a rare man catcher. That's the first time I've seen a rare man catcher. I'm not entirely 100% sure if this one can roll a unique man catcher. I don't know. We need to check the durability on this just to be sure. So let's do a quick check on the durability to see if it rolled unique. Okay, so the durability is 28, and I think that's the minimum durability for man catcher. So it rolled rare. It didn't roll unique. It's not a failed unique. So at 255%, we got a rare man catcher. Let's try to 65%. Also, let's verify this result first before we go forward. So let's verify that it drops the rare man catcher every single time before we go forward. So we won't add any more. We should be still sitting at the 255%. So 255% gives us a rare man catcher every single time. That's what we're basically saying, and this is going to prove it. So we got a cracked man catcher that time. 255, 255. We didn't change anything. Let's just run that again. So we didn't get a rare man catcher again. That's interesting. Never-ending drive is not a good thing? What's wrong with never-ending drive? Now we're not getting a rare man catcher anymore. Huh. So did we just prove that a rare man catcher can potentially drop because of the magic find percentage, or did we hit some sort of quirk in the equation? Did I pick up an item? Maybe I picked up an item or something? One potion, perhaps? Let's pick up one antidote potion. Maybe I messed it up somehow by, like, dropping an item or picking up an item or something. I also rearranged my inventory earlier to make this work. So I might have inadvertently dropped a potion or something. Let's just make sure. It could have been the number of items that was affecting it. We get a development, then we like pull the development apart. Okay, so adding in the antidote potion changed the result entirely, so that can't be it. So let's take that back out. I mean, could it have been that the magic find just randomly changed the quality of the item to a rare? And that maybe it actually does randomly change the quality of item to the rare? As well as the ability to randomly create an item? Well, no, there we go again. We got the rare item again. Okay, so maybe I fixed the variable. Let's check it a couple more times just to make sure that it stays the same. Because I might have messed up something in the variable when I picked up the item to identify it. That's why I put everything back in my inventory instead of the cube. Blah blah blah. Just trying to make sure that everything stays the same because we don't want to change unnecessary things that could potentially change the variables. So it looks like now we're getting the same thing again. So yes, we are getting the same thing every single time at 255%. Now that I kept the variable the same. Let's try again. I'm concerned that I didn't get the man catcher, the rare man catcher at that one time. But now that I'm getting it the same time, same way every single time, I think that verifies it. So we got multiple. That was like 3 or 4 times. I think it was like 4 times so far. So I think that's verified. Let's go grab another charm and let's try 265%. I'm so confusing when words leave my mouth. Oh man, I'm sorry about that. When the words leave my mouth, they come out like a mouse and they squeaking everywhere. Then he burped in the mic and he yelled at me hike and he said, go back to your hair. Alright, so 265 gives us crap. Let's try that one more time just to verify. I mean, if that ends up being the case, Vidine, if it ends up being that, like, you know, like god tier drops are at a very specific magic find percentage, like, holy crap, the lengths that people will go to hit those specific breakpoints. Can you imagine? Like,
Hundreds of bears.
people will be looking for very specific pieces of equipment to hit very specific magic find like numbers. Like, you know how everybody drops those 1% magic find small charms and like 2 and 3% magic find small charms? Guess what? They'll actually be valuable because people will be trying to hit that exact percentage and they'll need charms like that to do it. All right, so we currently what? 305%? 305. Did I skip a couple?
Ooh.
I didn't mean to skip any. I skipped a couple, apparently. I must have grabbed one too many charms. Let's go back to town real quick and hit these other ones real quick. I mean, yeah, the 1% magic find charms would be godly in that scenario if we're assuming that specific magic find numbers have something to do with it. And you know what the funny thing is if it is a specific number, it might be a specific number, ending number. It could just be a specific, not even like a specific number as in like 300 or 400. It could be just the ending number for all we know. It could just be a 9 or like a 7 or a 5 or something. Like, we're going to have to test out and see like 1% increments and see if that has anything to do with it at all.
Or like the sum of all the numbers.
Okay, what are we at? We're at 295. $295 is also crap. All right, 285. Let's put that down here. And we need to test 275. Okay, I changed something. Hold on. It's probably because I was messing with my stash. Let's do that again. If it's exact, Skulders would be a when you level. Yeah, you're right. Or maybe that explains why Skulders is so efficient at finding items. So much better than other choices, because the magic find is based on your character level, and then your character level is constantly changing, and so you're ending up with different results as you level. And so, like, I mean, think about it. Like, you're eventually going to hit one of them that's actually good, right? And so it's really a matter of messing around with your levels. So as you're leveling, like, you're eventually going to hit the good numbers. So you're going to see good drops, and then you're going to hit the bad numbers too, and you're going to have droughts. And then as you keep leveling, you're going to get good numbers, and then droughts, and then good numbers, and then droughts. And you're going to keep going through that cycle until eventually you hit a high enough level that you stop changing the variable. So you're, you know, like once you're like level 94 or 95 or something, and you really stop leveling up, then things don't change anymore. And so then you're stuck in one or the other. You're stuck either in a bad variable or a good variable.
Rube Cracker is pretty good, right?
Yeah. What's the rolls on it?
I got 269 ED, and I don't know what else rolls. Let's see.
I think it's just the ED.
Yeah.
So
it's-
Cracker is 200 to 300. So that's a upper mid roll. I mean, it's middle. 250 would be middle, so it's higher than mid.
Yeah.
So it's not bad.
Okay. I'll keep it if someone wants to up it and put a Zod in it.
Or you could trade it off for your soul.
I could do that too.
Bargain.
Oh my god, I had the silliest thought. I'm starting to see more rare man catchers falling on the ground. What if it's more simple than we ever thought? What if each percentage of magic find up to a certain percentage is given a winning roll or a losing roll up to a certain point, and the higher you go, the more winning rolls there are. So like for instance, I'm literally sitting here messing around with this, and as you can see, like all the way down from like 165 we get like crap, and then it goes to like a blue, and then it's crap, 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 all the way up to like 255%. Then we get our first rare man catcher, right? And then it's crap, crap, rare man catcher, crap, crap. So like the rare man catchers are closer together on the list, almost as if like the number of good magic find percentages increases the higher your magic find goes, almost as if to say that there actually are good numbers, but the higher you go, the more good numbers there are, and the higher the chances of you hitting one of those good numbers. So when you get to like into the thousands, who knows, maybe like the majority of the thousands is good numbers, and so you're just lucking into a good magic find percentage, whereas the earlier magic find percentages, you have to get, like, you have to actually know which one is a good magic find percentage. Like in this particular case, we're clearly seeing that 255% has a rare man catcher drop, and 175% was the first change to something decent. And so like, but then we get the 255 rare man catcher, and then it goes back to a rare man catcher again just what, 20% later, or 40 or 30% later. So like, we're getting more instances of rare man catchers the higher percentage we go. Okay, I think we're at the point where we can take the charms out, because we've got another, what, 155% charm. So we're at, what, 305. So if we take all of these charms out, and we throw in 155, that brings us to 310. I guess we could test 310 real quick. 310 versus 305. Let's see if there's any difference in the 310 versus the 305. It's only a 5% difference. Is this the weed talking? I don't smoke weed. Jof. I'm not that kind of guy. So also crap. See, I really kind of want to test just as simple as like a 1% MF small charm or something. Just something really small. Like go back to the rare man catcher that's at 255% and then just change it by 1% and see if even just 1% magic find somehow changes the picture. Like it's such a weird concept to me, but you know what, let's give it a try. So let's take this 155 out. Let's put these back in. We need to hit 255% exactly. So we want 255%. Let's change this to, say, 65, 55. Alright, so we're currently at 255. And we need a way to add in just a tiny little bit of magic find, like a 1% magic find small or something. Okay, here's a 3% magic find small that I've got in my inventory right now. Let's try adding this in. So before we add the 3% in, let's do the test, make sure it still drops the rare, just so we got the variables right. Apparently we don't have the variables right. We got 255%. But something changed? What changed? The way we stacked our charms, perhaps? I think we had them like that last time. I don't think inventory position has anything to do with it, but... maybe I just did something wrong. Let's try it again. They said something about the weed. It's the weed talking. That's what they said. Well, 255 doesn't seem to be working. Maybe I've got my charm positions wrong or something stupid like that. I don't know. Let's try going to the other one, which was 285. 285 was also a rare man catcher every time. 60. Oh, wait a minute. 65. Oh, was I at the wrong percentage? I think I was at the wrong percentage. I think I was at the wrong percentage. Okay, that's probably what it was. I was at 65 instead of 55. Missing my potion in the cube. No, still not working. I've just never really needed any of that stuff to I don't know what the term is. Be happy? I've always been a pretty happy person without it. I think it's just because I have a really high metabolism. What's up, Kung Fu Joe? You like my shirt? I picked it just for the stream. I actually saw it in the store. I was like, that would look really cool on stream with the changing pattern underneath. That'd be neat. Okay, there we go. We've got our rare man catcher at 285%. So we managed to reproduce that. Okay, so now we're just going to add in that little 3% charm. Let's see if just a little 3%, just a little 3%, just a little 3%. The little 3%, is that going to mess it up? Just a little 3%. We're going to add in 3%. Is that gonna make it not work, or is that gonna not fix it, or like is there specific little points at which it messes it up? I don't know. We're gonna find out. Watch us get like a viper fork or something. So now we got a ring, bolts, and gold. Is that really? That's, let's double check. Double, triple, quadruple check. We might have clicked on something the wrong way. Double, triple, triple, checker, double, triple, triple, checker, double, triple, triple, checker, double, triple, triple, checker. Burn it. Now we don't have the rare man catcher. So no rare man catcher, but we got the regular crap drops. It's crazy to think that something as simple as just 1% off could make that big of a difference in what falls. Or in this particular case, 3% off. Just 3% is making some sort of huge difference, which is causing the rare item not to fall. 3% extra magic fine. What's up, No Scope to Pope? You might want to watch out about that, though. Don't be no scoping the Pope. It's a bad juju. If he's a bad juju.
Alright, here's the real test. The first TR to drop with 29 magic fine. Let's see what happens. 22 strength.
So as soon as I put that 3% magic fine small back in the thing, the rare man catcher falls back on the ground. Alright, that settles it. We need some 1% smalls so we can test 1% variables as well. We need 1% smalls.
And cold red. Let's
Okay,
go.
how many do I want to add 1% smalls? I want to add, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I want to add 10 1% smalls. That way we have a really easy way to test these variables. Pulling up the hero bed, or down a barrel, gonna dino down a barrel, dino down a barrel. Gonna hurt all your ears with the big bones. I don't know why the hero editor likes to make all those bingy bongy noises. I have tried to fix it 1,000 million times, and it's not satisfied with anything I do. So it's kind of like my girlfriend. Oh, that was a terrible joke. She's gonna kill me for that one. If you're listening, babe, I'm sorry.
Also an incredible self burn.
I can feel the side eye from over here.
The side eye. Oh, that's some epic side eye there. Boop, boop. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Now we're just going to add 10. I don't want to add any more than that. That way I can manipulate it. I figure with 10, I can always just put another 10% in my inventory, so I can take out the 1%, put in a 10, and it should pretty much be the same thing. So it's not really a big deal. That way I can just constantly manipulate the variables between the 10%, the 1% marks. I was fighting myself. I was like, you know what? I shouldn't say it. I'm gonna get in trouble. I shouldn't say it. I said it. I'm terrible. I'm sleeping with Kubis tonight. Thankfully, it's 2:05 a.m. She's probably asleep. Not that she couldn't potentially watch this stream later, and
Someone's gonna clip it and
send it to her. That's terrible. Why would you guys do that to me?
oh no,
I thought
just
you
tag
guys-
you.
Thought
and
you
then
guys
she's
were
gonna see
my
it.
friend. I thought you guys were my friends.
Somebody's got to stop you from destroying everyone's fun in Diablo 2.
Evil laughter.
Right.
Cody heard me shake the jar with the pork rinds in it and came running like a fat kid. Dude, he cracks me up. Like I was sitting in the family room earlier, and my girlfriend was sitting in the bedroom, and she left the door open so he could run back and forth. And he's sitting in there with her because he's a mama's dog, and he likes to sit with his mama more than he likes to sit with me. But that's just because she lets him get away with whatever he wants to get away with. But that's a whole nother story anyway. So anyway, I'm sitting in the family room, and I had like a little pack of M&Ms. It was like the family like Halloween size, the kind you give out to like little kids. Because it's like individually wrapped. So anyway, I pick up that pack of M&Ms and like crinkle the wrapper, and he comes running like a fat kid into the room. And I'm like, you can't have any. It's chocolate. And I literally eat the entire thing. He stares at me while I eat the little tiny thing of M&Ms. He then, as soon as the M&Ms are gone, he leaves and goes back to the other room. Then I lift my leg up and I accidentally hit a plastic bag that's like on the table, and he comes running back into the room like a fat kid. Like, I'm not even joking. Like, every single time a wrapper crinkled, that boy was in my face begging for whatever I had in my hand. And half the time there won't even nothing in my hand. I'd be like, Cody, I just accidentally touched a plastic bag on the table. There's no food, buddy. And he would look all disappointed. Like, oh, I thought you had something. I thought you were useful for something in your life for once.
This supposed to be your girlfriend?
No, that was
Or the dog?
that was the dog.
Oh, okay.
No, well, no, Vidine said it was talking about his cat, so I was kind of imitating the cat. I figured that's how cats think. All right, so we've got 1% more added on to our 285. Let's see if that changes the result. Okay, we need to redo it because we were playing around in our stash and stuff, and we were messing with the variables. You're a goof. LOL. My cat wakes up hearing a sharp plastic wrapper. When I change the trash bags, she thinks I'm trying to kill her. Oh, okay. I mean, cats do that. They like that. Okay, well, that's interesting. So a 1% change above 255, or 285 to 286 was not enough to change the variable, and we still end up with the rare item. Interesting. So just a 1% was not enough. All right, let's try 2%. So let's go up to 287%. And let's see what 287% does. So let's grab one more chimicham. Cham cham chimmy 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 cham 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 chimmy chimmy chim chim cham. Gotta chimmy 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 cham. Gotta cham 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 chimmy chimmy cham. And going to 287 is crap. Let's do a double verification of that, and we'll do it one more time just to be sure. So 1% above 285 is not enough to mess it up. Is 1% below 285 enough to mess it up? Let's go to 284. So we'll subtract a little bit, and we'll see if we can jerry-rig it that way. So yeah, we're getting no rare man catcher at 1% above 286. All right, so the way we're going to do this, since we have all the space in the world to deal with this, trying to think how we want to mesh with this, so we should have enough tools at our disposal to be able to mess with this as much as we want to. So let's add 50 with the Oculus, which will bring us to 337, and then we take 10, 20, 30. That brings us down to 307. So 287. So we're currently at 287. We need to subtract 10 more. And then we need to add enough to reach 284. So we need 3 more. 1, 2, and then we can take the keys. 3. All right, so that brings us to 284 exactly. So we're 1% below 285 this time. Let's see how that changes it. No rare man catcher. So we got crap. Let's try it one more time just to verify. See, now I want to try every single percentage on the list. All the way up. I want it all the way up and all the way down. We'll try just like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So, yeah, we got crap. All right, let's take away 1 and let's go to 284. I want to try at least, 283. I want to try at least every percentage here. So let's do 282 within this little scope here. Let's also try 280 exactly. So 280, 281, 282, 283. And then we'll go up as well since we've got these done as well. So let's do 288. 289. And then let's do 300, or sorry, 290. I just want to get an idea of like these individual percentages and see if there's any difference between them. No, I haven't really heard anything with it, no scope. I think they were just teasing us. Deeb, I'm gonna give you the best advice that I'm ever gonna give anybody. Don't use litter. Use the crystals. Use the crystals. The crystals are way better.
Greetings.
Best thing you can do in your life if you got cats is go with the crystals. The silica crystals, they're way better than that stinky old cat litter that gets stuck to their feet all the time. I like the crystals way better. The house smells better. The cats seem to like it better. They don't really track now. Not like the other ones do. They're cheap. They're not cheaper. They're more expensive, but they last longer. And honestly, I think as a result of them lasting longer, I think they are actually cheaper because you have to buy less litter less often. Okay, so what are we at right now? 283. So we're crap on 283. I mean, that's basically what we're trying to figure out, Baylor. That's basically what we're trying to figure out. I mean, it's an input-output scenario. We know that it's input-output. We're just trying to input the correct number to see if the correct number gives us what we're looking for. So far, we've been able to find several input-outputs that give us a rare item, which is interesting. I mean... Deep, you've been donating tons of bits, man. I really appreciate it. We got a. I'm gonna pull a sweet fill out of my butthole here. Legend. Keep slaying. I don't know. Keep donating bits. All right, so we're at 283. Let's go down to 282. All right, Vidine, you have a good one, man. I'm probably gonna hop off here too soon. I want to get at least some of this testing out of the way. I think you'll like it a hell of a lot better than the regular litter. Pretty Litter is one of the brands, but they also have some more generic brands. Basically, the silica crystals are just these things that absorb moisture really well. I also like the way they deal with poop. It's kind of an odd conversation to have, but the silica crystals, like, they dry the poop out really fast by sucking the moisture out of the poop. It's really kind of neat in a certain way. It, like, desiccates it really fast, and it tends to stink a lot less. You don't scoop the pee from the silica crystals either. You only scoop the poop. You just scoop the poop, that's it. Just not the pee. Just the poop. Oh, you don't like Sweet Phil? Sweet Phil's amazing. I don't know. Nothing wrong with Sweet Phil. I ain't never had no problems with him. That was 181. Also crap. Let's go to 280. He's aight. I can't say that I'm unique in that. I get mad sometimes too. I certainly try not to, though. It's not always possible.
Hey, do you want to try something real quick? that I think I've noticed.
What? What?
Go to, let's see, 29 magic find. And just go out
Not in
and
town.
kill random things.
Hold on, let me finish this. Just check. I got 3 more things to test, and then I'll finish all the numbers.
Okay.
I just gotta get 88. Is that 288? Yeah, I gotta get 288. Okay, we need 110, and then 1. Okay, that brings us to 288. I just want to check all the 1 percentages in this one category. I just want to see if there's any other in each category. Oh, thank you for the follow, Graygon Shield Heart. Okay, we got 2 more percentages to check. 2 more, 2 more. 2 more percentages to check. Cody, quit licking the bars. Weirdo. What are you licking the bars for? Is that where they're tinkling? Are you literally licking chinchilla pee? You weirdo. My dog's a weirdo, guys. I don't know what to tell y'all. My doggy is a weirdo. He licks chinchilla pee. I don't know what to tell you. It's really, really weird. My doggy is a weirdo. He licks chinchilla pee, and I don't want to talk about it no more. No. Alright, we're at 289. Is that what we're testing right now? Right. Let me verify.
Is that 9 specifically, the last number 9? I've noticed I have not gotten any like cracked or damaged or whatever items. Pretty much everything that drops is superior if it has like a thing in front of it. I haven't seen any of the lower quality things in like 15-20 runs.
You forget that I own chinchillas? Yeah, I mean, they don't come out a lot because Cody the Monster Dog is up here all the damn time. I mean, I think I need to start just putting him in his kennel sometimes so I can take the chinchillas out. It's not really fair to the chinchillas that they have to stay inside their kennel all the time just because Cody's outside of his kennel. Isn't that right? He said, shut up. He said, I'll be out here if I want to be out here. You don't tell me. Okay, that's interesting. Something did change. Something changed. Something changed,
You're
but
on 9?
something changed, but it's not what I would have expected. The gold amount changed. You know, the gold's been the same 218 every single time. It changed to 405. It's the same exact rolls, but it changed to 405 gold. Let me just verify that real quick. Let me take 1% magic find back off. That brings me back down to 289. What are you grumbling for, Cody? Why? Because you ain't got nothing to steal up here? Because you ain't got no shoes to chew up here? Because you a rotten little turd? It did change. I wasn't paying attention, but it did change. It changed from 218 gold to 405 gold. It changed from a cracked man catcher to a crude man catcher. So there was a difference at 290% specifically. 290% changed the amount of gold, and it changed the item from a cracked to a crude. Inspirationally boring? Well, I am glad. I hope your mom is here and she talks about how you embarrassed yourself when you were a kid. All right, we're back to 290%, so we should get the crude and the 405 gold this time. Nope. Nope. 290%. Let's try it again just to be sure. I mean, could it be that the magic find is actually rolling to increase the drops? It's just completely rare and like, what if it's both? What if it's that the magic find is actually rolling to increase the drops, but it's doing it at such a very low rate that it's almost like nonsensical and unseeable? But then the drops themselves are being predetermined, but then like very rarely, like, you know, as if with the softest hand in the world, you know, like the magic find is coming in and making a tiny little change, but it's almost unobservable. I mean, could it be that I'm just seeing a random occurrence that is happening like once every like 100 or 200 runs, that it just kind of randomly increases the quality of the drop? Cody, do you have any magic find? I need to know what your percentage is. What's your percentage? How much magic find you got? How about your harness? Does that have any magic find on it? You got some harness. Does that got like 200%? Put any topazes in there? Got any charms? How about your name tag? Is that a charm? Does that got any magic find percentage? Your Kubus name tag? Did you eat any food that gives magic find percentage? He's looking at me like I'm crazy right now. He said, "You son of a... Son of a..." Let me go back down by one. Let's go back down to 289. Maybe that 9 number is the significant number. What's the matter, Poopus? I took you out to go poop-a-doodles not too long ago. Your butthole's a pepper-doodles. How about that? You got a pepper-doodles butthole. I saw you peeing out your butt. I seen it. Got the doggeries. Why you got the doggeries?
This is crazy.
Did you get something good?
Like, it could have been good. I gotta try Res Helm. For Barb, it rolled with +1 to increase the stamina on it. So sad.
Even your attack rating has a percentage. The Circle of Pharaoh says your attack rating has a percentage. Your defense has a percentage. I mean, we don't really know. You could test all those variables, and you could see if your defense has an effect on what drops. I mean, they could have even been devious, and they could have made it so that the really good items only drop when you have very low stats, so that the it would encourage your character to put on better equipment, and then as you put on better equipment, you end up with less. Like, just in general, you're just less in general. All right, let's take off most of this magic find, and let's start off. Let's start off with just one. I'm gonna go up there. Let's start off with just 1%. So we're gonna start off with just 1% magic find. So we should have a whole 1%, a massive degree of magic find. Let's test out this 1%. I don't think the angles that you approach the chest has anything to do with it, Baylor.
That would be amazing.
I think we disproved that when we were doing the Berber and stuff.
Oh, okay.
Like 1% magic find does nothing. It does nothing. Nothing. Cody, what if I told you that if you was the goodest boy, you would get all the treats and all the toys and all the lovin's? Did you know that? Alright, let's do a test and see how goodest you can be. Where is Alligator? Go get us Alligator. Where is him? Where's the Mr. Alligator? He said, do not challenge me, the mere mortal, for I know all the tricks.
I also found, like 2 runs ago, what's probably the best phase blade I've ever seen drop. I rolled with 80% ED, max damage based on life, max AR based on life, and a bunch of other stuff. So it's just like,
so what you're talking about, Baylor, of the angle causing a difference in the drops, is not actually the angle causing the difference in the drops. It's actually just you coming from a different direction, which loads a different tile, which changes the drops, which is completely different than what you're talking about. What you're talking about is to make it seem like the angle at which you approach the item has something to do with what falls out of the box or out of the corpse, but that's not the truth. But if you do approach the chest or the item from a different angle, there is a potential for you to load a different tile. And loading a different tile can potentially cause a different drop result, which is not associated with approaching it from a different angle, but more so simply that you activated a different tile that you wouldn't have otherwise by approaching it from a different angle. So when you go up to a specific area that has another tile activated above it, you can activate other tiles and you can change the drop results by activating different tiles from different directions. But I've pretty much disproved that it's actually the direction that's causing it, because you can test this by approaching the chest from different directions by not activating different tiles, and it doesn't change the results. But if you do approach the chest from different directions by activating different tiles, it does change the results. And it's very simple to see. Like, for instance, I can approach this chest from this direction, and you'll see that it's going to drop me. Of course, I don't have a key. Dang it, I need keys! Oh, I have an antidote potion on me. I didn't mean to pick that up. That's going to change. That'll change the results. Let me show you with the super chest so we can get this out of the way. It's one of the things that we tested earlier when we were doing tests on the super chest and we were trying to find the burr rune. And one of the things that we tested was basically whether or not the direction had anything to do with the burr rune dropping. And the answer to the question was no, the direction didn't have anything to do with the burr rune dropping. But it did have to do with basically what tiles we loaded in what order as we got to the chest did have something to do with it. So it was it's well, maybe you consider it splitting hairs, but it is important when you're getting variables and you're trying to figure out what the variables do to make sure that you understand exactly how the variables are working. Otherwise, you might end up causing confusion inside of what's going on. Like, a lot of the times people thought that time was a variable, and it was really just because they were standing around letting the system load additional tiles into the zone, which isn't going to help you in terms of like trying to figure out what the hell's going on with the chest or the items. You don't, when that's the whole reason why we're trying to confine all of the variables down as much as possible, because we don't want cross-contamination between other variables messing with what's going on. We want to change as few variables as possible in the process of trying to figure out what's going on. But as you can see here, we have a Dirk double axe coming from this chest. And we approached it from the left-hand side, and we clicked on the chest from the left-hand side. So Dirk double axe, left-hand side. If I teleport to the right-hand side of the chest and I open it from the right-hand side of the chest, it's still going to give me a Dirk double axe. If I approach it from the bottom and I click on it from that way, it still gives me a Dirk double axe. I mean, we tested this a bunch when we were doing this the other day. But basically, you can teleport to this side instead and click on it from this side, and it's still a Dirk double axe. Where you click on the chest from doesn't have any bearing on what drops out of the chest. It's more what you go through essentially which tile you activate as you're approaching the chest, which causes a change. But the direction that you open up something doesn't have anything to do with it. And I can do this all day. So let's instead go down here, and I'm going to teleport to this side of the chest. And as you can see, I teleported down here and approached it from the bottom, and it's still a dirk and a double axe. Now, if I change the direction that I approach the chest from, for instance, completely going to a different tile set, then that will change the result because I've walked through a different tile. However, if I don't walk through a different tile and I don't activate a different tile, even if I approach it from a different direction, it will still drop the same item because I didn't activate a different tile as I was walking toward the item. For instance, if I teleport here and this isn't far enough to activate a different tile, I can then walk around to here, and if I walk around to here and I still get the Dirk Double Axe, you can see that this was not far enough to activate that. But if I do go far enough, and this is important, if I do activate another tile and I go far enough, then it will change the result. So let me see if I can play around with this to show you exactly how far you have to go to change the result. I think there's a visual indicator that makes sense. If you pay attention to what I'm doing here, you'll see that a visual indicator happens when I move toward a new area. You'll actually start to see the items sort of load in. So the monsters are a visual indicator, and that should immediately change the result that comes out of the chest. So no, it didn't. I didn't go far enough. So let's make sure that we go far enough this time. And you'll see it. When I go far enough, you'll see like the world sort of load in around me, almost as if it didn't exist before. And now we go back down to the chest, and we can still approach it from the same angle, but it should be changed now. And it is, because we loaded other tiles in the process. All right, let's do the magical 29%. You know what's funny is thinking about it like this. I wonder if there's a specific number, like not even just thinking that there's a specific number that could have better drops. What if it's an Easter egg? Like, what if there's an Easter egg in the game that literally has like a, like maybe like it's somebody's birthday, or maybe it's the day that they finished releasing the game, or maybe it's the patch number or something. Like, it could be a specific number with significance to the team that might make the Magic Find like ridiculously powerful if you obtain that exact number that's significant to the team. Like maybe the game came out in 2000, so maybe 200% is significant. Maybe 200 is actually a significant number because it represents the year 2000 that they released the game in. Or, maybe 666% because they're on the mark of the beast or whatever. Like, I mean, it sounds kind of silly, but in the grand scheme of things, it doesn't sound as silly when you think about the fact of some of the other Easter eggs that they've added into the game. So we got 25, 26, 27, not 28, 29. All right, well, that's 38. Oh, dang it. I put in another 10% by accident.
I'm losing my mind over here.
Losing my mind. Losing my mind. I mean, I'm not trying to put anybody down for coming up with ideas. Several people have given me good ideas for testing stuff in here, and we've come up with some interesting stuff. I mean, it's been a push-pull scenario. People coming up with ideas, then we test them, and we see if they're legitimate or not, and then if we prove that they're not legitimate, then we move on. It seems to me there's a lot more variables than we originally thought, which...
That's for sure.
29% still gives me a man catcher. You lied to me. A cracked man catcher.
No. Oh, it's cracked?
It's cracked.
Huh.
I mean, we got somebody here trying with was trying with 8,900 and some odd magic find, like the maximum that you could possibly get in the game. And the max MF from the souls is unfortunately impossible to test with because you got to go through too many variables to get there, which means it changes all the variables in the game, and then you don't have a static test bed to work with.
Wait, I'm not watching the stream. Were you just opening was it a clickable or were you killing stuff?
I got the crude again at 29%. It happened again. That's the second time that the crude has fallen. And this was at 29%. So
I'm not opening stuff.
Well, I'm opening things is what I'm doing right now. I mean, the killing the monsters could be a completely different set of variables. We don't know.
Yeah, because I've just been doing it was Andy, Bale, and now the TZ is what's it called? Diablo.
I'm so curious about this random occurrence of the crude man catcher with the 405 gold. It occurs randomly, and it seems to be a completely different role of the 218 cracked man catcher and the antidote, and it occurs randomly throughout as I'm clicking on the item. So I'll have like the same result multiple times, and then randomly I'll get a crude, and it just seems really weird. The gold increases, the cracked man catcher turns into a crude man catcher, and the antidote potion stays. And it doesn't seem to have any rhyme or reason to it. I can't seem to figure out what variable it is that's causing it to happen. Almost as if it's completely random. But it can't be completely random because we know that the system is a predetermined system which has certain variables going into play. So what exactly is causing that crude man catcher to occur is the question. And how do we replicate it? Because it doesn't always happen. There's got to be something that I'm doing that's making the crude man catcher fall.
You had the same thing. The demon hide armor was changed from crack to something else. And the boots changed. The percentage defense was changed on that.
Like 5% to 15%? There you go. I got the crude again that time.
Yep.
I got the crude and the 5405 gold.
Yeah, I'm never changing from 29 magic find ever, unless it's level specific, and then it's frustrating.
Well, here's an idea. I mean, we've already kind of ruled out gold, but let's pretend that it is gold. So let me drop that 405 gold that I picked up earlier on the ground. I mean, just out of curiosity, maybe it's gold, because I do pick up the gold occasionally when I'm clicking on the thing. We had originally ruled out gold as a variable, but maybe gold is a variable. Okay, so dropping the 405 gold on the ground didn't return the man catcher, the crude man catcher, so I would assume that that's not a variable. I mean, we could drop another 405 gold on the ground just to double verify, but I really doubt that's it. The rares have the same exact attributes when they fall, Raphael. We did check that. The light plate boots were the same every single time. The man catcher was the same every single time. Now, we didn't check every single man catcher because they're big as crap and it's hard to fit in my inventory. We just kind of assumed. But I wasn't really interested in the stats on the item so much as trying to get the item to fall. Manipulating the stats is a different set of variables that doesn't seem to be associated with the other set of variables. They're two separate sets of variables from what we've been able to determine. So like what falls on the ground is one set of variables, and then the stats on the item is another set of variables. So the items being the same or different isn't really so important to this particular testing procedure. I don't know how long I've been logging in and out and testing this, but it feels like forever. I'm not necessarily sure if this data that I'm getting is really all that useful either. Because this 405 in crude, I don't really think is repeatable. It seems to be something that happens at random, almost as if the magic find is having an effect, like we originally thought. But then for the most part, it's just crap. Like for like pretty much the majority of every single time, it's just garbage.
Kind of like a wild card.
I want to try some specific numbers. So let's try some very highly specific numbers. First off, let's try a 200% exactly. It can't be a coincidence that 200% is like the number that seems to be stuck in everybody's head for how much is like the exact amount as required. You know what I mean? Like there's got to be a reason why most people are stuck on the 200% number. More so than just simply, you know, the charts and like people saying it. It may be an innate sort of understanding of the people who are playing the game. Like as you play, you just kind of like have a gut feeling that you're getting more items at a specific percentage, and maybe 200% actually is a magic number. So let's try getting a 200% exactly. So we're sitting at 200% exactly now. No higher, no lower. Let's see what we get at 200%. Watch a unique viper fork pop out of the body. That'd be hilarious. Nope, cracked man catcher and an antidote potion. Alright, but that's not to say that it's wrong, because 200% is a roundabout figure, right? So let's test up above and below 200% by like small increments. So let's go 201. What if you change the tile to other areas and then come back to the same space? It does change it, yes. That's what you see me doing right now, Baylor. It may have gone over your head, but that's basically what I'm doing. So when I go to Flayer Jungle first, and then I go to Lower Kurost, I'm loading the Flayer Jungle tile, and then I'm loading the Lower Kurost tile in that order to get this particular drop set. If I do not go to Lower Kurost, or sorry, to Flayer Jungle first, before I go to Lower Kurost, I do not get that specific drop set, so it changes the drop set to something else. It's a very specific function of loading specific tiles to get a specific result. So if I go directly to Lower Kurost instead of going to to Flayer Jungle first and then click on the corpse, you'll notice that I don't get the man catcher anymore. And if I change that by going to a different tile entirely, I can load specific tiles through the waypoints, and that's the reason why we're using the waypoints, is because it's much more controllable than running around randomly loading random tiles. So if I want to load, say, Spider Forest first, and then I go to Lower Kurost, I've now loaded the Spider Forest tile first and then the Lower Kurost, and so that also gives me the cracked man catcher. That's interesting. So that's the same as the Flayer Jungle option. So let's go to I don't know, it doesn't really matter which waypoint we go to, because they're all changing the variables. So if we go to, say, we can even go to a different area. So we'll go to River of Flame, and then we go back to Lower Kurost, and we click on the skeleton. And that changes it to a cracked wrist spike, crude tomahawk, arrows, and a little pile of gold. So as you can see, like, what drops from the little doojank changes depending on which tile we load first. And the sequence changes it too. So, like, for instance, while Spider Forest gave me a man catcher, and Flayer Jungle gave me a man catcher, If I load Spider Forest, and then I load Flare Jungle, and then I load Lower Kurast, and I click on it, I get a cracked balance axe. So you can stack the variables in specific ways to cause a different result as well by stacking multiple variables together and ending up with a different result. And the order in which you stack them usually has a change as well. I'm wondering, since those two variables are the same, is the order going to be the same? So cracked axe and arrows. Let's reverse the order, and let's see if that has any effect. I'm kind of curious, since they seem to have the same variable stack, would they result always in the same variable stack when you stack them together in a different order, or does the order matter as well? So in this case, we're going to go to Flare first, and then Spider, and then we go to Lower Kurast and see if the variable stack is the same. So this time we ended up with a low quality balance axe instead of the other item, which was the what the hell was the other item? We could just do it again to find out. So Spider, then a Flare, then a Lower. So as you can see, we changed the results by changing the stacking variables. For those of you who are unaware of what the hell we're even doing, this all started about when we were doing the Burr Rune stuff. I can show you real quick the Burr Rune thing. It doesn't really take much effort. Oh, let me just go run over there. I might not have enough run walk speed because I did take off the Enigma, but let's see if I can do it anyway. So Trav, and then Lower Kurast, and then Telly. Click, click. I should see a mummified trophy. Yes. Click hatchet, amulet, check, check. And then we run all the way over here, and we click on this dojank, and we didn't quite get it. We're a little bit too slow. Hold on, let me put the Enigma back on so we can bring our speed back up, because the Enigma, taking the Enigma off ruined our speed. We're running a little bit too slow. At least he's not picking his butt. Who's picking their butt? Oh, picking that butt. We got a picking that butt. We got a picking that butt. Picking that butt. Picking butt. Got a picking butts. Picking butt. Picking butts.
I have been walking around now and clicking on the poppables. They will only give me crude items, or like damaged or whatever.
It's gonna be P7. I forgot. I feel like I could spend like an eternity mapping this stuff out. And eventually, once I had mapped it all out and understand the entire thing, I would be able to like freaking like be like a god of Diablo and just like pull any item I want out of my butt cheeks. The good of the Diablo. The good of the Diablo. Man, I'm failing this over and over and over again. I was going to show you how easy it was. That's what I said in my head anyway, and now I'm just failing it repeatedly. Magic Find can't be affecting it, I don't think, so I don't know what's going wrong. Maybe I'm just not running quickly enough. Let's try adding in a teleport. Oh, that's wrong. Cody does lick his butthole. He's a butthole licker. He'd lick your butthole too if you put it out there. He ain't got no qualms. There's not a single qualm. I don't even know what qualm means, but he ain't got none. Let's try and add one teleport to speed up a little bit, because we do seem to be going slow. We got the Am rune. I don't want the Am rune. That's a poopy rune. We got the Ith, and then we got the Am, and then we got the Grand Charm. How are we messing this up so bad? I don't even know how I'm messing this up so bad. What the hell am I doing wrong? What am I doing so wrong? People will comment on that video and they'll be like, I tried every situation from Sunday and I just can't get it. No matter how hard I try, I just can't seem to get that thing to fall. And then all of a sudden they get it, and then they have like 30 in their inventory. They're like, I figured it out. Eureka! 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 That's what started it all right there, by the way. It's got weird really quick. I got weird. You don't even know weird, Acrid. You don't even know weird. Yo mama, yo daddy, yo greasy, greasy granny, yo mama, yo daddy, yo ugly, ugly fatty. Ugly, ugly fatty, 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 fatty. Aw, see, we did it wrong again. Did it wrong again.
No.
Does this work on every seed? Technically, the answer is yes. Technically, yes. But not this specific pattern. Because you can't do this specific pattern in every seed because the chests aren't in the same exact place on every single seed.
Alright, I think this is the last Diablo run, and then the tower.
No! I'm having so much trouble replicating it tonight. I used to be on a roll with it, and now I got 1 out of like 6 runs. It's terrible. Keep getting the Grand Charm over and over again. I don't know what I'm doing wrong. I'm doing something wrong. It's my method, and I'm still doing it wrong. I don't know what I'm doing wrong. It's crazy because like the controlling the variables is harder than it looks. That's why when people are talking about doing things in like you know, more exaggerated ways, I can't really do that because controlling the variables is already hard enough in small scales. And when you start getting into bigger scales, it's even more difficult to control the variables. So you can't really test anything once you start getting into large scale stuff. Like, it just gets to the point where you just end up with like more and more variables being added in to the point where you really can't control what's going on. The variables that lead to this burr rune are already complicated enough, and when you start adding in more variables, things just get out of hand. I'm not entirely sure when it comes to the tile chunk loading, but I have a feeling, and this is just my guess on this, is that I think the monsters, as they roam around, can potentially load a tile by running into that tile. And I don't know if this is 100% accurate. Like, I'm not entirely sure about this, but I do feel like sometimes when I'm doing these runs, I haven't made any mistakes. And the only thing I can think is that the monsters are running in random directions sometimes, and my mercenary is running in random directions sometimes. And I think what happens is maybe my mercenary chases the monsters that run in the random directions and somehow activates a tile himself. And I think that could potentially be another random, like, little tidbit that's being thrown into some of the runs, because the mercenary acts as a wild card by chasing the little minions around, or the monsters around, and then sometimes he doesn't. So sometimes he doesn't chase them around, and he doesn't activate any additional tiles, and then everything goes the way that it's supposed to go. Like that time, he didn't really chase anything, except for right there at the end, but he was only running back to an area I had already discovered, so the burr rune fell. But occasionally it feels like sometimes when the mercenary runs off the screen in random directions that he could potentially be causing the variables to shift in one direction or the other by loading tiles that are nearby. I don't really know if he can load tiles, but he might. And it's all postulation on my part. I mean, the easiest way to test that would be to remove the mercenary from the equation. But then there's also the question of, do the monsters change the variables? Like that time we got the rare chest. So interestingly enough, when we played around with the super chest, we found out that the super chest's ability to drop rare items was independent of any of the variables that we tested. So there's just like a random chance, and we can't really figure out what causes the random chance for the chests to drop magic, rare, or unique items. But they just will randomly, like, we'll do the exact same thing, the exact same way 100 times, and maybe like 5 out of those 100 times it will be a rare chest. And there's no difference in how we actually approached the chest or did anything. So I can't really figure out what variable it is that caused the super chests to roll, you know, like all rare or all magical items or all unique items or all set items, for instance. It seems to be something that's different than the other variables, and I haven't really been able to determine what that is. If I could determine what causes the super chests to roll like rare, magic, unique, set, etc., that would be really interesting, and then you'd know what variable is playing around with that sort of stuff. But the chest actually stays the same, so what drops from the chest actually stays the same when it rolls as a rare version or a unique version. And it's actually kind of interesting to see because all of the items that drop from the chest stay exactly the same as they were when it was a magic drop, except they turn all the items into rare items or unique items or set items. And if there's no rare, unique, or set items, then it gets a little wonky. Like, for instance, if it rolled a unique Archon plate, for instance, and it dropped an Archon plate, it would probably just be a rare Archon plate instead. But the items that actually drop from it stay the same. They stay identical every single time. They change from one set of items to another. It's actually the closest I've seen to, like, how we think Magic Find works. So the super chests seem to be working more similar to the way that we think Magic Find works. And Magic Find seems to be working really weird in a way that we don't know how it works. I'm going to have to do some like major testing on this to really kind of figure this out. But it doesn't really seem like Magic Find is doing what we think it's doing, but it is doing something. It's just doing something really weird. Weird. My stomach is growling like crazy. I need to go downstairs and get something to eat. Let's do one more dewjack before I hop off. I'm gonna change up the variable this time. Let's change it up a bunch. Now we got a rare saber, a hellspawn skull, no stash, a Hyperion sphere. Whole bunch of random monsters that weren't there before. Vampire bone gloves, superior war dart.
It's locked.
Do jank. Well, I don't think we've come to any kind of conclusion with this, other than Magic Find doesn't seem to be rolling. I'm not really sure what the hell Magic Find is doing at this point. Judging by the results, it seems rather weird. It seems really weird. It's very deterministic. It's very predetermined, like what falls on the ground. And increasing the Magic Find didn't seem to, at any point, didn't seem to cause a additional item to drop. We tried that quite a few times. So we had like 1,500% Magic Find. We ran the same exact drops over and over again and couldn't get it to change. It would not change what dropped on the ground. But when we changed the percentage of Magic Find, that's when we started to get odd results. So by changing the percentage of Magic Find, we were able to change what dropped. But what dropped never changed if the Magic Find percentage stayed the same, which was really weird. Anyway, As always, I do appreciate you guys and gals joining me for these fun little adventures. And as always, if you enjoy the streams, be sure to hit the like button, the subscribe button, and as always, keep watching. Do 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 do.